Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. It's 7 p.m. on Saturday night, usually, with some exceptions. We're here to play classic gaming goodness, and we got quite a show for you tonight. I'm Captain D-Trag, and if you're wondering where Nocturne is, she usually be saying, I'm Nocturne Flom. Yeah, we have a little bit of a case I want to explain before we start the show tonight. We're still playing the game. Nocturne is still going to be available in the chat as it is, but her family contracted COVID. They're doing okay. She was in contact with them. She is also doing okay, but did not contract anything. But for that reason, we could not meet up for the purpose of our play of We Love Katamari for the PlayStation 2. We are still going to be playing it for the purpose of that, because that's the game she wanted to see. She wanted me involved in this. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to be controlling it myself, but Nocturne is in the chat. I did reach out to her for this, saying, how do you want to handle this? We're going to figure this about running it of, voice with my cell phone specifically. But she said, okay, I'll just come in for chat. She knows that we're live now for the purpose of that. But I just want to let you know about that. And also, it's going to create an interesting story, because I'll tell you, we got a lot we're going to be talking about playing this 2005 release from Namco for PlayStation 2. But if you saw the Nintendo Direct a couple days ago, you probably heard this is getting a re-release called We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie, which is coming out on June 2nd for the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Series S, Series X, Switch, and PC. And actually, as I got the text from her stating that how the show's going to have to change for tonight's installment, I had the Nintendo Direct on in the background. As soon as I got the text, I swear to God, I'm not making this up, and I got a bunch of other people who vouch for this. The video came up, said, we're re-releasing Katamari Damacy Reroll. Fine. That was the last game. That's the last one we played. And that is up on the YouTube site. It was Edwack and Nikki who wanted to see that. And next time we come back to this franchise, they'll be involved for beautiful Katamari on Xbox 360, running through the Xbox Series X. But yeah, they announced the We Love Katamari re-release right as that happened. So talk about the planets aligning that way, even if it is a case that, unfortunately, Nocturne's not going to be on the show physically with me. But she will be in chat specifically. She knows we're getting ready to go on this one. And also, in some ways, I'll admit this before we start, we're on the PS2 boot-up menu for this. It was a little bit of an unfair one for me, because she said, hey, I have experience with Katamari Damacy on the PS2, but since we played that one already, I said, hey, we have the sequel. I was not able to get her a copy of this, or she was not able to get to play this sequel in ahead of time, so it would be a case of her kind of going blind, and I want to apologize to her for that, for the purpose of it, just because I want to make sure that when we're sending cases of other people playing games to this, especially cases like that where they don't have access to the game all at the same time, I want to at least, after what happened with Goldeneye last year with Proterova, and I think you know what I'm talking about if you saw the edit on that one, I want to try and avoid that as much as I can going forward for it, so if ever anybody's going to be playing the game specifically for our show and they don't have access to it, they'll be able to be fully prepared. To the point where actually we're going to have two shows next week. One is going to be a practice play of the game we're doing in March. Proterova and Blood Spice Moon are going to be involved in that one. And Nocturne will be on the show again in person, barring any other cases that might happen in the meantime, on April 8th when she starts Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation for us. But tonight we are in Katamari's turn. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to get the party started on this one. We're going to roll up to create a shooting star in the sky once more. And this is going to be kind of a bit of an open mic case like the Parasite Eve part we had a couple weeks ago, because we'll be rolling around, we'll go through stuff of story, and play this game to as much of 100% as I can, but also because we had the Nintendo Direct that came up, we're going to go into that deep, and anything else you got in your mind game-wise or anything, and I have 3 pages of notes on this game, aspects of its music, and everything that was announced at the Nintendo Direct, and if you're a classic gamer, you're going to be really excited, as I certainly was. So let's get this party started. Also, actually, before I start, I want to show you one quick thing. So on the PS2 menu, I've run into cases where my PlayStation 2 does not have, or has internal battery as dead. Actually, all of my consoles this era are that way. The original Xbox, the GameCube, and the PS2. But I found there is a little bit of an exploit you can use for the purposes on PS2. Like, hey, you press this, and I was running this with the Christiana 64 for Shadow Hearts, which we're going back to next week. Where it's like, I couldn't change the date from December 1st of 2000, but if you go in here and press the X button and then hit the circle button at the same time, you can actually then adjust that clock. So we are at actual time for this, and for this game, it is important to have that way, but we're all set. I have no save on the card because we want to have running this full from the start, so let's get this party started, why don't we? Alrighty. So, let's talk about We Love Katamari. This is the second game in the series. that came out on July 6th, 2005 in Japan, and September 20th, 2005 in the US for the PlayStation 2 from Namco. And it's coming out on June 2nd for Xbox One, Series S, Series X, PS4, PS5, Switch, and PC as Wheel of Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie, which is going to have some extra stuff to it, including a bit of a prequel episode of sorts. It goes into some story bits we're going to see tonight with this original, as well as an endless mode, a selfie camera mode, and I think there was one other thing they're going to be adding to this. And thank God it's coming out on all the systems, because of what I saw as far as the footage of the Switch, it seems like it kind of stutters a bit. So, yeah, you might want to get on something else. I'm going to get on something else just to be sure. And since we're going to be doing Series X for the purpose of Beautiful Katamari because of its frame rate problems, I've refused to touch that game until I get Series X, which is going to only be a matter of time now. I'm thinking maybe within a couple months, I would think. At that case, if it does have stuttering problems, which Katamari Damacy Reroll, which we ran on Xbox One last time, did not, we can at least mitigate it that way. So yeah, we don't have any save data on that, so that's fine. We're going to start rolling from the start. Okay, and we are getting things started with Katamari on the Swing, which is the main theme of this game, which was performed by Shigeru Mitsuzaki, who did the song Katamari Love from the last game, which is in the credits. Actually, I did not mention that we played Katamari Damacy the first time, which was 2 years ago. I cannot believe it's been that long. Well, I had this in a couple days. We'll have the play of that one right below on the YouTube site where you'll be watching this then. But yeah, we're on Twitch now, of course. That's what we're running live on this program, and with the best chat on Twitch for sure, and best guests. I've seen the weirdness once more with the king and queen of all the cosmos, and it is beautiful with all this great stuff going on. Hi, Zubrat Brigade. Good to see you tonight. I don't know, maybe I should indicate, like, yeah, that it's also Nocturne. Like, sorry, I hope you don't mind that, but, like, this is how we're operating this. So good to see you tonight. We do have, we have Katamari. It's so good to see you tonight. Sorry we couldn't do this in person, but don't take this as a perspective of saying that, yeah, you know, just because you're not here, you're not going to be fully involved. You have anything you want to say, run it. It's fine. It's like, okay, I just want to indicate that because I know the indication of, yeah, you weren't on the show or not on the show right now. But we'll have that set. I am happy to see you tonight. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for making the request of this. And as I said also, before we get started, and I can move the prints around the title screen with the control stick, or the left analog stick, I should say. I'm not in Nintendo 64 territory with this. Move him around to get stuff out of the way. We're hearing this beautiful, almost John Costa, Mr. Rogers style piano jazz. Yeah, I want to apologize to you on one thing with this, because even if we had been able to meet up for this, you didn't have a copy of this Katamari game, so in some ways, I maybe was setting you up for not being sure of what to expect on this one, which is a lot like the last one, but still, at the same time, I want to avoid that. I want to make sure that, hey, if we're going to have cases where it's going to be games that you or anybody wants to play that's going to be on the show, they don't have access to in some way, I'm going to make sure you have access to it before we do the show enough so you'll be able to get set for it. But thank you for this request, and talk about the world aligning that way, all the planets align specifically as far as me getting the text from you as far as what's going on right as they're announcing the remake of this that's out in 4 months. And it's going to cost $30 when it comes out, just like this game did on the PS2 originally, and it still does on the PS2. So if you didn't play Wheel of Katamari the first time, you might want to get it on those systems when it comes out. It is on everything: Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series S, Series X, and the PC. Where hopefully it'll have its frame rate fixed on Switch, and it won't have an end-user license agreement like Katamari Damacy Reroll did. Yeah, we'll see, and if we don't have that, I'll have to go on that. But yeah, who have the king of all the cosmos with the na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na Katamari Damacy. And it is a load screen specific. Oh, wait, this is the demo, which doesn't have music specific. But I guess I may as well show this as we're seeing how this is operating. Also, one thing to note, we're doing this like Shadow Hearts in the sense I am playing this at a 16:9 aspect ratio that I don't think this game has native support for, but looking at it in the footage, I realized it looks like it does, and we've always come to a case like, we'll get the right aspect ratio when we have to, specific for games when they don't have it, but when it looks like this, or it seems like it's 1-to-1, I'm gonna force it this way, but otherwise cases not. In this case, yeah, that's what we're running, as we're gonna see it in a couple of months for its remake. And yeah, to you, Nocturne, let us know anything on Katamari Damacy, this one, if you have familiarity or anything. You said Wheel of Katamari plays similar to Katamari Damacy, right? It does, yes. It controls the same way, and we'll see that in the tutorial, which we're going to get into, along with the intro, which is fully voiced and does have what is it? It has subtitles, so I'm not going to mute the mic. I did when we played the first one, which I used the Xbox One remake for, but not this time. It's basically telling the story of the Great Cosmos, which is the king of all the cosmos, because last time what happened was he went on a space bender and got drunk. That's not a joke, exactly. And because he's a passive-aggressive and, you know, kind of ADD-suffering man, for reasons this game is going to explain, and he's very domineering and perhaps abusive towards his son, he said, yeah, you have to pick up everything in the world to put the stars back together. Yeah, and we're getting a little bit of an embellishment here, so bold yet sensitive, although it is a question here of how that's operating with him, and the complexity we're going to see, and actually, when the remake comes out, there's going to be a prequel story that is added to this for extra missions with him. Yep. Yeah, so you have your perspectives on Katamari Damacy, I guess, specifically. So, Nocturne, let him flow. I mean, jump wherever you want. Is it just to give you an idea of how we're going to be running this game? Because there's going to be a lot of just rolling around as it's going to go on. We'll have a lot of time to talk about stuff with this game, anything else gaming-wise you've been playing. And we're going to talk about everything in the Nintendo Direct that came out this week, where this was announced, and a bunch of other stuff, because, man, I got a lot on my mind on that one. A lot of things I want to go into. It was a great Direct they have as far as stuff coming out, things that are already out, surprisingly, as far as how it is. And this story crawl is basically doing the count-up of all the millions of things we picked up. And almost doing like the Joe Chin thing from Parappa the Rapper, and since there's so much, he's running around just speaking super fast speed. He broke stuff and forces his kid to fix it. That is true, right. And one thing I will say is that what I'm saying about domineering or maybe abusive, as far as that, this is a game that the first one was made as a school project for like $1 million, and then Namco optioned it specific. But it's also going to, I guess, a little bit of a cultural thing of the idea of what's the domineering perspective of parents specifically and their children. That this game's going to go in a little more, and also seeing over there, which is that the popularity of the last game showed no bounds because of the Hoshiro, or the Hoshino family in there from the last game. The children saw what was going on with all this, the parents didn't believe them, and then they saw what was going on, and now everybody knows what Katamari Damacy is. They love it, and that's the story of this game, because this game is directed by Keita Takahashi, who directed the first game, as well as its remake, and he also made Watam, which is a game on the PlayStation 4, and the now delisted Nabi Nabi Boy, which is on PS3 and iOS. Fortunately, it's not available anymore. That was a Namco joint as well. And his perspective is, he didn't want to make this sequel. He said, I think sequels are a case of, you know, lacking originality. But Namco said, we're making the sequel without you, damn it, and if you don't want to be involved, yeah, take a hike. So he said, okay, fine, well, I'll be involved in this, I'll direct it, but I want to make sure that A, this is as fun as the last game, B, it has that style that the last game had, and C, it's just as quirky and original, and so he came up with a plot, which is that after the last game, everybody knows what Katamari Damacy is, so we're going to be going out there and we're going to be doing a bunch of missions for the people of Earth. And anywhere you want to go is how that's going to operate with it. And there is the king of all the cosmos and the prince down there. Sweet memories. There was that time 2 years ago when we played this game, for sure. You can enjoy all the stuff with the music, of which there's some great stuff in the music. One other thing about Keita Takahashi is that he's actually married to the person who did the music for this game, was involved in it. That is Asuka Sakai, who did the music for Ridge Racer Type 4, Klonoa 2, Lunate's Veil, a Japan-only sequel to Alpine Racer 3, that I only realized existed today, and I'm mad we didn't get that now, because I love Alpine Racer in the arcade, if you ever played that. And she's a flautist. She did the flautist on track right here, Bluffing Damacy in this one. And she also did flute work in Mr. Drill G, and she was a tester on Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, specifically. Alright, where's my cousin Joe? Hi, Heroin Bob, is that right? Yeah, your cousin Joe is coming. We got all the cousins for, We Love Katamari for PlayStation 2. We were playing it on the PS2, and they announced that remake a couple days ago. It's coming out on June 2nd. So good to see you. Feel free to let your memories flow on We Love Katamari. We're going to get the cousins, because unlike the last game, we can actually use the cousins in single player. And we're going to be running that, and we're going to have a good time with it. And so good to see you, and yeah, tell Mrs. Scotty to hurry up. Yeah, we'll have to see that for sure. We definitely will, yeah, I'll hurry up as much as I can to bring them in. But so good to see you, and feel free to let the memories flow on We Love Katamari, or anything else Katamari Damacy, and all the stuff with the Nintendo Direct that this was announced out of. We're going to go into that later. We'll have a lot of time to talk, because we're going to be rolling. You know, Place with Stars, or around Earth. Looks like the last game was lazy, so I guess this is going to the fact that the guy who directed this said, I think sequels are a bane of originality. But he's like, yeah, fine, I'm going to twist that somehow. And everybody fooled. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd say that. It's something that kind of came out of nowhere for us. Yeah, all of the scale destruction we wrought. We're on a roll, indeed. Fierce and fabulous, we certainly were, and we're really something. Wait, what do you mean we? I mean, that was the prince and I guess the other cousins, but here's a tidbit. Not that we quite get it, but it seems we're quite a hit, which is going to the fact that Katamari Damacy, the first one, was a surprise hit when it came out, and it was one of those where did this game come from games. Not to mention probably one of the best budget games ever released as far as a $20 release for a new game. That and a lot of the Sega NFL or Sega Sports franchise games, like NFL 2K5, basically that year. But anyway, a star apparently is full of our fans. But what do they love about us? So yeah, as is usually the case, the king of all the coslet and the fame kind of go to his head. He's like, yeah, is it our looks, our tights, mustache? Well, no, I think it's the fact that we can roll up and do everything that we need. Or the chin case. I was mentioning Joe Chin from Parappa the Rapper. So, yeah, maybe. Perspective on that. Our chin is so magnificent. I guess we'll have to see how the prince goes to that. But alright. Hey, they're the dated followers. Yeah, so, he's, in that perspective. But, alright, we're not going to say no, so let's go and grant their wishes. So that is the plot of this game. We're going to hear the cries, I guess, of everybody out there in the world. We're going to do stuff for them. And the answer is Katamari Damacy. Well, the playstyle. Here's the medal, by the way. Hey, that kid doing the yes. And how this works, this is your interface. It takes place with the planet of the last game. You move around with kind of some scatting going on the sound there. But then you hold the triangle button, or no, the square button, start running. And you see all the people, and you can go left and right like that and find other stuff, but the meadow's pretty empty, so we're talking to this guy. Nice to meet you. Alright, so he likes this game, or might have been, but he doesn't remember, so we gotta do the tutorial, which is not gonna take that long. Help him remember. Alright, we will. It has been 2 years since we've done Katamari Damacy for this program, which we do have a YouTube site, by the way, here on Bob, because I believe this might be your first time here. We have all of our shows going back a couple of years, and we got some good ones, including the first game. Alright, so where are we going to go and play? Alright, so yeah, this guy down there doesn't remember how to play Wheel of Katamari or Katamari Damacy at all. Or the meaning of life, I guess. He's a kid, like, he shouldn't know that yet, specific. But of course, what happens is usually he's going on his long-winded spiel. You hear the words from the people on Earth, and he responds to that, it's like, wait, cool? Okay. No, we gotta remember, so like, if he says like, oh, I don't want to do something, all it takes is people on Earth to say, alright, let's do it. And here's the loading screen. You can move the words he has by using the right analog stick for this, and in some cases you can move the head of the king of all the cosmos around, and when that remake comes out, it's gonna be curious to see how that operates when the loading, I guess, is improved. Anyway, so we're gonna go through this. If you've never played Katamari Damacy before, we're gonna have a little bit of a recap. It does play a lot like Katamari Damacy, as Nocturne was indicating. What does it taste like? Does it have a point? Yeah, the point is fun and rolling up stuff, and just euphoric joy. And childlike whimsy, because I think that's the idea of the director, Keita Takahashi, because his idea is that he kind of doesn't want to make video games anymore. He made something, I think, last year whose name escapes me at the moment. But what he says, like, he wants to be like a playground designer. He kind of wants to bring joy to children as far as, you know, building things and doing stuff as far as that in Japan. I think he was involved in something as far as that. But, all right, we got the Katamari. So that also goes to the idea of what is the childlike whimsy and delight, I guess, that comes off of this game, and the colors, as usually the case. But, all right, so we got the Katamaris, this ball, you roll it around and use both of the analog sticks on the PlayStation 2 controller to control it. Yeah, if you're good with the dual analog, yeah, this might be useful or a good case for you. If not, well, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but, yeah, not too bad. They'll give you a lot of opportunities to do that. All right, so there's the yellow platform. Let's go over there. All right, so basically moving forward, backwards, left, and right with both of the analog sticks and shifting by hitting them opposites. And then rolling up over the object where you go over there and press both of the directions forward. You have to get it right, so we'll do it that way. Okay, there we go. And we're hearing, by the way, on the soundtrack, we are hearing a remix of Katamari the Rocks from the first game by Dokaka, who is also known as Shinya Ihara, who basically is a one-man band guy. He does a lot of, like, scat stuff as far as it almost, if you're familiar with bands like Rockapella, or perhaps if you remember the TV show Doug, like the Nickelodeon one, the idea of like how that soundtrack sounded. This is not dissimilar. So the idea is roll around, pick up everything you see that you can pick up with your current Katamari size, and then what happens is that as you pick up stuff, you'll get a little bit of a flash coming up, a minor one. I'll usually give it a flashing light warning if there's something where it's really intense, but then the camera pulls back and you pick more up specifically. And you're hearing this wonderful music going on, and more music we're here, and as you get to a case like this where there's this, You press both the analog sticks up to kind of climb, but you have to be big enough in order to do it. Also, the dash, you have to move left and right alternately on the 2 analog sticks, up and down, I should say. It's not easy to get that movement down, and you press it in both the analog sticks to do the quick turn, or hit the R3 and L3 buttons, as they tend to be indicating. And, yeah, as you're mentioning, you gotta roll up Scotty, that guy, but you have to get yourself big enough, specific. Alright, or Ace. This is Ace. We'll see Scotty a little later. Anyway, yeah, Cousin of the Prince, once Cousin removed. So, yeah, the family tree of the King of the Cosmos and all the cosmoses is so huge to the point where, yeah, we're gonna run into Cousins all over the damn place in this game. So, yeah, we gotta challenge him head on. Also, you have look, hit the L1. It works a little differently than the last game where it kind of stops you and kind of look around and do zooms with L2 and R2, like so. And then hitting the royal look, that is on R1. Basically do a zoom out. There's this jump and look up function that the original game had. Which honestly is a little more useful than this one. But that being said, we should be able to be fine with this. Alright, so we gotta face him head on and roll him up. And also turn around. So basically this is gonna be the whole game pretty much. If you've never played this before, or if you have, we played Katamari Damacy as it is. You just knock him to the ground and let him clip right through. Oh, stop it. And we get the angels, and it's just going to be utter chaos. But if you can't pick them up yet, as is the case there, just roll along and pick up more stuff until you can get things going. And that's the idea. Usually what you want to do, I'll say my perspective as far as playing this game, is that you want to get your Katamari as big as you can, as quickly as you can, and go for the stuff that's going to make it bigger as quick as you can, which it kind of takes some time to figure out how that is, or like understanding what the specific numbers are. Alright, fine, Ace, got him. Yeah, Ace doesn't have prayer. I guess that goes back to our play of Slam City with Scottie Pippen from the 32X CD. That was an experience. Anyway, we're going back. And we got our Royal Rainbow, which instead of him vomiting out like last game, he just spins it around and off we go. As far as the cousins, I'll try and see if I can't get all of them, but we'll see how that's going to operate. I mean, I'm going to go as far with 100% on this baby as we can, for sure. At the end of each level, we do have the perspective of the king just kind of bouncing up, saying like, is this what Katamari Damacy was like? Yeah, it was. He's like, yeah, he doesn't remember. As I said, I think he probably has ADHD to a certain extent as far as how he kind of goes with some of his dialogue. But anyway, kind of sort of fun game. So if nothing else, I guess this game is not completely, you know, saying how amazing it is. Because I've always said that. It's always, I think I said that last week when we played Donkey Kong Country 3. The idea that when a game is complimenting itself too much, you kind of get a sense of, yeah, you kind of can get into a case of maybe using a turn-off. But both of these games, Donkey Kong Country 3 and this one, pulled it off well, so you're not necessarily asking that question. Alright, fabulous. And when you do roll up a cousin like we did here, it's like, here he is, here's Ace. You're at the tutorial stage. Yeah, what I'm going to do, we're talking about, and they'll give you a sense of what you picked up, most of what you got. So I got mostly strange stuff and fantasy stuff, and then the cousin, which was just one. At the end of everything, he's like, yeah, I remember, so what you're going to do is we're going to give you the Katamari. And when that happens, we toss it up into the stars, and that's going to be part of our final objective in this game. Yeah, there we go. And depending on how you have it set up, it might say something different. Alright, no way, planet. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Sonic and Knuckles, specifically the Blue Sphere stages. I'll have a picture of that just to indicate that no way, question mark, and exclamation point thing. Fitting then, as far as this Nocturne, that's the idea of you. Alright, so he's telling you what I already told you about the Psych Meadow. Talk to fans, chat with cousins, do a little saving, look at your collection, and move around. You can move faster pressing square or circle while you're running. Entire rolling play here, and if you need instructions on how to play, check out the closed instruction book, which is not going to exist when the remake comes out because instruction manuals are apparently outlawed nowadays. But anyway, also you walk up to two cousins, you can play as them. I like the last game. The last game you don't play them in multiplayer. This one you can play as anybody, so we're gonna probably jump backwards. Alright, here is Ace. And you have a selection of music. This is awesome too. No way. Yeah, very good one. Nocturne to that. At some point, I did say this. We have to have a Blue Spheres perspective on that game. We actually didn't touch it. I think we just need to have a show that's exactly that, or specifically all that, I think. And we can figure that for sure as we go along. Because, yeah, it also gives us another perspective look at that. But anyway, so you do have your option of selecting music, and you select music based upon the music you open from other levels, or you get on the main level specific. And I do love this option, so if you like specific music, you can just play whatever you want to play there, or switch to random. But yeah, we're going to play the song they give us. We'll always play each music once, and I can also take requests from the audience, because we'll be a DJ this way, saying that, what music do you want to hear, and what are your favorite pieces of music out of this? and the last game specific. Alright, we're going to show them her real Katamari to the tune of Katamari in the Swing. Hello everyone, hello Dolly Finn, so good to see you tonight. We're playing Wheel of Katamari for the PlayStation 2 that is coming out in 4 months on the newer systems. And yeah, I couldn't plan this more perfectly as far as running this game this way. Yeah, Nocturne is in chat, as I mentioned. As far as this, we couldn't meet up for the purpose of the show, but she wanted to see this. She wanted to be involved. She is involved. And we're all very glad to see you tonight as we are going back to Katamari Damacy. We played the first one. I never heard of this one. Yeah, there was Katamari Damacy, which we played a couple years ago. Edwack and Nikki wanted to see that, so we played that. And I pronounced Edwack's name wrong in that entire play, and I apologize to him. I said Edwack, but it's Edwack, because it's a takeoff on Marowak from Pokemon. But anyway, it's a game from Namco where you're running around or rolling around, going after this, following the king of all the cosmos, or playing as the cousin here, rolling up stuff on Earth to the tune of very Japanese-style music. It's wonderful. Never played it. Yeah, that remake is coming out in a couple of months. It's on everything, including the PC and all the consoles. So if you haven't played it, it might be worth putting a pre-order in for that one specific. I will for sure at some point. Also, yeah, you get stuff on the load screen. Oh, long time no see. This is the king. Not just any king, mind. You can move the dialogue around with the right analog stick. Alright, and we're on top of this very angular cat, because it's kind of going in like a Lego vibe as far as how it's looking. Also, unlike the first game, you can roll around or start rolling around before his dialogue continues, but I'll wait to do that. Alright, we're back on Earth, and that's the idea. The king of all the cosmos comes from space, and so does the prince and all the cousins, and you're going down to Earth to roll up stuff for the purpose of people who want to see stuff. Alright, spacious for Ace, but not so much for us. Okay, and your perspective also is, you get that bink! Yeah, as far as that, I love that in this one. You have 3 minutes to roll up everything in your path to get to 15 centimeters. We've got a bunch of stuff, and since it's gonna be rolling, we'll have a lot of time to talk, or other aspects of going into elements of this franchise. Alright, that'll be nice, let's do it. Come on, everybody! And I do love the Katamari and the Swing music here. It's this insanely jazzy kind of piano music with a little bit of tap dance, almost like a Sabian Glover case. And yeah, it is February 11th, 2023. It does state that based on the system clock setting, saying that when was your first roll-up. Alrighty. And in that case, also hitting both of the analog sticks in to do turns. Is moving around, hooting up and down to go quickly, and when you get it big enough, just pick up random stuff. Ooh, we got something. Okay, we got another cousin. Macho. So yeah, we're getting towards Scott. We got a lot of cousins, tons of them. It's like, yeah, we were some weird buffness. That's good stuff. Alright. Yeah, it's second cousin Macho, but there's so many multiple cousins, like where do they go? Third, second, 8,000th perhaps, as far as it's operating. Alright. And it tells me what's going on, which is roll things up for moving before they run off. We'll do that as well. But also there's a little bit of a other case, like, yeah, the king of all the cosmos is very domineering. In the last game, we had to clean up his mess from his drunken night out. And yeah, there's definitely a passive-aggressive case, a little bit of a potential abusive case, if you want to go into that, or a cultural case, because of the idea of domineering parental and father bonds as far as Japan, because this is a Japanese game. Namco published this specific. As a sequel to a game from a year before this, it came in 2005, that was 2004. Also, you get a crash. If you get crashed, by the way, mask comes off, that's not good. And it was like, yeah, on this day, we had a crash. Yeah, the birthday of my crash, uh-oh. Yeah, so, yeah, talk about the passive-aggressive case, saying, like, yeah, you know, that's that idea, but I do need to get 15 centimeters, we'll get going soon enough, just pick up stuff, and as it gets bigger, you can pick up bigger stuff, and that's kind of the key to this game. I don't think I can pick up the tennis balls. So in that case, pick up the batteries. Yeah, just picking up random stuff as far as it. And it's quite an experience. It definitely is a very compulsive game, as I mentioned when we played the first one. Just basically take yourself going around, just pick up everything, boom. When you get in that flower case, you've hit the target, and when you hit the target, yeah, you can keep rolling, because basically you go until the time limit goes. It gives us 3 minutes, but yeah, they wanted 15 centimeters, but you can go bigger, so keep going. Alright, and we knocked down the, I think it was a crab or something. Oh, butterfly, yeah, so yeah, the butterflies are coming into our Katamari, and then we're gonna roll them up into space, because, like, I guess the idea of, this is something cute and cuddly to some degree, but it's also something that, yeah, you know, we're gonna be burning these things in a supernova, technically, as far as this operating. Whoa! In that case, now that I'm bigger, like, yeah, we got this. And look at this madness, specifically as far as how it is, but God, I love it so much. And that was my case when I played this game when it first came out. Both the original and the sequel here. And when you get to 30 seconds, you get that boo-deet. So yeah, we're getting the alarm going off. As you keep going until the end. So, basically just keep rolling up stuff as much as I can to get this as big as I can so that I can get his perspective. And I rolled up... Wait, what's the prince doing here? Okay, I didn't know the prince appeared on the stages. Yeah, so I rolled up his son. Yeah, so the prince is slacking, and I guess he's recognizing that. Well, okay. Okay, I've never seen that happen before. Maybe because I'm playing as one of the cousins. Alright, so also you do have a slot machine at the end. You hit it, the square button. It says based on your size, it's 28 centimeters. Your Katamari is big as 9,331 paper clips. Or... it's as big as 186 salmon roe rolls. So yeah, for you sushi people. And that's the idea, because there's a lot of stuff on Earth you can just roll up. And it's quite a thing. We did pretty well so far, aside from the crash I had. But sometimes it happens. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be a case like with last time, where I got stuck into a pit somewhere and I lost about 5 centimeters off from the Katamari. Alright. Yeah, so we're hungry. Like this cream puff, but no, it's not a cream puff, it's a Katamari, but there probably is a cream puff in there somewhere. Alright, so there you go. Who knew you could do so well? Yeah, and depending on how well you do, he might say something more nasty than that. And usually if you don't do it if you do it fast, you also get a meteor, but I don't know if we got that. Yum, Ikara sushi. Yeah, that definitely is a case for that. Yeah, if you want to go to anything for that, Nocturne, go ahead and do it, because... Actually, you came up when we were talking about the first game we played that, because Edwack and Nikki were in the chat on that one, requested it, and they said, yeah, we did, like, cooking as far as our, crock pot, or hot pot, I should say. They actually cooked, like, American Wagyu, specifically, because I mentioned, like, favorite Japanese food, and I kind of went, to, like, beef and teriyaki and stuff like that, and that came up, because it said, hey, she likes this a lot, so we went into that, and, yeah, that's the idea. We're just gonna basically go in discussion on stuff, and also anything with that, Nintendo Direct that came out this week, when you want to go into that specific. Alright, we did get Macho, got mostly snacks, necessities, and energy. Don't know what it means, but, alright, pretty good, so the girl says, so, you can take it as a present. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna toss it into, the cosmos. Yes, that's what we'll do, and he'll keep saying that every time we do it. Alright, there you go. And we got the Caramel Uranus, although, I don't know if we picked up any caramel in that. Yeah, and there feasibly is a joke to be made about that, as it is. But anyway, yeah, it doesn't look like caramel much to me, it looks more like candy. Alright, every so often, and actually this level I believe is going to be one of those cases, this is not a dialogue, so it's going to be fine. We're going to Chapter 1, The Path of the Lion. This is going to explain the background of the King of all the Cosmos. That's the, I guess, the former King of all the Cosmos, or the grandfather of him. Very domineering, so like, yeah, you're going to get into a good school, you're going to play piano. Yeah, play that note, and do ballet, so he's doing Swan Lake, I guess. Yeah, yeah, he's dropping the egg that way. Yeah, pull the tire, going on the beach. Get the Rocky thing of learning how to box. Like, yeah, definitely saying, like, try a bunch of different things. But, yeah, that wasn't good enough, so... In that case, yeah, he's driving on with, like, hey, look at those kids over there. Yeah, even though they're driving off in their Mercedes... Yeah, he's, so, like, I want to be with those kids. So it's not like he drives Women Wild and he drives off in a Mercedes-Benz for all of you Area Speedwagon people. Yeah, the storyboard was quite interesting. Yeah, we're going to see more of these every couple of levels to explain the context of what's going on with the King of all the Cosmos. And the remake of this is coming out in a few months. Is going to have missions with that young version of King of all the Cosmos. I believe it's 5 episodes worth to kind of give more story context. Kind of like some of the other stuff they announced as far as this Nintendo Direct that they're remaking other games, not just that one, but they're releasing it with new content that puts into context more aspects of the story from the original. And music, okay. But it's called a movie, so he doesn't know what a movie is. Even though he's been all around the world, so yeah. Or it's a movie for all of you Angry Beavers fans. We have the best movie ever made. Yeah, it showed a glimpse into our youthful days. And he's right, it is his youthful days. And it's a tumultuous tale of daring do. We're going to see that as we go along, as we wait for episode 2. It's every other level you see one of those. Alright, so next we're going to go on to our next stage. Also, one thing we're going to do is we're going to go pull out Macho. You can also go out here and fly up into the sky and go to the cosmos. In fact, I'll show this. It'll let you see all of the planets you're seeing there, and also the sun. And that's going to be important a bit later. I'll hit start button to see a shooting star. Press any of the following buttons to view shooting stars, so move up, down, left, right, but I don't have any, so we have to go back. That's part of the final challenge of this game as far as the story is concerned, but we're going to pull out Macho now. Also, I'm going to show this briefly. This is data. You can go here and save and load game. Also, if you have Katamari Damacy for the PlayStation 2, and you have a save file for it on your memory card, you can load the planets that you complete in that game and import them into this, which makes that final challenge a little easier. Unfortunately, I do not have Katamari Damacy on the PlayStation 2 anymore, so I can't show this, and I don't know if the remake is going to implement this, and I guess if they do implement it, it would probably have to be on the same console. So, in my case, I would probably have to buy on the Xbox One, because I have Katamari Damacy reroll on that, and then We Love Katamari, I guess, would pull from it. We'll find out in 4 months. They haven't said if it's going to have it or not. That's the idea. I will do a save. We'll save to either the the M, or the Co. Let's go to the M. There we go. And also, it gives you the option to quit game. We're not quitting game, because otherwise it goes back to the title screen. We don't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, basically what you do is when you're running around the, actually, yeah, you hold the square button to run around. You can also hit the circle button, and you merrily skip along as you go along with the song in your heart. Alright, yeah, you basically want to look for the people who are talking. I'll go on in just a second. And there's sometimes are more than ones. Like, there's that guy saying, "Hoi!" out there. There's, the man in the park, the old man in the park playing, I guess, checkers or Othello or something. That's for the multiplayer, of which there's versus mode in this, and the rankings for the versus mode. This also is a co-op mode, by the way, which this is the first game in the franchise to have it, where you can have 2 players play the missions together, and you have to coordinate your analog stick movements with both players. Also, you do have options for sound. You have stereo, mono, full volume for music and sound effects, default elements as far as that, and rumble, which is on. So you have the DualShock 2. You do need that, and you have Your Majesty. In fact, let's do this one. Yeah, what is Nouvelle Ikebana? Yeah, I don't know. Chat, do you know? Also, you get Angel Rain as far as this for the music. We will start there. Angel Rain, by the way, I'll get into that before we start the level. It is performed by Yukiko Ihara, who also goes by the name Yu. Who's kind of a bit of a big TV personality, actually, to the point where she's involved on a bunch of things, including this puppet show called Nihorin Pahorin, which is on NHK's educational television. I'll put a picture of that when I edit this in a couple days, because, yeah, Harem Bob for you, since this is the first time I've seen you on the show, and welcome. We're very happy to have you, by the way. After the show you see tonight, I will edit the show and upload it to YouTube in a couple days to our Super Bowl Game Saturday YouTube channel, where I'll edit the video specifically as far as the intro and the outro to make it a little more clean, and there'll also be edits. Like, hey, if I say something wrong, or I don't know something specific, and I'm not sure about that, I'll put a comment below, or sometimes just pictures of some of the random stuff we talk about or come up with, so it also maybe pays to also see the show over there, even if you're already seeing the show you're watching now, because it'll give you a little extra value, or as Nocturne's always said, extra value for your time. Alright, she's saying like, hey, I want to understand this stuff, so let's talk to your dynamic highness. Alright, fine. Dad, we have another request. Yeah, he likes red roses. Divine thorns, divine flowers, and deadly thorns. Alright, Macho. Yeah, so yeah, Macho's going to the flower field, so that's kind of an interesting case. Do you know what Ikebana is? Actually, I believe it is a form of Japanese flower, now I'm thinking about it. Like roses, so he's all about gardening, but I have no interest at all. But apparently that woman wants to get it on with him, even though the King of all the Cosmos is married. And I guess that's why it's going to probably have a suggested themes tag when this gets re-released. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, this girl's coming on to me, specific, even though he's married. But alright, fine, because of that, we'll do what she wants. Let's create a new style. Yeah, loading is just so boring. We're almost finished, so stay tuned. Yeah, you can sort of read what's saying on the loading for this. Alright, so here's the challenge. It's not always just going to be rolling up to get to a certain size, and this is how they set it up, and this is also why the guy who directed this game said, I don't want to direct this game unless I can make this in line with the first one, also not just rehashing the first one, which might explain why maybe the other ones are not cases where people know or have that much of a like of them. But anyway, also the power of Mother Nature. So the deal is you have to roll up as many flowers as you can in 5 minutes. It's mostly flowers here. And you get bonuses based upon how many you have at the end and how fast you do it all. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. And you hear this wonderfully romantic, like kind of French-themed music going on as far as the instrumentation, and it is beautiful stuff. Yeah, since this is Valentine's Day weekend, it's worth pointing that out, and Super Bowl weekend, I guess. So love in general, or love of football, as far as how it is, and that won't be lost in some of the other aspects we run with this game. I was seeing Ichigo, which is one of the other cousins. We'll get Ichigo in just a second. Okay, fine, we'll get Ichigo now. Yeah, we rolled up some weird strawberries, so yeah, we'll see that later. Oh, you have a link there, Nocturne Stars, which is Ikebana's Japanese art of flower arrangement. Here's a link going into that. Thank you so much. That'll also go in the link list, so we'll have reference to what we talk about. Thank you so much for covering that specific as far as how it is. So yeah, we are making our flower arrangement of the Katamari. We're hearing this wonderfully romantic tune, which is great stuff. It also goes to what I think I said in the music with the last game, and I'll reiterate it on this one, is that it's a great mix of a lot of different styles of music around the world, and genres like reggae, and rap, and J-pop, and jazz, and a lot of easy listening, kind of like this. Or it's almost like, I'm trying to remember who the artist is. This is also going to be a case of me editing the name in, of this song, A Man and a Woman, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do, which I actually remember because of the Drew Carey show, of all things. Because there was an episode, I think, that indicated the purpose of that song for Drew trying to get involved with a woman, as is usually the case with him on that program. Very good program, by the way, if you're not familiar with the Drew Carey show. But anyway, and I guess in that case, like, hey, you probably also know him for The Price is Right Now, but back then, yeah, that was my take. As we're rolling up trumpets and anything else you see there, but yeah, it's mostly counting for the flowers. So what you want to do is basically roll up as many flowers as you can, as quick as you can, get the not piranha plants from the Super Mario Brothers games, or the happy flowers. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. They're happy when they catch Mario in those games. And at some point, we are also going to do Super Mario Sunshine this year. I probably should indicate that. I know I indicated that eventually, but I've been in talks with Surrender Antonio and the Crusader 64 for that one, because it's one that Brixapri wanted to see. She was saying, we're going to do this year, right? And he was saying, like, Surrender Antonio was saying to her, like, it's a summer game, we're going to do it in the summer. I think June. I'll talk with them, we'll have a better understanding of that over the next couple of weeks. Because, yeah, we are a full-time, every-week program, by the way, for anybody who's new here. Anybody who's been here before, you know very well. Take any of your requests for games seriously. We will do anything you want to see, done to the best of our ability, and basically pretty much replicate the idea of what is it like for you to be here with us on the couch, either myself or the guests. Including Nocturne on April 8th, when she starts making Legends 2 for PlayStation for us. Looking forward to that as well, and so good to see everybody tonight for this. Yeah, basically just keep rolling up and basically just try and get as good of a flower arrangement within the time limit. Actually, I think I'm going to be okay with this one specific. And when you have the ball up there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you usually will get a better sense of how close you are. If it gets maybe more exciting, as it picked up God. Yeah, who's that woman? So, if you're familiar with the films of Kevin Smith, specifically Dogma and Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, God is a woman, as those movies indicated. And in the case of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, God was played by Alanis Morissette of Jagged Little Pill fame. I know people like St. Aspartame want to kill me for saying that because he hates Alanis Morissette. I like that album, but outside of that, that's most of my experience that way. But yeah, there you go. So I guess that's the other thing. We'll go on like a random amount of stuff or element of elements you want to talk about, or I'll just kind of come up with my mind because, hey, we're rolling around, so you're going to see what's going on with that. But in that case, it kind of comes with the territory. Basically, just keep picking up stuff. The topiary will not count. You can pick up stuff that is not the flowers, but for the purpose of this mission, only the flowers are going to count. But if nothing else, you sometimes might want to pick up the bigger stuff anyway, so you can get a case of being able to have everything set and have a bigger Katamari to get other flowers in other places. Yeah, we did get the Seven Dwarves, by the way, but yeah, there's no Snow White here. And we got 58 seconds. We also have a bear. That is where one of the cousins is. At least I think so. Okay, yeah, they ran away. We picked that up. All right, what's that? A flower? Rather large, huh? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait because I want to get the swans. We'll do the dash. Oh, except, yeah, I ran out of the way. Actually, this is also a great place for the music to pick it up. Hopefully you're hearing this music as well. I did do audio texts, or checks, I should say, to make sure all the music is being heard. And also all of the alarms. Alrighty. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that one specific, but I'm in good shape with over 1,000 flowers. And usually what happens is when you clear out most of the area, the flowers will be very limited as far as where they are. So in my case, I tend to maybe miss some. Like, hey, there might be like very limited numbers left. Like there, but alright, 1139, we are good. Katamari as big as 3,078 hibiscuses, or hibisci. I don't know what the plural of that is. Anyway, let's head home. Alright, yeah, but we are learning what Ikebana is, thanks to our skill and also to Nocturne. Thank you so much, by the way, and thank you to for adding to this, as it is. Hey, you might come on this show saying we're gonna play Wheel of Katamari or anything. You might learn something out of this show. I might learn something. You might get stuff out of the show you wouldn't expect out of any play of the games we do on this program. We don't have a limit, usually, as far as what to play. Alright, so the international message of the Red Rose is love. Yeah, I want to make this. Oh no. We've never seen a Katamari so beautiful. So, alright, I'm doing well with this, because in some cases, I'm not doing that great. But, alright, yeah, I got 92% of the flowers. For the collect missions like this, they will give you a number as far as how they are, and I believe you get to 100, you just stop the mission, and you instantly win. Yeah, the teacher will be very happy, so, there you go. And we did roll up Ichigo. Down on the back of a baby deer. Yeah, it should be mostly flowers in this. That's what I was doing, but yeah, talk about it. This is a weird Ikebana perspective. Because, like, yeah, we have this topiary, we have elves, we have the cousin who we saved from the burning that's gonna happen here, and God, specific. Although a God's gonna be fine, I guess, as far as how it's gonna go, because, yeah, that's gonna be the idea. Alright, we're getting the Katamari to toss up. So let's see how this baby looks. And depending on how many you collect, it might look different or have a different name. Alright, we got the Cherry Blossom Planet. How novel. Alright, there we go. So, we're in good shape. And when you do really well and you come back to a level, or come back to the meadow, the cousins will be jumping up for joy. Also, you have a door, which I believe that's, quitting. Okay, yeah, we don't want to quit. We're playing this game fully. Alright, Highness. So that's the woman there. Yeah, nobody there. Although what you can do, and I also will show this, you can go back to some of the people, play with them again, and they give you a different mission. Alright, we're gonna do this now. Alright, nice to meet you. You're stylish as ever, but she's a mother, his son is in elementary school, and he loves rolling up as far as this game, but, yeah, his room's a mess. You can tidy things up in the game, but in real life, not exactly, so we gotta help him. We are gonna be running to the tune of Houston, one of my favorite pieces of music in this game, which is performed by... Shit, is that one of the only ones I didn't take down as far as my, notes? I guess so. I love this track, though. I'm just trying to remember who did this track. Alright, fine, I'll have an edit below who, performed Houston. One of my favorite pieces of music in this game. We're gonna hear it, quite a bit. Alright, so yeah, we tied it up last time, I guess. Well, Ichigo wasn't around, because we only did... Ichigo would only be available in multiplayer. Right, the kids' room. You have an hour story to clean up the universe. We'll do it. We're handling it. But the mother's saying, like, I love this. It's like, okay, fine. You want to do this? Let's do it. And also, he's going through all the list of planets, depending on how this... Okay, no, it is. Depending on how the loading is, he'll hopefully go through all of them. This game came out in 2005 when Pluto was still a planet, and it was considered a dwarf planet, I believe, the year after this. So yeah, Pluto's still a planet in terms of this game for when it came out, and I guess when they re-release it, they probably will take that out. I don't know, but anyway, here's the room. There are 100 items in here. You have to clean them up as quickly as possible. And there's other missions you can have for this. Also, I will show this. Yeah, if you roll up specific before he stops his spiel, he's like, yeah, we're being ignored. How can this happen? I don't believe anything anymore. Also, there's a present over there. I'll try and see if I can't get that. You pick that up, and what happens is at the end of the level, if you hold it in your Katamari, you get an item that you can hold on your person when you go in a level, and I will pick that up. As we're running with the Not Strawberry of Ichigo, which actually, when I'm doing the test for this in the practice, is the, one of the cousins I tend to play as the most. So basically what you gotta do is roll up the stuff in the room, but the thing about this mission that tends to make it tough, and in that case also when you go behind objects, it'll do the Super Mario Sunshine thing, where you'll have a little bit of circle, usually, so you see where you're going. You have to pick up the objects that you can pick up with your Katamari, but sometimes it's hard to get a sense of which ones can I pick up at my current size. Like, for example, the train tracks there. I can't necessarily pick them up right away. So you have to kind of base it, and there is also another one, L'Amour. So we're doing our Element of Love before, so there's L'Amour. Alright, so there, we did have that, so when that does get rolled up that way, or going up to a bigger size, I can usually get a sense of that. Yeah, and that also shows that on the camera. Whoa. I do love this music. It's very kind of light jazz, but also this kind of very soulful perspective about itself. I remember actually one of my earliest memories of this game is actually... I was kind of one into Sudoku around the time this game came out, and when I did that, I actually had this game basically going up non-stop, had my PS2 on, listening to this music non-stop, at least until I imported the soundtrack, because I did import the soundtrack for this game, because I love the music in this, and Katamari Damacy as it is. Alright, there's the present. So that is our present. You keep it rolled up, don't crash, otherwise you lose it. It's a present for a fan, and we'll get it set up in just a second. Alright. But this is not going to be a good time. Usually I have to do it in under a minute and a half, but I did not. So, And the hardest part is finding where's the last items that you missed. In some cases, they're probably under the bed or over there. Alright, 210. Not hard, not very good, but we'll see. He's gonna berate us, but hey, we gotta see the berating happening at some point. So I guess it's fitting it happened at this mission. I've never been good at this mission, even though I have tried and run this multiple times. But yeah, when you do understand that, you can keep playing it to get better, and sometimes you might have to do that because you want to make sure that the Katamari is as big as it is. Well, fine, in this case you get rewarded for a quicker completion. Yeah, it took 2:10:01. Sure you can't be more efficient and streamline the rolling to clean it up? Swoop it up and make everything shiny and clean. But we did get the present. We'll see what's in the box. We got an antenna. So yeah, we can have it. Our fans, so you appreciate it, and Lamore. Alright, sort of, at least it is not so different when I usually do it myself. Hey, you didn't have to do it, so yeah, there you go. But it is only Katamari Damacy after all. Like, hey, it's not a replacement for actual cleaning, so take the ball. Alrighty, thank you. And off to the cosmos it goes. Got a very messy planet, which actually looks like something out of Super Mario Galaxy, as far as how the way that lays out. It is nice stuff. Alright. And with that, as a second mission, we're getting another element of our story with the King of all the Cosmos, I believe. Yes, Chapter 2, Claws of a Tiger, or the Eye of the Tiger, I guess, because, yeah, he was doing boxing. So we do have some power in our corner, but, yeah, it's up to us to, you know, win this match. With this great music, which, by the way, the music score in this was performed by the Warsaw Philharmonic Orchestra of Poland. It's terrific stuff, but yeah, we got ourselves beaten. And his father takes the Talladega Nights perspective, which is, if you're not first, you're last. So that second place trophy is getting thrown into the lake. Okay, it's hitting a cat, and then it's getting thrown in the lake. And yeah, that is the perspective. So I guess the idea is that the message of this, to a certain extent, is the fact that I guess this perspective of treatment of fathers and their children kind of goes in line. But we're also getting another thing. Using the presents you have for the fans. Yeah, we'll say how to use them. Go to the birthday cake in the meadow, and you put them on. We'll put on the next one, we'll also pull out a little more. You basically just walk up to and hit the X button in order to do that. Alright, here is our collection, just to give you an idea of this briefly. This basically shows everything you've picked up in all the levels that you rolled about. I'm also going to assume that the remake of this is going to have an achievement or trophy in the, non-Switch versions of it that let you have, basically require you to roll up every single item in the game. The last one had one of that, and it's the only achievement I don't have out of it. Alright, let's put the antenna on. So right, there we go. We got our antenna, so we are getting some, good, reception on this baby. Alright, let's, go with what you got. Hey, King. Alright, so he loves lounging around, but I want to see real Katamari. We're gonna be running with, Kuru Kuru Rock. My least favorite piece of music in this game, although it's different in this game than it is on the soundtrack. The soundtrack version, I think, is a little too, I guess, abrasive to some degree. I like the in-game version a little better, which was performed by Ilrame, which is run by a man, and the lead of it is Jun Kamoda, who has a heavy influence as far as rap, as far as some of the stuff he does. Actually, there's a lot of famous music in this game that I don't think we'll get a content strike for on this program. We didn't on the last game. I hope not. I mean, look, if it runs into a case where you're not hearing this music, you're hearing something generic, that's why. In that case, I'll have to do something about it when we edit. But either way, it should be fine to that. It was fine on the last game. I don't think it's going to be a problem on this, because we have to dance around the licensed content in some cases. But except for Guitar Man, we haven't really had that happen recently. Even then with Guitar Man, it was a limited case. And in some cases, I mentioned a couple weeks ago, they took off some of the content questions we got. Not strikes, questions. On one of the Parasite parts, and actually Nocturne, one of the shows we did, Sonic Jam on the Sega Saturn, that was on for one of them. They took that off for some reason. Like, I didn't know they took it off, actually, until I was doing the audio check for the Parasite part with Medics a couple weeks ago. But alright, so we're gonna go and do our stuff with making a Katamari. And now in this case, it's slurping. And since it did have a slow movement to him, you can move him around with the left analog stick, whereas in another case, you can only move the dialogue around with the right. Alright, so here we are in the house again. You have 6 minutes to make it 40 centimeters. Let's get going. There we go, we're getting our stuff going on. Alrighty, so let's get going. And also, yeah, chat, anything you want to go into as we go along and roll up all this random stuff, we'll do that. And at some point, we do have to talk about all the stuff that came out of the Nintendo Direct, not least of which the remake of this game, but just all of the announcements, which I took down every single one. So actually, you know what, I'm going to get out of the house first, because what you have to do also is that you have to roll it up, not just to what they tell you to roll it up to, but big enough to get outside to a different area. So you have to roll up to 7 to 20 centimeters. In that case, we can start talking about the Nintendo Direct stuff, unless, chat, you want to get started with anything you were really excited to see specific, because I have everything written down on what we went down, and I think it's stuff that is very exciting, and stuff that actually is going to make elements of future games to the show a lot easier. Not least of which because some of it is stuff that's expensive, and stuff that is not available for us to show any other easy way right now. Yeah, I was ecstatic as far as that, specific as far as what they announced, not just the remake of this, but everything else we had along. So, I mean, in that case, I'll let you do the honors as far as opening it up while I get to 20 centimeters. And then after that, since we have a loading screen, there will be a loading screen anytime you're able to get into a new area. As again, the chopsticks there, I will then go into that a bit, because I do have all of it written down. Alrighty. Yeah, and hearing what it is as far as, like, the music as far as it, which I don't think is a bad track necessarily. It's not a case of, like, no, I have a problem with rap music necessarily. I mean, I love the music as far as Jet Set Radio. Some of those, I think, we'll have to figure as far as how licensed content's going to work. And I know that we get content strike in some of that, specifically for the second game, and parts of the first one. But, yeah, for this one, I don't know. It just seems like maybe it's a little... I don't know, maybe just like the other tracks so much more as far as how the sound of it is. And even like that rap stuff. I love the stuff like Jet Set Radio does. So maybe, chat, if you want to go into stuff on Jet Set Radio, feel free to do that. Of which, yeah, that's not something they necessarily announced, but it's not necessarily off table because of stuff. And I can go loading. I can start talking about this now. And also grab some water, because, yeah, I have to stay hydrated. Let's go into what they announced. There was a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff that's looking really exciting. And yeah, so what happens is when you get to a case like that, the game will load, and it basically will load the next area, as well as the sign we have here, which is saying that when you clear the certain size, you can roll past here and go outside, which we're going to do. And also the other thing is I'm going to try and pick up the big stuff in the house if I can before we go out. And see also if we get the other cousins, because I think usually there's a bunch of them. Alright, there's Can. So yeah, there is one right up there. Yeah, we rolled a weird cone head. Not those cone heads. I guess is the closest we're going to get to the game based on the cone heads with Jane Curtin and Dan Aykroyd. That being said, off we go. Alright, so, actually fitting we're out here so I can start. We'll go in order of when they announce all this stuff on the Direct as far as it. And we'll go into the deeper element, and since wait a couple days since that happened for our show, there's extra information that came out about some of this stuff that was not revealed at that Direct right away. Because that's usually how a lot of this stuff goes. There's an announcement, there's something that happens there, we're having the recorder there, and the microphones, and there's a present there, but I'm not going to be big enough to pick it up yet. Yeah, let's start where they started. And since we're outside as far as like a real-world case of this a little bit, this is probably a good one to start with. Pikmin 4, they announced it last year for Switch. They announced the date. It is coming out on July 21st. Gemini96 was in the chat last week for Donkey Kong Country 3. Is going to be involved when we do easily any game in that franchise, and Earthbound in October. Oh shit, we lost him. So I hit Can. If you do a crash, he runs away and we don't get him. But I can also come back and pick him up. Ow. Yeah, they announced the date on that. They announced a new creature that's going to help you as far as the Pikmin 4. Oatchi, who is like a dog, like a doggish, like Pikmin-ish dude. Who looks insanely adorable, and it goes to the perspective of the dog in-game. It is great stuff, for sure, is what we're seeing. Also, the idea that you have Ice Pikmin, who are going to be able to freeze stuff. And it's looking nice, and we hit our quota. Perfect. And already, and yeah, so fast, perfect. Also, that's good, because we'll get a comet when we're done. But that being said, we can keep rolling up and just keep going into one of the things. Tell me for sure whatever things you're excited about what they announced. The next thing announced was the DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 3. They have a couple waves of it so far, too. The third wave is coming out on February 15th, so next week, actually, with Masha, who's a Lapidarist, from what I've understood. I've not played any of those Xenoblade games, but alright, there's the present. At some point, we definitely have to do that. And also, they announced Wave 4, where Shulk is back. And people were going nuts. People I know who love Xenoblade, specifically, were saying, oh my god, Shulk is back. There's a rivalry he was in with somebody else. That's the problem with me having not played these games. I don't know the context of that. But hearing that, I was like, yeah, it sounds epic for it. And yeah, that's coming out later this year. And then the next one made me really happy. I was talking the Dreamcast perspective with Jet Set Radio. It's not Jet Set Radio, but it's Somebody Amigo. Remember that from the Dreamcast and the Wii version they did, which was Gearbox Studios did the Wii port, or Wii remake. It is out on June 30th. They've since announced the date of that. It was summer when they said it, but it's coming back. So yeah, Somebody Amigo, the monkey, he is dancing around with the maraca shaking using the Joy-Cons for it, so hopefully we control better than that Wii version did, because that was a big problem with the Wii edition. And on the Dreamcast, they didn't make enough of the maracas for people to be able to go and buy them. They only released, I think, like 10,000 of those in the US, and the game was like 40,000. So they didn't make enough, and they didn't bundle together like with the Dreamcast version in Japan. So yeah, that's coming back, and I am ecstatic. I mean, look, I'm a big one on the Sega stuff for sure, so the fact they're saying, like, we're gonna go back to Somebody Amigo, it means, yeah, there's maybe no limit to all the other stuff they could do. Maybe bring back Skies of Arcadia, maybe Jet Set Radio, maybe, I'm trying to think of other stuff of, like, Dreamcast era. Other stuff of Sega's like, yeah, these are long since dead. Like, no, not necessarily if they're doing Somebody Amigo. Alright, we got it taken care of, but our Katamari's big is 65 carats. Yeah, this sentence here you might not expect to be saying. Okay, next they announced Fashion Dreamer, which is by the developers of Harvest Moon. Marvelous. Is being published by Exceed. I think, although I'm not sure, it might be a localized version of Model Debut Nicola from Japan. I don't know. That might be wrong. It's out this year. It doesn't look bad as far as the kind of game it is. It looks like styles heavy a little bit if you're playing on the DS. Also, they announced the DLC, or the date for the DLC of Dead Cells Return to Castlevania. So you have Alucard and Richter Belmont from Castlevania Symphony of the Night on there. It's out on March 6th. And a bunch of new music for the purpose of that. Then they announced Tron Identity, which is a puzzle game and kind of like a visual novel or decision-based kind of adventure game, like a little bit like the Telltale stuff or Mass Effect a little bit. It's in the Tron universe that's out in April, which looked a little interesting as far as what they're doing. The presentation looks a little utilitarian in some ways, but definitely an interesting case for that. And hey, Tron video game, get that idea. And then, yeah, another re-release, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, which was on DS. I think it was on DS. No, it was on 3DS, I think. It was from Capcom. They're bringing it out in the summer. It's coming out on the consoles, it's not just the Switch. And it's one I never played, but one I've heard is terrific. In fact, I think Edwax said he played it. Oh, wait a second. I still got Can even though he ran away? Okay, so I guess it's not like the presents where you lose them if you crash. Which I think... Okay, yeah, I guess I got him. Alright, never mind. And we're mostly necessities on this baby. Okay, after that, Deca Police, which is from Level 5. It's this adventure RPG. Actually, there's a couple things of Level 5 which get me really excited to see. It's coming out later this year. There's the new Bayonetta game that's out next month. We had that announced last December as we got Always Neptune. And when you get it fast enough, you get a meteor. So I got the replaceable meteor, and it gives you a timer on when you did it. So there we go. Got the shooting star. And we can roll that up later when we get a case we have to do that. Then we got, there's Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon, which is out on March 17th. The DLC for Splatoon 3 was announced, of Inkopolis and Side Order, of which the first half is coming in the spring, the rest later on. Alright, Can ready to go. Let's also get ourselves a camera. So yeah, we're tourists here. So that's going to operate, and he's saying, Oi! Alright, Oi, let's see what you got. And you do have Houston on this level. Yeah, we'll run Houston again, because actually there's a longer perspective to be able to run it. Let's see. They announced the release date of Disney Illusion Island, which is a lot like Rayman Origins and Legends in terms of how it plays. This kind of 4-player cooperative platform game with this hand-drawn animated style. It also has echoes to the Illusion games of Sega's, but I don't know if it's actually part of it. To the point where you can even drop ropes like Inherit Knock and I did when we played World of Illusion a couple months ago. Specific. That's out July 28th. The DLC for Fire Emblem Engage, which just came out, is out. They released the DLC, the second wave of it, on Wednesday, and later this year is when 3 and 4 coming out, I think, or later, eventually. Then, in June, we have Harmony: The Fall of Reverie, which is the latest from Don't Nod. The people who made Life is Strange and Tell Me Why. There's a new intellectual property out of them, And since it's Deck 9 is doing the Life is Strange games now, that's let Dotenod kind of go on their own and actually do publishing on their own. So that's out in June, specific. Octopath Traveler 2, which we kind of knew was coming out, that's coming out on February 24th. There's a demo that they freely dropped for that. So that's a ability to be able to play it. There's this, which, as I mentioned, this is coming out on June 2nd. Yeah, the Wheel of Katamari Reroll and Royal Reverie, because Namco loves their Reverie as far as putting in their remake titles like the Klonoa Phase Reverie series that came out last year. That's on all the consoles along with Switch. I'm running Xbox One because of frame rate. And warning to Bandai Namco, well, we don't want to see an end-user license agreement. I'm going to rage if you do it. And I think everybody else is going to as well. And also, if you didn't play, the only thing you're saying is you never played Katamari Damacy, the first one. If you or anybody else out there has a Nintendo Switch Online account, the base one or the expansion pack one, your choice, they do the free game trials. On February 20th, for a week, there is a free game trial of Katamari Damacy Reroll, the first one of this, that's going to be available to you, so you can play it for free for a week if you have that subscription service. So that's kind of a nice thing, so you can kind of get a sense of, okay, what am I looking forward to in June for that. Also, Sea of Stars was the RPG that's very heavily like Chrono Trigger with music by Yasunori Matsuda, who did the music for Shadow Hearts. It's coming out August 29th. It looks absolutely beautiful as we are going under the sea. And as we're under the sea, we have to go in and roll up as much stuff we can. 6 minutes for 80 centimeters. I didn't do great on this on the test, so hopefully do better. But thankfully, they do randomize where you start. And I kind of got put in a good place. And also one other thing, I like the start button. It gives you an idea of what you rolled up so far. If you want to quit your mission while Can-Can's head is spinning around, like Regan from The Exorcist, I actually never saw that, you can hit the circle button to retry or go to the select meadow, or just go back to the game. You hit retry, you start back at the restart point you start here, because it does give you a random start point anytime you start a mission. Actually, in this case, it's a good place to game me here, so I can get a better case of rolling up the fish. Because, yeah, that's the idea. You have to roll up the stuff underwater, and sometimes, because of the way your buoyancy is going, it's going to be a little different as far as how it's operating. Make sure you're hitting the starfish, too. But also, yeah, because you do go down and you fall slowly, and also, I'll show this a little bit, getting caught by the fisherman. If you get caught on the hook, you'll go up, and sometimes you'll lose things, I think, but not always. So, we'll see how it's operating. While you're in this great jazzy and very relaxing music. Alright, outside of that, they announced Omega Strikers, which is this kind of free-to-play hockey-like game, I guess. I mean, a lot of companies are getting in that free-to-play element. Stuff like Pokemon Unite and Overwatch 2 and things like that. Alright, we got caught. So we got reeled in. What a quirky quandary. Okay, I didn't lose mass, at least. But I do want to see what I can pick up. Yeah, we want to be reeled in, too. We want to splash and flop and gasp. That sounds like a horrible idea. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to be like, Alright, here's a reference I didn't think I was going to make. If you're familiar with the Cartoon Network back in the 90s, there was this short cartoon called Rupert the Grouper, where he's like a dancing vaudeville fish, but he's dancing outside, and they take that literally in the sense that, and this is in the link, I can find a link to this on YouTube or something, I'll put this in the link list. They get to that case, because he has gills, he basically can't breathe outside of water, so he asphyxiates and dies, and then he, and then his corpse starts rotting. It's dark, insanely. They put this in between commercials, by the way, showing the idea of the 90s being definitely a different time as far as that. But, yeah, I was like, yeah, so he's saying, like, he wants to be that. I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. That sounds like a horrible plan. But, fine, we've said that with the King of All the Cosmos. The King of All the Cosmos doesn't necessarily always think things through. He's getting the baby turtles. And also getting the clownfish. I want to get them because, yeah, I can pick them up, but I'm already at 4 minutes left. And that's not a good place to be when I'm already should be at 6. Alright, but I can get the roses. Yeah, sometimes you get stuck. And here's the weird thing also, is when I was doing the test on this, the first time I did this a couple weeks ago when I first got the sense from you, Nocturne, we were going to play this game, I said, yeah, I ran this mission, no problem. I did really well and had no issue. Last week, or this past week when I was doing it, yeah, it did not go so hot. So I was like, yeah, I was running in a bad case. I almost wonder if they're randomizing the fish in some ways, or they're just running away from me. It's like, yeah, come on, little fish. Let's roll up. Alright, fine, here we go. In fact, you know what, I'll focus on to that and then we'll go on to the other stuff on the Nintendo Direct. Yeah, there's a couple things I want to talk about that I haven't already talked about that are really exciting. So it's that idea of, hey, there's a lot of exciting stuff as far as new stuff for gaming, old stuff for gaming, returns to stuff for gaming in new contexts. and other stuff that makes you say, like, yeah, I want to show this for the program. And anything, of course, chat, you want to see for the program, Nocturne, you want to see for the program that we haven't already said we're doing, which I believe on your docket, Nocturne, is Mega Legends 2, of course, which is starting in April. Nier Automata eventually. Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition eventually. I'm trying to think of Final Fantasy VII Remake eventually. Am I missing something? I'm trying to think of what other things you had called dibs on and said you wanted to do. Oh, I guess one, we'll do this eventually. Snowboard Kids 2 for Nintendo 64. And I don't know if you also want to be involved when we do the first one. For that, I know that one's all yours. I forgot. Yeah, it's that one. It's like, there was the one game, and I know actually Sir Andrew Antonio wanted to see those because I told him about it when we did our Majora's Mask play. He was on for part 4 of that. He said that he's a big one in SSX. There was not an SSX out yet. In fact, it was the year after Snowboard Kids 2 came out that came around. He said, "I love that kind of a style of snowboard." I said, "It's Mario Kart and a snowboard." And in some ways, it might be better than the Mario Kart game that's on the N64. Hot take alert. But, yeah, he wants to see that too. So it's not just as far as that, and I think he'd love to have your perspective as far as seeing that show. Because I've introduced a lot of people who've been on the show to other people who may not know them or might have been in cases where, hey, we did a play of something like Ed Wack and Nicky. We had them with Guitar Man a few weeks ago. Chasm 22 we're going to have in May for Guardian Heroes, amongst many other things. And yeah, I'm not at 80 yet. So yeah, I'm not going to get the speed case, but I also am going to run long enough so actually when the song repeats, the next time it runs in a mostly non-vocalized version, so it's instrumental sort of, but they will usually have like the harmony backing when it's vocalized, when it has stuff, and we're at a minute, and we still don't have this at 80. We'll get it. Okay, we got it just there. So yeah, we're not going to get the speed record, but we will get a decent amount of stuff for this, or try to anyway. And the other thing is that, hey, if I didn't like how my run was, and this was not a very good run, I can come back and try again. Or, actually, I'm going to come back anyway, because there's a second mission that they're going to give me here, but we'll do that later. Alright, and then also after this, we'll go into the rest of the stuff with the direct stuff, because there's just too many announcements that I think we've got. Wait, there's one of the cousins! That might have been, Scott, potentially. I don't know. Where the hell did he go? He's on one of the fish. Oh god, don't tell me I'm gonna lose him. Alright, where is he? Alright, where the hell did he go? Alright, I guess I'm not getting him, unfortunately. We'll come back and find him. But we'll come back for that second mission. In fact, you know what, we'll do the second mission now. Because why not? Or the other thing you do is, unlike the first one, if you didn't like how your run was, you can retry the mission again right away, if you so desire. Or you can just say, hey, I'll come back later. That being said, we do have to show the idea of our father not liking what we did. Hey, fine, it's not his father, it's a cousin. Like, yeah, who are you to judge? You're not my father. Or it's like Nikki was saying for one of the parts of Paris Eve, you're not even my real father. Or real mother is what she said, that way. Yeah, what's that floaty boy? He's like, yeah, we gotta apologize. So estimated in the water. Bob. Okay, fine, he's not blaming us, he's blaming the water. So fair enough. They can be bigger, and we'll have to do that later. Very Aquariumish and Snacks and Dangery. You don't apologize, I'm the one who's sorry. Katamari Damacy doesn't like the water. Well, it's different, and that's something you didn't go in the water in the last game. So that's something unique. Alright, we'll try again. I don't need this brick Katamari. So yeah, they will change the dialogue, so it's a little bit of a flavor text. I'll be really excited, but it'll still be the same outcome. So we'll go up there and reset. Alright, back to the Nintendo Direct stuff. And I'll do the speed mission on this, but we got the Piranha Mercury. And actually, no, we're gonna get something with the story, actually, now. So yeah, we'll go on that in a second. Alright, this is Hangdog Boogie. Like, yeah, I wanna have cake, but he's like, no, don't, but yeah, like, yeah. King of the Cosmos is running away from home. So it goes down the places with the bars, the karaoke areas. Yeah, 3-card Monty guys. I was like, yeah, I got a knife. He's like, no, I'm not gonna take that knife. I'm beating the shit out of you guys. So he was standing up for the perspective of those guys who can kill him. Or there's the idea, like, maybe his life is hitting rock bottom, but it's not... Well, yeah, okay, it sort of is to a certain extent. And I was a pompadour got cut off by the knife, so I was like, alright, there you go. And then with the crossfading going on, I was like, yeah, I'm walking home. I guess. So yeah, that was a raucous night out. I was like, if nothing else, it does give a little more context to what's going on with the King of all the Cosmos, because it'd be easy to say that he's a horrible father, or he's the kind of person who has all these things going. Alright, let's try again. And I'll change music. We'll run random. We'll see what goes on with that. So, okay, you have 2 missions when it comes to the as large as possible missions, the one we did before. And playing again, you get the second. And then when you come back after, you can select anyone you want. But the first time you go, you have to go and do this again. So we're doing well. We got the gold medal. We want one. So yeah, we're gonna try water again specifically. So let's get to this. All right, and then also going to the Nintendo Direct stuff. They're re-releasing the Train Odyssey games. They actually had music by Yuzo Koshiro, did Streets of Rage. They're releasing all 3 of those from DS, I believe. They're on Switch. I think it's only on Switch. It's out June 1st. I'm looking forward to that because I do like that kind of a style of game. And also, they finally announced the release date of Advance Wars 1 and 2 ReBoot Camp. They delayed it last year to the war because of the war in Ukraine. That even Nintendo came out and said, yeah, we were kind of virtue signaling on this. There was really no reason to do this, and it didn't have any impact, despite our good intentions, that whatever they might have been. But they said, okay, we're going to re-release it. It's coming out on February... Oh, no, it's not coming out February 24th, because that would be the stupid thing to do, saying we're going to put this out on the 1-year anniversary of the war, but they're putting it out on April 21st. Yeah, they're doing the smart thing. But it's also a case that I think maybe there's some bridges that got burned with the case of that being delayed for basically Nintendo admitting no good reason. And also the fact that it's coming out the week after the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection is coming out. So yeah, your Game Boy Advance strategy cases are going to get quite a boost within like 2 weeks there. So they can be like a wild apocalypse to this too, specific. And I do already have my pre-ordering on the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection, which I cannot wait to play. And I guess at that point, I'll find one more and then we can get into that, because I mean, if you saw that direct, you know maybe where I'm going to go with that. But the next thing is, Kirby's Return to Dreamland is out at the end of the month, February 24th, for the Switch. It is porting, remaking the Wii game from 2010, but they added a new ability. They're actually adding a lot more stuff. They're adding a couple new abilities, I think some new levels, and they're also adding a new campaign for Magalore. So basically, without spoiling that game, they give you an epilogue with that character that's going to be available after you beat the main game for this new release. So if you didn't buy Kirby and the Kirby's Return to Dreamland on the Wii, where it costs actually quite a bit of money now, we're talking like $70, $80, just get the Switch version at this point because it's a more complete release. In that case, it's great. I mean, I have it on the Wii, sort of. I have it on the Wii Virtual Console, which is where I download it. And hey, Kitty, why are you saying that? Yeah, we get an exclamation point on their heads. It's like, hey, what's going on here? As you're in the Angel Rain on the water. I guess fitting. All right. So yeah, we're definitely making good leaps, if nothing else. So yeah, it's like we're doing the fish case of, you know, jumping out, or I guess doing like the salmon things, like spawning up the river or something. Oh, yeah. And yeah, at that point, then we can also talk about. Fine, I've waited long enough for this. It's one of those cases I kind of wish I wasn't doing these discussions of this thing in order, because then it means that I would have mentioned this first. We've been talking about this for years on this program, going back as far as September of 2021. Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance, they are finally on Switch Online. So yeah, you can go right now and play stuff from the Game Boy Advance, and the Game Boy Color. They are separate apps, by the way. Well, 2 separate. You have the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, which are available to you if you have a Switch Online account of any kind, the base one included. So I know Nocturne, you said we played Aladdin. You don't want to put in the $60 a year for the Switch Online expansion pack tier. You don't have to, because you can do the Game Boy and Game Boy Color stuff right now. You can basically pull your Switch out right as we're playing this game, right as I'm talking now. Go get that app immediately. Advanced stuff you do need the expansion pack for, though, by the way. And just a second after I get this up, we'll also talk about what's on that, because there's good stuff so far. There's stuff that's coming out. It puts into play a lot of things. I don't think the ramifications of that release can really be overstated, because we talked the Pokemon Stadium is coming out. 1 and 2 are coming out for Nintendo 64 for Switch Online expansion pack this year sometime. The question of, Yeah, how are they going to replicate the Game Boy game integration? This basically makes it so they don't have an excuse not to anymore. Not that Pokemon's on there now, but yeah, that's in place now, so that's going to be that idea as we're going to go back. Yeah, but what you can get so far as what they announced and what's up there now is on the Game Boy side, and they put the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color in the same one. You can play Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, Gargoyle's Quest, Game & Watch Gallery 3, Tetris, Super Mario Land 2 6 Golden Coins, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX, Metroid 2 Return of Samus, Wario Land 3, and on the Japanese app, you don't get Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare. That's exclusive to the Western regions. But you get Yakuman, which is a, not a Baccarat, a Mahjong game. It was actually the launch of the Game Boy in 1989. And if you played Super Smash Brothers, you might know that character. Like, yeah, what game was he in? He was in this one. I'll have a picture of who Yakuman is. And yeah, that is up there if you have the Japanese app. And they also announced other stuff that's coming soon, which were The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages, The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons, the Pokemon trading card game. Japan is going to be getting The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls, which we never got. And they're also going to get, and we're also going to get this too, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, which means that there's going to be Tilt Control emulated for the first time for Nintendo specifically. And that is amazing, so it opens the door also for Game Boy Advance, so they can hopefully do WarioWare Twisted. I would love to see them do that. But yeah, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, you'll be able to play that on your TV without having to put the cartridge into your Game Boy player on GameCube, turn it around, and pick the GameCube up and play it. I could play the game that way, because I do have it that way, but this will be an easier element. And on Game Boy Advance, they have The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap, which I'm ecstatic to have. Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3, which does have all of the stuff from the Wii U Virtual Console version with the e-reader levels in place. It also gets Kuru Kuru Kurin, which I showed when we did the Wii U War Chest with Final Fight 3, WarioWare Mega Micro Games, Mario Kart Super Circuit, and Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. And coming up later for that service is going to be Metroid Fusion, Kirby the Amazing Mirror, Golden Sun, F-Zero Maximum Velocity, and Fire Emblem the Blazing Blade. And Japan is getting the Binding Blade. So yeah, if you have that Japanese app, you can play it specifically. And I'm going to show this off because this is something we have to do, but it's something we can't do yet. I'm going to randomize the music because we'll play Blue Orb a little later. This is the final mission of the game, but we have to do it now, and we have to intentionally fail it. So yeah, the doggy is telling us what to do, and we'll pull him to the cousin afterwards. Also, other thing, as far as the Game Boy Advance, and Game Boy Color stuff, unlike on Wii U and 3DS Virtual Console, they emulated the multiplayer, so you can do local multiplayer and online multiplayer for all of those games, and all their functionalities. So that means that you can play multiplayer in Tetris. You can do the switching of games for, or find the starting of different quests for the Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages game when they come out. And you do multiplayer Mario Kart Super Circuit, or really anything that had multiplayer. So talk about a great addition that they're actually putting on that way for it. But like, yeah, we gotta roll up the sun. We're gonna show how rolling up the sun works, not working. And actually, one other thing, just to go into this. If I did the import of the constellations from Katamari Damacy, the first one, you usually will not have enough to be able to do this anyway. But yeah, this is Space, the Final Frontier. I'll do a roll-up. Alright, fine, we're getting Blue Orb anyway, which is done by... I have it down in my notes here. It is performed by Kami Karie, who has French influences as far as it. She also did the theme J'étais des au revoir out of Rhythm Thief. You ever played that on DS, which is from Sega, I believe. Now, the idea is what you're supposed to do is when you complete levels, you roll up all of the stars, all the constellations, stardust you see around, any meteors you've gotten, and you do that for a while until you are able to have enough so you can roll up the sun in one go. We don't have many celestial bodies. I'll get one of the stardust, at least I have an even 10. You hit the square button when you're ready to do it. If you don't want to do it, you can triangle to cancel, but then you roll in front to try and roll it up. This is not going to work. Just to emphasize that. Yeah, we're somehow going to live from that. We didn't get burned in the sun. But we're going to have to come back later. But you have to do this in order to make the story go on. So, too bad. Alright, the Katamari's still too small, so we need more stars in the cosmos to do this. And as mentioned, you have to do this in order to get the game going on. So there's Oi. Alright, let's take Ichigo. Actually, let's also get one of the presents out. Actually, wait, I didn't get a new one. Okay, fine, we're on the camera still. Oh, let's play with not Roger Bacon from Shadow Hearts, who's going back to next week, by the way. Yeah, fine, in that case, we'll do the Baby Universe, because we're getting this track. This is one of my favorites in the game, which is performed by Maki Nomiya, who is the lead vocalist of a new wave band called Portable Rock in the 80s, at least until 2001, when she went off on her own. It's this very catchy kind of J-pop, but kind of new wavy kind of sound or something. And it's nice stuff. Alright, my kid wants Katamari Damacy, he won't shut up about it. I like to buy it from him, but video games be bad. So, insert Proterova going into a rant about bad gaming in the 1990s here, with all due respect. But that's exactly what's happening, which is, alright, let me play it for myself, because, like, yeah, if I'm gonna give something to a child, I don't want it to rot their brain, so I'm gonna give them a little bit of a crash course. Yeah, I think you'd like this game enough, so you're gonna buy it, so like, yeah, my kid, you can play it, but then what I'm gonna do is, when he goes to sleep, I'm gonna pull the PS2 out, we're gonna play it myself. Okay, so, yeah, as he's saying, as we saw in the cutscene, he does the boxing, or did the boxing. He beat a rabbit once. You didn't beat him in that cutscene, unfortunately, though. Came with Waddle sometimes, yeah. He does have, yeah, a therapist would have a field day with the King of All the Cosmos, understandably so. Magnificent feature, just like Imagine, but it's like, yeah, the compliments, there you go. Alright, grandchildren are sweet, so let's try a little rolling. Alright, so yeah, there you go with the Katamari Damacy element. Alright, and then I guess also to finish off the stuff with, the Switch Online, or not the, well, fine, we talked Switch Online stuff, but also the, direct stuff. Metro Prime Remastered, that came out this week, and it gets a physical version on February 22nd. And it has dual analog controls, unlike the other versions. And from what I've understood, Chasm22 has told me this game is amazing. And I can't wait to play it myself, but I'm waiting for a physical release, which isn't long now. And if you ever played Metro Prime, play Metro Prime. It's amazing. It is one of the best games that ever came out on the GameCube, and this is going to be the definitive version from what I've understood. But alright, what I do is we got to roll up 3 meters in 10 minutes. Let go. And here at the Baby Universe, oh god, I love the Baby Universe so much, it's so good. In fact, I sort of asked Edwack and Nikki this one, like, what their favorite piece of music out of this game was. I know Nikki's from the first game was Lonely Rolling Star by Saki Kabata. In this one, I would think it might be this one, but I can get a confirmation when we do the Freddy Fish games that she wants to play in a couple of weeks. Specific. Because, like, they know I'm doing this game tonight. I told them that, and also the idea of me thinking that way, because they got the ball rolling when it came to this franchise, saying that we want to see the first one, and we gave them the first one, and they'll be involved when we do Beautiful Katamari at some later date. Ouch! Yeah, I do love this music. This is one of my favorite pieces of music in the game. It is so happy. It feels so up. It feels so exciting, but also has these great layers to itself. Especially the background vocals specifically going on. The Baby Universe. It's good stuff. And there's a ring on the table. Let's go grab that. Or an onyx. Okay, so it's onyx. The diamond gem. Yeah, feel free to correct me on that as we hit 20 centimeters. And go load screen, so I can go into this. As far as other stuff for that Nintendo Direct, we're almost done with this. The Master Detective Archives Rain Code. It's from Spike Chunsoft, who made Super Dragon Ball Z on PS2. I think it's on PS2. And Jump Force and other stuff. It's out June 30th. Also, they're remastering, we mentioned this a couple weeks ago, the thought of this rumor happening. They're remastering both of the Baten Kaitos games from the GameCube. Yeah, which are by the people who made Xenoblade Chronicles. If you like Xenoblade Chronicles, probably like these. And they also confirmed they're going to be the Japanese versions as far as the voices are concerned. They're not going to have the English voice acting, which from what I understand, the voice acting for English for the first one is horrible, and also was recorded really badly as far as being very hard to hear. And yeah, it's the case where, yeah, they didn't take advantage of the GameCube very effectively with that tiny disc size of itself, which was often, with all due respect, a liability. In fact, the GameCube disc was a gig and a half. PS2 was a DVD size, like 4 gigs, about, and Xbox was about the same. So you ran into a case of that. But for this one, they're going to have the Japanese voices for it. It's going to be both games. It is coming out this summer. And considering that those games go for like $100 or so, yeah, that's a deal right there. And then next we have Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, which is another one by level 5. It's part of the Fantasy Life series. I've never played those. Chat with you. It looked interesting. It has like a Harvest Moon vibe, and I love the Harvest Moon, or as they're known now, Story of Seasons, as far as the same people who make it anyway. And we'll do Harvest Moon eventually, starting with that Super Nintendo game specific, because it's the most expensive game on Super Nintendo I own, and because, yeah, I love it. I don't care who, like, says anything else to me. I adore Harvest Moon to death, and we'll definitely go to that eventually. But also level 5, this is something we didn't have this franchise a while. He's back. It looks a little bit like a puzzle. Yeah, Professor Layton, he is returned, and it also is going to make it easier to show a Professor Layton game on this program. It is Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. We don't know anything about it except a teaser. We don't know when it's coming out. We know it's coming, though. Layton's making a comeback, and I always liked the Professor Layton games, what I played of them specific, because it's kind of this, I don't know if anybody's ever played this in chat, has familiarity with it. It's this idea of this British, detective guy who goes around with a young boy whose name escapes me at the moment, but they're kind of this pair. They'll kind of go try and solve mysteries, so it's always about him finding a puzzle. And they replicate that in terms of the gameplay, because it's like a visual novel, almost like Phoenix Wright a little bit, but then in between, like with Phoenix Wright, you have a gameplay element that's kind of playing on your critical thinking, so you have to do like logic puzzles, and it's extremely satisfying to pull them off, even when they can get insanely hard. But it's also something that, it's that insanely hard of a puzzle experience that you feel such a sense of accomplishment when you complete it. And it just makes you feel so satisfied. It's like, yeah, you know what, that pissed me off trying to figure it out, but I also want to keep going. I want to see what's going on. And the story and the voice acting is so terrific in those games. Even on DS, the game is basically fully voice acted, which is kind of a miracle in and of itself, as far as that. And there we go, Super Bowl case football, boom, just to indicate that. So yeah, they're making a new one of those, and I could not be happier to see that, even though we don't know much, but it's coming, they're making it. And also, they announced more on the Wave 4 DLC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is a freebie if you have the Nintendo Switch Online Expansion Pack, by the way. They've been putting those out a little bit. They announced a couple things. They announced a new course based on Yoshi's Island from Super Nintendo, with a lot of the sound effects specific to it, so I was going nuts, as well as the introduction of Birdo. So they're adding new characters to this, where they did not for past releases. I mean, they've been adding new stuff to those, including the last one where they added, like, the item turn-off feature. It's like, hey, if you want to play this game straight with power slides, you can do that. And now this kid is saying, like, fine, let's add new characters. We're going into town, getting stuff going on, and we're getting towards meters. And when you do, you can start picking up the people. Pay attention when you hit 1 meter and 15 centimeters. You can start picking up the children, and it's about a meter and a half where you can pick up bigger people. At this point, basically try and find the stuff that's the biggest so you can get it going. Or whatever the biggest stuff you can pick up in your sides. Like, alright, in that case, yeah, get the trumpets with the salmon. Alright. Alrighty. Yeah, in this case, yeah, you're hearing the non-vocalized part of Baby Universe, but you do get the background vocals still going on, which I do love that. Ow. Yeah, and since I do have Rumble on, you're hearing that. Okay, garden plants. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Basically, whenever you see the idea that, hey, you can pick up something big, go for the biggest stuff you can pick up then. Even in that case, yeah, the turkey or the chicken, yeah, not too big. Yeah, we are in children territory. And when you do a pickup as far as something like that that's bigger, but it's not completely able to be picked up, they'll get knocked off. And so at that point, then you have to go get them quickly, otherwise they'll run off and you're not getting them. But in this case, at 125, about, we can go in here and get some children. All right, boom, you get knocked off. All right, come on, kitty. Yeah, and they just scream. I love that. I mean, I'll tell you, for a game that's so innocent and appropriate for all ages, feasibly, the ability to be playing this like a sadistic bastard is one of the most amazing things about Katamari Damacy as a franchise or as anything. Just the idea, like, yeah, the people that roll the people up, hear them scream. Yeah, the one has pots on her head, like, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, look at that insanity. That's what Katamari Damacy, at its core, this one and any of them really is. Just, yeah, the gymnastics girl, yeah. Or as Lekfer said when we did Mystery Makers a while, like, I don't like track and field. Take out that anger on that. Like, make me tap those buttons. Roll up all the PE teachers. Like, boom, there you go. I didn't like dodgeball in grade school or something like that. There you go. Oh, fine. He's clipping through the wall, so fine. He's gone. But that being said, boom. Ow. Yeah, so we're making a Katamari with people. So, like, hi, people. And this screaming, I don't know. I'm a sick man, I guess, but I love it so much. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're working on construction? Not anymore, you're not. You're, coming to Katamari. Yeah, and this is where this game starts to open up, because, yeah, we're picking up everything now. And just this controlled madness in the sense of, yeah, look how small we were, picking up, like, thumbtacks. Now here, we're going into town. People are getting picked up. Vending machines are getting picked up. Sidewalk markers are getting picked up. Construction sites are getting picked up. Tables are getting picked up. It's just insanity. Whoa. Boom, and we got to where we need. Okay, so 3 meters. But we're not done yet. Okay. Yeah, you asked 3 meters, but... yeah, he doesn't remember. That's fine. Let's keep going. Alright, in that case, yeah, we can also get the sides of the guardrails. So, yeah, there you go. And in this case, pick up those things, because they'll be huge, and they'll add to your size, or your mass as it is, massively. Okay, there you go. Yeah, we got the photo quiz. Like, yeah, and the vending machine. Yeah, look at this. You know, they say, there goes the neighborhood. Yeah, there goes the neighborhood into my Katamari balls. Like, yeah, just, it's coming to me. It's like, there you go. It's all there. Just look at this. It's crazy, but that's, I think, what kind of got me on this game. It's this idea of saying, like, fine, it's like a toy that I can just roll up stuff, and you just get the taste of picking up buildings and cars and things. And it just becomes this insanely compulsive idea of, I want to get everything, I want to roll everything up, and I want to just be in this... or it's like the God game concept. We talk about that with real-time strategy games in some cases. Stuff like SimCity or Black and White and things like that. No, it's Black and White. By Peter Molyneux specific. That's kind of... this is a different kind of a God game. It's like, yeah, you just roll up stuff. You get the harps, there's the vending machines, boom, there you go. And pick up the trees! Because, yeah, like, yeah, crashing into those trees is annoying, but yeah, the trees are coming with me. Alright. Or it's like a Godzilla film or something like that. Like, look at all the creatures coming to take town down. Yeah, the barking dogs. It's just nuts. Oh my god. Alright, but yeah, we're almost at the end of time. But what I can do is go in here, take the fence down. And then go in the water. So yeah, they're going swimming on the swim team. But yeah, we're picking up the pool ropes. It's like, yeah, swimming is over. Everybody out of the pool. Or it's like, yeah, if you don't get out of the pool, you're coming to Katamari. Alright, woo. Alright, fine. In that case, it's not gonna let me see everything. Alright, so... I think I pick up the jungle gyms, and... okay, I guess I can't pick that up. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell what you can pick up at size, but when you see something that's big, you're like, yeah, let's go for other stuff like the walls over there of the, site. Alright, hi, everybody. Okay, there you go, the Combine. Alright, so there you go. Yeah, talk about being Lord of the Harvest. Yeah, definitely we are. Yeah, okay, in that case, though, I'm not big enough to pick up the, tractor. So it's like, alright, fine, I can't pick everything up. But, yeah, let's see if I can go into town and pick up the house, or start picking up parts of the house, but alright, fine, maybe not. But bushes, and the trash. At least the trees. Alright, and there's the train. I can't pick up the train, but like, alright, fine. Everything but the train, basically, in the buildings. Alright, there you go. 5 meters, 17 centimeters, or 4 millimeters. Wow, look at that. My Katamari is big as 260 mountain bikes. It is also as big as 15,823 wash tubs. I'll do one more just for good measure. 7,989 frying pans. Alright. There you go. You can cook a lot of good meals with that one. Alright, we are done. Okay, fine. We're almost done with the Nintendo Direct stuff as well, which is, they went into games that we already knew were coming out, like Blank, which is out on Valentine's Day. Minecraft Legends, which is out on April 18th. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection was out on April 14th. Have a Nice Death, which is up by Epic, I believe. That's out March 22nd. As well as that WBSCE Baseball Power Pros, which is the turn of the MLB Power Pros franchise of Konami's. That's out now. As well as the DLC, The New Realm for Disney Dreamlight Valley, which is a favorite of the Crusader 64. And Tales of Symphonia Remastered, which is out next Friday, February 17th. And then the last thing was Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which they said still is out May 12th. It has a collector's edition coming out for like $150. There's a new Link amiibo for it. And of course, the bomb that everybody realized when they unveiled or actually launched the eShop page, they're going to be asking $70 for that game. So, yeah, the fact that it's an open-world game that is coming out after Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which I'm going to have my words to say about on April Fool's Day. I'm saying all these nice things on Nintendo now, but I'm going to lay into them massively when we do that. That didn't stop people and give them pause. The fact that they tried to take down Did You Know Gaming for his video about the Retro Studios Zelda game they didn't want was something they were okay with. They didn't complain about the sexual harassment stuff coming out in the Nintendo Treehouse, but as soon as they say $70, everybody loses their minds. I mean, look, I'm not buying Tears of the Kingdom right away, not because of the $70, but because of that first thing. I don't trust Nintendo with an open-world game anymore after that Pokemon game. And hey, Nintendo may not have developed that, but their QA department looked over it, and they did the dog sitting, drinking coffee in the burning building saying, this is fine. It was not fine. So I was like, yeah, that's the idea, but that was the Nintendo Direct, so I'll give them... Here's the thing, we'll be fair to a company. I might be tearing Nintendo a new asshole in that Pokemon game, and I'm going to. Trust me, I will. And they're asking for it. But I will also say, when they did a great job in this Direct, they did a great job. There's a lot of things there I'm saying, like, yeah, I want to buy. A lot of stuff I'm set. I already have the Switch Online apps for Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance. I'm already having a blast with that stuff. Going back to Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap, specifically. I'm loving that game and reminding why I think it's terrific. And why I'm looking forward to getting to the point where we play that game eventually. And also with the Link's Awakening DX case, it also means I don't have to get my battery fixed on my Game Boy Color version. I can show the Switch version and the extras of the Game Boy Color version as part of the play, which we'll figure when we do in that. That might shift around based on how Super Mario Sunshine is going to go. And in fact, actually, we're going to run into cases we're going to have 3 games running concurrently starting in the middle of the year. Actually, you know what? Before we go to this, I want to see about if I got another cousin. I didn't. Alright, we're going to run with Ichigo still. Alright, my students are fans of Katamari Damacy. That's good. Well, let's randomize the music, see what we get. Come see our students. Alright, fine, we'll come see the students. I don't know if that's a good thing to be asking, because then the question is, maybe she's as passive-aggressive as the king of all the cosmos is and saying that, I love my students, come visit them, because like, oh, by the way, I know you're gonna roll them up, and I can be fine with that. Also, he is speaking in Spanish, which goes back to the first game. He went across the world in the first game, speaking in the tongues of everywhere he went, but there's not as much of that in this one. Interesting enough, I guess because everybody else comes to the meadow, specific as far as how it is. Students in their schools? No. I was like, what do you mean? They're studying Esperanto. We are tre ocupada, I think. Is that, anyone who knows Spanish out in the audience, yeah, feel free to translate that or go into that specific, because unfortunately I don't have that knowledge. Yeah, don't study in perfect timing. Alright, we're off to school. Alright, loading is just so boring. I love this. We'll be finished shortly. Don't go anywhere. I do love that, the idea that even they're having fun as far as the way the loading screen is. Alright, we are back in, or going to, school. Yeah, but where are we? It looks like we're in the cafeteria. Okay. Actually, I never started in the cafeteria before, but yeah, look at that. There's a nice pot of stuff they're cooking, who knows what. There's some, noodles, I guess, in the bowls. We only have 5 minutes in here. And you have to make it 1.5 meters. So get going. Except, I can't pick that up. Okay, I picked that specifically. Oh, fine, I got Kuro Rock anyway. So it's like, alright, fine. Every time I've randomized, I've gotten the music that was defaulted for the level. Because it will give you a default piece of music for each level you go. As you're getting a nice round water canteen. And, yeah, look at this insanity of the fact that, yeah, the rabbits have been let out, and they're the cubby holes. Well, to get everything out of that. By the way, when you're in a room, when you start at the school, you have to pick up stuff to get yourself to 50 centimeters before you can go out in the halls. Basically, pick up everything you can in here that's big. And if you do fall off the table like I did, I believe there's a broom to get yourself up. Alright, boom, boom, alright. And also look for towers like that. You might be able to just take the stuff off the bottom and everything will fall down. There's also, there you go, that kid failed his test getting a 0. Like, we talked about this when we played Sailor Moon of the Story on Dolly Finn's request, which was when Serena got a 30 on the test. Hey, at least she got a 30, she got some points. She didn't get nothing. And yet her mother still kicked her out of the house. Like, okay, fine. I have a little more sympathy for Serena or Usagi, specifically as far as Sailor Moon is concerned, because, yeah, she was able to get... Alright, here we go. Miso. Alright, here is our other cousin, whose head is literally a bowl of miso soup. There you go. So in the case of, yeah, you're getting maybe you might be getting hungry right now, and we're gonna hit 50 in just a second. Yeah. Alright, out in the hall. And they won't down below the hall, by the way. It just says, hey, you can just go out the door. The door wouldn't open before, but now it does. Alright. So up in the hall and do the rolling. And do the fast roll. And pick up the bunnies. Alright, bye-bye bunnies. Come with us. Whoa! And there's the bowling pins. Oh, also, if you go in the door, you appear on the door on the other side. So you can use that to kind of get yourself up as far as the Katamari size. Whoa! And move left and right a little bit so you avoid the children. Because we can't pick them up yet, but we're gonna get to a case where we can pick them up. Actually, about what the target here is. Also, the bathroom stalls, we can find the toilet paper, which is actually a pretty good thing to find here. Alright, woo. Alright, so that's an elephant watering can. I don't know if that's doing it or... Also, there's kerosene in the teacher's lounge hall, the teacher's office. What kind of school is this? But, oh, fine. There's also briefcases. That makes sense. Like, I don't know. There's like, some dark perspectives. Also, there's a picture of the principal. Actually, there is a dialogue. I don't know why the king hasn't said this yet. Oh, I think you have to actually roll up the principal himself. He's like, hey, he seems important. Oh, yeah, he does. As we're getting a trophy. All right. Okay, so, yeah, when I go up on here, I should be able to get all the stuff off here. All the books, all the paperwork. Is that what that is? Whoa, what's that? I don't know. Where to go? I'll be curious to look back on the edit. A wild one. Oh, gee, yeah. Insane, yeah, as far as how this is operating. Yeah, or it's a wild school. Yeah, like, okay, I mean, I guess it goes to one thing. Like, hey, we started in the, I guess the cooking class specific, because we're knocking the kids out. Yeah, they're running in terror. They're flying. But we got that set. There they are. Whoa. It's almost like the science lab. You know, the idea of, like, you're doing stuff in biology or other stuff for chemistry. Like, the chemistry lab would be a dangerous place, but I don't know, I was never a case of kerosene. Or, like, at a college or something. Like, I never went that hardcore, but I don't know, maybe it's the idea that, hey, I never, that was not what I majored in. So it's like, alright, yeah, he's going our way. He's like, yeah, where do you think you're going? Alright, there's a spoiled brat, so I guess this game has an idea as far as, like, children or youths. Like, they're young, so maybe they don't know any better. As we're getting, you know, the, perspective of the, what was it? The loudspeaker. So, like, attention all students, there's a madman or a mad, strawberry, whatever it is. Also him, you know, in here. But yeah, roll him up. Yeah. Oh, shit, I'm stuck. Ah, crap. I think I said... Oh, crap. Am I stuck in here? Okay, no, I'm not. I said we played the first, Katamari Damacy game that you don't get into a case where you get stuck and you have to restart the level. But first I said, did I get wrong? Okay, there we go. Now I got the door down. Damn, there we go. So here comes there goes the classroom. Alright, bye-bye, everybody. Yeah, I mean, yeah, is it a wild one? Talk about your wild school case. Alright, go in there with that, and then at this point, yeah, we can roll up all of the desks. Alright, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, just look at this. It's nuts, but I love it. And yeah, even bringing out, like, fine, there you go. All that said, like, fine, we're gonna get the principal. We're going in here. Oh, there you go. So that's the principal. So, yeah, it's when you pick up the principal. That's that way. Jesus, look at this. He looks kind of important. Yes, he does, but yeah, look at the school. Alright, we're going in here. Yeah, look at this. Alright, there we go. We have about 3 meters and 50 centimeters. Damn. Yeah, so going back to the chemistry thing, yeah, our Katamari is big as 6,389 test tubes. Or as big as, however many of that dude. Or two... Okay, I was gonna say the test tubes should be bigger than the watering pot, but actually, no, they shouldn't be. Or 65 hanging shelves. Alright, fine. So yeah, we rocked the school for sure. One way or another, but... Alright, we gotta go home. But I said, we'll come back because we're gonna do the other missions. We'll do those... I know where the last mission is, so before we go to the last mission, we'll do that one. I'll find the last mission before we have to do the sun roll-up. Uno, du, tre, kvar, kvin, seis, sept, okay, ne, dec. That's not Spanish. I know a little bit of Spanish. Yay. Yes? We counted. There's a language to that. Chad, if you know what that is, feel free to let me know. This is definitely a world cultural game. Okay, the Katamari in our right hands. So what do you think? We couldn't really enjoy ourselves. Wasn't very big. What the hell are you talking about? I rolled up almost the entire school. They didn't look like they're having fun. Okay, he's right. I'll give him that one. He's not right. When small, ain't nobody having fun. Like, here's the thing. The context is we're throwing that thing up into the stars, and they're going to be burned to death if you're willing to go to that. But either way, we did get Miso. So we got a new cousin. We'll run that. All right, wandering out of school. Someone's going to eat you alive if you're not careful. Quite literally. They're pretty down. They're saying it was boring, but that's not true. It's good. The larger shirt enjoyed it more. Alright, that's fine, but alright, we'll put this in the cosmos. Yeah, this is boring. Like, okay, fine. Bye-bye, kitties. Oh, you get the lunchbox planet. The planet looks at school. I wish I could visit. Like, you go to a school. You run at one, apparently. So, either way, but we're gonna get another thing on story. Yes, I think we will. Yeah, chapter 4, My Sweet Kitty Cat. Yeah, this is who will become the queen of all the cosmos. She likes her brioche, specifically, and her milk. And she lives in a house like the Smurfs, a little bit. I do love the piano music here. The score of this game is very underrated. As much as I love the music in this game, as far as the songs here and the levels, the score of this is something, the more I've heard of it, I really liked it. But yeah, boom, they bumped in his cut-off pompadour and her sliced brioche roll. There you go, we'll get the opera music, so yeah, talk about love at first sight. Yeah, that was lovely. So I was like, yeah, he was in a bad case. Also, there's a doggy. We'll do the thing with the doggy. But yeah, Miso, let's go. In fact, you know, let's then play with the doggy. Why not? Nice to meet you. All right, it's a fun game. I played a lot alone. Okay, sorry, poor doggy. I never played multiplayer since I'm alone. Actually, he's got a point. There is versus mode in this, which I can't really show specific. Or the cooperative play of this one. Will you be my friend? Yeah, sure. Why not? We're going to be hearing, by the way, on this stage, we're going to be hearing, Sunbaked Savannah, which is a song that is by the Katamari Animal Group, as they're known. Basically, it's a bunch of animals. They're going to be doing remixes of songs from the first Katamari Damacy game, and the animals are named, by the way. Specifically, as far as this band, if you want to put it this way, I guess they used real animals for this and just recorded that, I guess, or maybe it's just the idea of, like, how they pitch certain things, but they're known as, John the dog, Bismuth the duck, Yuhi the crow, Pei the goat, Booby the pig, I'm not kidding, Sexy the cat, I'm also not kidding, and Mew the cow. Alright, let's hear their dulcet tones. As we're going to the zoo, by the way. Like, hey, where's a good place for animals? That's a good place. We so want a pet. Alright, so the king of all the cosmos wants a pet, I guess. So they're their weary heart. Hey, you know, maybe therapy animal, given the idea of like what he's gone through. Like, dearest Miso, what kind of pet should it be? Yeah, Miso, I guess, could be in perspective to say, like, hey, I've got some ideas. Maybe he has a cat or something. I don't know. How about a friend, though? When we're talking about pets here, they can be one and the same, though, to the king of all the cosmos here, I would think. Play adorable games with. Yeah, alright. Friends are so very important, for sure. Beloved, we're everyone's beloved superstar, so we can't be a friend just one person. And they do capitalize we specific, so it's almost like, going back to the religious perspective, the idea of like he and him, where they always capitalize that as far as Catholicism, Christianity, and other elements of religions like that. Anyway, and maybe some others specific. Those are the ones I know as far as how they do the capitalization. But I guess that's the idea, because he's kind of the god of the stars a little. But fine, we found God of the stars before. Oh, we're going in the zoo. You have 8 minutes. We got to pick up as many animals as you can. So it's another one of those collect specific creatures lists. Let's do it. But like before, pick up everything you can so you can get to a case of saying like, all right, fine, you can get bigger stuff. So we start with the bunnies and the cats. Ow. Yeah, the deer, we're going to pick them up. I was like, yeah, I bounced off them because I'm too tiny. But as we go along, yeah, I'll be able to get more stuff. And already we're at centimeter. There's also another case that, hey, you can pay attention to the fact that there's people to pick up that you can kind of get stuff going faster. Alright, the monkeys on the tires. Yeah, talk about the wild cases as far as this dolphin, yeah. Yeah, we're hearing the redos of some of the music, including Katamari and the Rocks, which, fine, this game is a remix of anyway. We had it in the tutorial level. You just go around in the zoo and just pick up everything you see as far as animals and everything else. But yeah, we're getting to the point of people. Oh, there you go. And that transitions into a remix of The Moon and the Prince by Kenji Nanuma, which is in the first game. And keep that name in mind, we're going to hear something of him later, because he's back in this one. Actually, another one of my favorite pieces of music on the soundtrack. This is a great soundtrack, generally speaking. Even this one. It sounds a little cacophonous as far as they do the animals. Like, hey, the fact that they're doing this, saying like, okay, let's have this running. And there's a take on, Let's Roll Up Sarah Sarah from the first game. You kind of have to listen to what the remixes are. Next, if you didn't see our play of the first one, go back to that and hear the full piece of music. And then this is the remix of Katamari Damacy, which is one of my favorites from the last game. I went nuts on that one because I love the jazz of that one so much. And some of those are kind of hard to hear what they are as far as the remix. Alright, there are the calves lining up. Yeah, I don't remember what this one is as far as what the remix is, but yeah, roll up the flamingos quick before they fly away. This one I'm trying to remember what this is either, but because of the way the animals are playing it, it's not always hard to easy to decipher what the music is from the other game. Oh, there's another cousin. Alright, that's Beyond. Whoa. Alright, that's the remix of Katamari Mambo, that I do know. Actually, because I did go back and want to look back at the play we did at the first one to remind me of some stuff before we did the show, along with all the show prep that I do for this. Whoa! At this point, we should be able to go into the not SeaWorld-ish area and pick up the other animals here. Getting decent on the friends. They do give you a good amount of time. I think you're also hearing the Cherry Blossom Festival music from the last one somewhere. But I don't think here. Alright, yeah. Alright, so yeah, the people here is like, yeah, don't come... Fine, this is not SeaWorld. This doesn't have... Fine, it doesn't have safety regulations in the sense that they're not, you know, expecting to see a Katamari ball. But yeah, kangaroos as well, and lions. Okay, no, there's the Cherry Blossom Festival remix right there. Yeah, instead of young children, as was the case with the last game, it's now animals. And that's the Crimson Rose and Crimson Rose and Gin and Tonic, I believe, was from the last game as well. There are camels, rhinoceroses, lions, other lions, gold lions. Yeah, there we go. Nature. The safari bus. So, like, yeah, we can get that as well. And, of course, the elephants, but I don't know if I'm big enough for that. Fine, I'm not big enough for the elephants, but yeah, the rhinos are going away. So it's like a safari. I mean, I've mentioned this a couple times. This is a game that I know costs a lot of money. It's called Africa with the K, as far as that's spelled. It's on PS3. It's kind of like Pokemon Snap. It was Natsume who published it. I think they were involved with development, or it was Akira, I think, was the company that developed it. Also with a K, I think. If that's wrong, I'll put it down there saying, no, it's not that. But yeah, that's another one I kept thinking about. Or I thought of one that actually my brother played, Inherent Knocked, when we went to an arcade at one point, and I never saw this game around. Jambo Safari, which is from Sega. I believe it's the people who made Crazy Taxi made it. Basically going around and doing herding of animals on, like, the African savanna. And then I learned, when I bought a copy of Sonic and the Secret Rings, on the back of the manual, and it was, I think, for the re-release of that game, that they made a Wii port of that. I was like, how did I not know they ported that to the Wii? That's, like, maybe one of the most random Sega arcade ports I've ever seen to the home, except for maybe the LA Machine Guns and Gunblade New York port for Wii, which I do have. Actually, I don't have that Jambo Safari one, but I like the Gunblade New York and LA Machine Guns one. That doesn't cost much. Alright, what was that? A present. Okay, so the present was over there. Alright, yeah, we're getting the pillars there, and we got 3 minutes. We're in good shape now. Yeah, we gotta climb up where the gorillas are. So the top is, and I think I can roll him up. Yeah, King Kong! So yeah, maybe they'll be sued by Universal, or here's the question. when they re-release this in a few months, can they have that in there? I'll report back to you when I get that game, because I'm getting that game day one, no question. I'm picking that up. There's nothing else that sends the message to Namco, Bandai, or Bandai Namco, specifically as we know now, saying that, yeah, I'd like to see another one of these. I'd like to see a full, fresh one. Because for a while we were asking, when are we going to see Return to Katamari Damacy? I mean, I've also always talked about the idea that, hey, people listen to us on the show, as I want to go for the bus. There we go, so the Safari bus is coming with us, too. I don't think that counts as animals, but either way, we're gonna get a bunch of them. Yeah, look at that, we got 247, 9. Keep going. But yeah, they said on that show, it's interesting, I guess people listen to our show to some degree, or what we have as far as the best guests and the best chat on Twitch, as it is, and that is the fact of what we say, saying, they said, quote, more quirky games, we want those, and we'll pay money. They want he mentioned Sonic Amigo, or Edwag mentioned Sonic Amigo when we played Guitar Man. We're getting it again. And I love that. And that's that idea of, hey, that's your opportunity to be able to get games you think like, yeah, does anybody remember this? And I'm glad to that, especially when they become expensive. I mean, stuff like, well, the Baten Kaitos games, those go for quite a bit of money as far as what they're re-releasing. Trying to think of what else that they announced that's a lot of money as far as costs. Actually, there's an animal there. It's kind of hard to see going from this far back because of the fact that, ooh. Yeah, the camera pulls out so far, you don't see him. Alright, fine. What I'm going to do is let the doves land. Alright, there's the peacocks. Also, some things will count as animals, like those creatures there, like the Elephant Man guys. Not that Elephant Man, but an elephant guy. A guy in an elephant costume. I'm gonna do a roll-up. Yeah, there you go. Try to get the Ibis, because otherwise they'll fly away. Alright, 287. That is pretty damn good. And we got the big ones like King Kong and everybody. I'm glad I got to get King Kong, because they did not get that on the test play. Alright, our Katamari is big as 1,227 gift shop banners. I have a bonnet already. And 703 wooden benches. Alright, let's go home. I think he'll be satisfied with all the friends I, got for him. So I guess that's the idea. If you can't make friends, call up the king and prince of all the cosmos. Have them make you have friends, or basically get the people who could be friends, make them your friends. Not necessarily a good life lesson, maybe, but like, fine, for this one, yeah, he's a dog, whatever. They'll probably like it. Oh, actually, no, he won't, because they're gonna be burned in the atmosphere. So like, okay, yeah, weird messaging this way. Alright, king means lonely, does it? And you rolled this. Okay, thank you. 287. Friends all over the place. With this... Oh, you son of a bitch. With this many friends, you wouldn't need video games. With so many friends, our lonely families would be very happy. Like, oh, yeah. Alright, we got the present. Giraffe. So yeah, I get the giraffe hat. Or go... I always think about the, petsovernight.com commercials from Grand Theft Auto 3 when they say, would you like a giraffe? Have one delivered. And then they just oftentimes, like, say, like, hey, you want these weird animals, and they don't get the animal names right, or animal sounds right. Like, for the giraffe, they have a sheep go off. It's like, would you want a giraffe? It's like, have one delivered. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I trust that. And we got beyond as far as our next cousin. Alright, slumming it somewhere, I guess. Alright, it's partitions-ish, so yeah, we were getting, animals, but because we picked up so much of the zoo, it's like, that's what we had. The solid touch of livestock and plants. Some moving might cry. I think these are all my friends. Not for long, they're not. I'm not sure you speak the same language. And that's a problem. Learn their language. Okay, not that matters that much, but alright. You have one more thing to ask. Will you be best friend in exchange for this Katamari? So I guess it was kind of pointless that way. It's like, fine, we'll be his friend more than the animals in this. Or I guess we'll assume for the sake of argument they survive, but... Well, I mean, maybe they do. Look at that. The Electric Fences planet, or Electric Fence planet. And that's 95% of the animals picked up, so there you go. Alright, good job, little doggy. So basically that's the idea. We're fulfilling requests for the fans of this franchise, as we're also going to pull out Beyond. Because why not? Hi, Beyond. Alright, so who's next as far as new? Oh, this one. Alright, this is fun. Actually, we do get Disco Prince, by the way, as the music. This is by Kenji Nanuma, who did the music, The Moon and the Prince from the first game. Anyway, yeah. he's a sumo wrestler, but he's kind of a bit scrawny, so he says. I can't win that often, because if you're familiar with how sumo wrestling works, it's all about putting on weight and being able to have the strength, a lot of upper body stuff, or full body usually, to push your opponent out of the ring, or stay so you don't get pushed away. My Oyakata, I guess his master, I think, got mad and told me to stop playing video games. Like, we're going to use a video game to help you. Yeah, I thought through and want to study with your highness. Alright, fine. We're going to take him on as our apprentice. Alright. What do you think the strongest thing in the world is? Us? No. Maybe you didn't say that. Why do you want to be strong? Here's the thing about strength. You have to work for it, not ask, which goes with his upbringing, specifically. But I want to be like your highness. Alright, but he understands. So actually, this is maybe the most sensible perspective. Like, he's like, he is teaching a valuable life lesson. So like, yeah, you know, strength is not just, you know, being strong that way. It kind of comes from within. But also, yes, the existential question of, is Katamari Damacy really that much fun? We don't quite get it either. Roll up and grow bigger. That's all there is to it. Okay, so here is the sumo wrestler. What we gotta do on this one is we have to roll up as much food as we can, and then we have to get to the end, and we have to roll up the opponent. He's over here. You do have a time limit to this to roll him up. So what you want to do is you want to roll around, and you want to get your character, or your sumo wrestler guy. Yeah, that's the Komusubi. The Komusubi. Yeah, he's strong, but we gotta build ourselves up. Basically, build up as much as you can in 5 minutes before 5 minutes runs out, and then you roll him up. Alright, so yeah, keep eating. It goes, Okugus! Specifically as it goes along, and we're hearing this insanely wonderful disco tune. I love it so much. And actually, there is a motif of the Moon and the Prince from Katamari Damacy in this track later on, and I'll indicate it. But yeah, basically just keep feeding him everything. So it is kind of a mix of the pick up specific items mission, although in this case you're picking up specific items so you can get yourself ready to go to the final challenge. Yeah, I do love the Disco Prince. This is one of my favorite pieces of music. And actually, it's a piece of music that, when I first played this, I liked it, but there are other tracks like Houston, Bluffing Damacy, which you haven't heard yet, and Angel Rain, and Baby Universe, that I liked quite a bit. But this one has quickly become, over the past couple years, one of my favorite pieces of music in this. And he works like a Katamari. They just keep rolling stuff up, and get him up high enough so you can pick up other stuff. Also, if you're wondering, like, hey, you can pick up people, right? Yes, you can, but they don't count as food, so yeah, he is no cannibal. That would be a case if he was, but either way. Alright, at this point, yeah, you also want to go out there. Also, he kind of goes off a little more at a angle when you're... I didn't mention this specifically with this game. I mentioned it was the first one, which is that as you're doing roll-ups, if you have like a pencil or something sticking out, you won't roll smoothly. You'll roll kind of oblong a little bit, or at an angle. And you kind of notice this mostly with the sumo wrestler guy here. They're just kind of going all over the place, rolling up the town. Oh. Or I guess another way to look at this, have you ever seen the movie Monty Python, The Meaning of Life? That guy who's eating constantly and explodes in like an orgy of vomitization or vomiting perspective. That's not this game, thank God. Specific. We don't see that. He just keeps eating, he'll be fine. Just keep going, everything. Shortcake. So yeah, we were balancing his diet out a little bit as we're seeing, the Invisible Man. I never saw that. He's just, a shirt, pants, or shorts, and the items he's holding. I've never seen that. Alright. Also, by the way, his mass will only grow when you eat food, so keep that in mind. Alright, whoa. Yeah, so he's getting a fully balanced diet of all the things the sumo wrestler needs, which is everything. Whoa. Including flan, which I don't think I can pick that up. At least not yet. Crap. Yeah, I'm actually doing bad in terms of crashing into stuff to lose him mass. Although you don't necessarily lose massively amount. Alright, there's Miso again. Okay, here's the other thing. The cousins will appear on other levels. In fact, here is Nick. Or N-I-K Nick, specifically. I always think of Nick Kershaw, if you're familiar with who that is, who's a new wave artist from the 1980s. He made this album, Human Racing, which is actually one of my favorite albums of recent memory, of discovery of 1980s, I should say. Specifically, Wouldn't It Be Good, which is kind of a song that I have attached to very strongly over the past couple years. I'll probably put a link to that in the link list, because I always reference stuff like that, and yeah. So you can kind of get an element of the wavelength I kind of run on. For the people who don't know me personally, but even then, like, even if you do, the idea that, hey, maybe I've mentioned some of this stuff. And same with you, Chad, as far as, I guess, we have the tasting, or I guess the taste testers over there. Or, since this is around early 2000s, I could think almost like the Iron Chef, which maybe they had that on their minds. I don't know. Specific. I did like watching the Iron Chef on Spike TV, specific as far as how that was. The idea of people making stuff, and then just the idea of them judging what it was. That always was the fun part as far as that. Actually, there is a game based on the Iron Chef that is on the Wii and the DS, I believe. That could be an interesting one. I don't know if it's any good, but it is something that, hey, it exists, and I'm kind of glad it exists. It's kind of like the game based on Hell's Kitchen that's on the Wii and the DS as well. You think like, yeah, how the hell did they turn that into a game? I mean, fine, they're pulling off a Cooking Mama, which is one of Nikki's favorite franchises ever. And when we get to Cooking Mama, that one's all hers, or any of those we can do are all hers. But as far as, like, you know, the Hell's Kitchen game, the idea of, you know, like, Gordon Ramsay screaming and yelling and saying, yeah, the lamb is fucking raw. So it's like, I think, and it is rated teen because they do censor it the way the TV show, when they put it on television, is censored anyway. Now on the DVDs are uncensored when you find them. But, oh shit, we're running out of time. Alright, but this is what you want to do. You want to get yourself set, so you have as much stuff there. Fine, the pizza man is coming with me. And you gotta roll them up quickly at the end. Oh, shit. Basically, wait till the end is hearing the chicka-dum, a funky dum. Yeah, that is the motif from Moon and the Prince, but alright. Alright, yeah, this is gonna be close. We'll roll him up, got him. Yo! There you go, got him. He is set. And he's just holding it in my hands. You win. Alright, so my man here is as big as 2,298 pepper shakers. Or 400 pancakes. Or, fine, 421 champion burgers. Damn, look at that. That's like, what? 3 Big Macs stacked on each other? Nice. Yeah, thank you. But also the idea of, like, nice for him of that. It's quite a sight. And, yeah, feel free to Dollyfin, anybody else in chat, what you're thinking on the Wheel of Katamari experience or the Katamari Damacy experience, because this is like the first one in terms of what it is, but as I said, it's also something that, it is very strange, but it also is very fun and compulsive, and something that, it plays really well to this arcadey style of yourself, the thought of, hey, I got him really big this time, but I could always do better going on. Okay, so yeah, the heart of all of us. Sumo's important too. Alright, so we got him at that weight. Sapari Moridashi is the best, but you won. Yeah, we won. My wrestler, man, you finally get to win? We did. And win by roll-up? Yes, we did. Rolling up is so cool. You ate hard, worked hard, and rolled hard. Congratulations on the victory. Alright, so he doesn't have anything negative to say. And there's Nick again. Eating contest, so food as usual for you, huh? As I've against some fairly strong opponents, but managed to win this way, and I'll work harder so I can beat Nozeki. So I guess I'm learning stuff as far as sumo wrestling that way. But alright, I will leave Komusubi with you. So yeah, alright, fine, we're gonna kill him, I guess. What are we supposed to do with him? It's like, good question. Or, fine, I'm thinking as far as Ed Weck, because like his weekly movie case is Shrek 2, I'm thinking of the lines like, what do you think we do with him? I say we do him right here, give him the Bob Barker treatment. They're like, yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna be a little more humane? Question mark? Oh, except he becomes the Yokozuna planet. Which, if you're familiar with the WWE or the WWF back in the day, I always remember Yokozuna as far as the wrestler that way. I'll put a picture of him. And whenever we get to playing some of those wrestling games at the time, particularly WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game, he's in that. As we're getting Chapter 5, Season for the Meadowlands. With this music by Koko Kimura, which is actually something that's not in the soundtrack. It is, I think Mr. Ghost and Mr. Stress. I think. It's either that or Fly Mr. Turtle, as we're going out and, you know, having a nice day out. And we're kind of flying around as far as the king and queen of all the cosmos, or who they will eventually become, let's put it that way. So yeah, with all the stuff going on in his life, and I guess in her life that way, they're having a good time out in the flower field. So it also goes to the Queen of all the Cosmos, which we didn't go into much with the last game. She's a little more of a factor in this one, and maybe in some of the other ones too. Let's take Nick out, by the way. He's just jumping off of cousins. Alright, sweets. Also, origami. That is Edwack's favorite as far as the creatures, or the characters you run into. Let's do the sweets to start. This is Hansel and Gretel. Yeah, of the fairy tale perspective. It's different that, you know, they're going to the house and getting eaten. We're going to do something else as we're running, as far as the music, the default here. Katamari Holiday, which was performed by... Let's see. I remember taking this one down, which I think I did. Where is it? Oh, here it is. It was performed by Usama, who is known as Yuri Misawa, specific as far as it. So they actually got some Japanese bands and Japanese groups to this, but yeah, we are listening to Katamari Holiday. They love sweets. They love Katamari Damacy, but they want to have sweets. They're the king grant our wishes. Yeah, don't forget the cousins and the prince. Also, we've kind of shafted the prince, I guess, a little bit, because we haven't played with him much. But alright, want to help us? Yeah, we will. Actually, there's 2 challenges. I'm going to do both of these right now. We'll start with this one, because these are short. These are like 3 minutes. Yeah, it's not easy to roll. With practice, it's easier to roll. In fact, it goes to something Electver said, and we can go into this, because I don't think we've went into this discussion quite yet. With this one, anyway. Which is, this game runs with dual analog controls. You're basically moving the left and right analog sticks on the PlayStation 2 DualShock controller, DualShock 2 controller, to roll it around, and it can kind of be a hard thing to manage sometimes, as far as the idea that you're pushing both of them forward to move forward, both back, moving up and down alternatively to do the dash stuff, pressing them in to do the switch around, and it's not always easy to kind of get used to that idea. Is he saying like poom 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 or oomp or something like that? As far as that, I don't know if I've seen that. All right, there is Hansel and Gretel at the gingerbread house. We have to roll the gingerbread house up, and then get to them in 3 minutes and roll them both up as well with buttercream. All right, we have 3 minutes to roll this up. Then come and get them. All right, Nick, we can do it. Let's do it. I do love this track as well. Another one that initially seems one way, and then it kind of turns another one as, yeah, despite the size of the house, this house goes down really, really quickly. There you go. Look at this. Damn. They're just tearing down the walls of this place. So yeah, there's no witch. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. There is a witch here. She has the present. There, in fact, there she is, right there. In fact, I might be able to grab it now. Alright, get over here. Yeah, but she's mad. She's like, give me your present. Alright, I got her present. Actually, I got her present in record time. Alright. That just, yeah, it is a Candy Wonderland. This is a preview also when we played the Simpsons game. I'll probably run the Wii version, because that's the one I got. Where you go into the Sweets land with Homer, specific as far as that. Yeah, keep the present rolled up. Yeah, the witch can go away. Yeah, roll down the house. Yeah, look at it. It's going down really quick. Even though my Katamari isn't super big to start, just go down the walls and everything just kind of comes down like a stack of dominoes. Yeah, like that. Basically taking down the load bearer specifically, and then there, the house comes down like nothing. There's also a mission that's very easy to get most every one of the items here, as far as the sweets. So this is not a hard one to get everything set, and also as you go on, because you're going to get big really quickly, you're going to run into cases of this. Also, don't forget to roll up the other 2. That's fine, we'll do them later. Alright, I rolled up Honey. That's the next of the cousins that's here. Alright, boom, boom, boom. It's a pink thing. Alright, so there's the gate. Yeah, look at all these sweets running up. Damn. Yeah, and if it's not sweet enough, yeah, grapefruit. Look at that. Yeah, if you have any, I guess, sugary treats or anything on hand right now, you might want to have them, I guess, looking at this. Alright, 1 minute left, which is fine. Yeah, just keep going. You can wait till about 20 seconds left, and you'll get up that hill quick enough in order to get them. Yeah, like there. The Bamukuchen? Okay, I guess that's a Japanese pastry or something. You know, fine. The witch is giving us trouble. Yeah, we're rolling her up as well. Okay, so we're changing the narrative of Hansel and Gretel. So it's like, Hansel and Gretel went to the house, they were put in the oven feasibly by the witch, and I guess they got out okay, maybe, or sort of, kind of, depending on the interpretation. Not this one. This witch is dying. Alright, yeah, let me get that, and then I gotta get back up there. So yeah, we're at 20. Ugh. In that case, with the dash, we can get up there, no problem. Alright, hi. Boom, got him. Alright, so almost 1,400. Wowies. Alright, so our Katamari is big as 30 big cookie trees. Or... oh shit, how many of the witch? Or a Madeleine? 333 of those. What's that? Chat, does anyone know what that is? Okay, 385 star cookies. I want to see the thing with the witch again. Star cookies. I mean, if I don't see the thing with the witch, since I passed by it, I can pause the video when I'm doing the edit. And tell, like, how big was a witch. Okay, chocolate cookie. Okay, it's as big as 89,663 forks. Same with the fork. Alright, fine. Shit, well, that wasn't the witch again, was it? Oh, no, it wasn't. That's some weird whipped cream. Okay, it's as big as Mutsuo Hoshino. Oh, the boy from the first game. I didn't even roll him up. How to pull him on the roulette. Okay. Yeah, he's the boy who, actually in the first game when you're doing the special missions, which I don't think we showed when we played it, he says, the prince broke up the moon he just made. Rich people sure are different. Alright, in that case, let's go home. And that's only in the PS2 version because, the re-roll edition is the Japanese voice. And I guess that's gonna be that way for the We Love Katamari re-roll, but we'll find out in 4 months. Alrighty, but yeah, look at that, Sweets Planet. Yeah, we found it, and we took it apart. Yeah, we could only ever dream of full sugary goodness. Oh, we got our present. What's the present? Oh, right, the, long nose. And we found, honey. So actually, we're gonna go do that. We're gonna go pull honey out, and then I'm gonna get another, present on myself. Yeah, covering cream and, crumbs. We're Phil. Take the rest. Okay. Yeah, in this case, the only thing that's going that way is the witch. There you go, Candy Planet. That was 98% of them. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I told you it's easy to get most of the sweets on this. And same on the next one, which is why I'm gonna go do the next one right now. Oh, yeah, you're right. If you bounce into the cousins, they'll just bounce off. In that case, I bounced honey off the screen. All right, so that's the nose. Yeah, we'll do the thing with the nose, and then we'll come back, and we'll get the giraffe head. Yeah, we'll do the origami case of that. Okay. Let's run, the baby universe. Okay, so yeah, as I mentioned, when you go into a mission after you've already done it, and it's a case where there's another case of it, you don't do the same challenge. So we're gonna do this next one. So, alright, they want more sweets, but since the, gingerbread house is gone, and the witch is gone, what's left? Well, a new sweet spot. It's the same map as before. You have 3 minutes like before, and with the same rules. You have to go get everything and then roll this up. But, alright, here we go. Look at this. Yeah, basically, rolling up every single one of these wafers. This is even easier to get to 100%, because look at this. They just go from the outside on the inside into the inside, and there's a picture there. I think it's a random picture because this looks a little different than the one that I got when I was doing the test on this. Alright, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, this is easy, so in that case, it makes it so that you have that element going. It's something relaxing, you know? Yeah, in fact, I'm not even giving it time to show on the side of the screen what it is I'm picking up. Fine, it's chocolate, I think. Fine, roll the fans up too, please. Alright, yeah, he's asking politely this time. But either way, that's fine. We will roll up this way, and I will also turn this way. Yeah, it is random, because when I was doing my test, I had a picture of a doggy specific on this. In this case, I have the nut Coca-Cola bear, and alright, fine, the witch survived. But actually, in this case, for this mission, I don't think I can get big enough to roll her up. Okay, so it's like set in like Alaska or something, because it's okay. There's a seal there, a husky there, a polar bear, the Coca-Cola polar bear maybe, and an Eskimo child. Okay, look at that. Okay, that's nice. Look at that. I guess for the... Here's the thing. I always say about doing the thumbnail when I do the YouTube edits for this. Sometimes I'll pick the title screen if it's just a game I don't know. This might be a good candidate when I clear out more of it. Or I might just not clear out more of it just because of it. Say like, hey, I'm looking on this, like, look at this. Yeah, in this case, yeah, this is it. Just roll up all the sweets, and there we go. I don't think, yeah, unless you get 100%, there's nothing specifically that it gives you as far as a reward. But alright, fine. What we're gonna do is, let's get the rest of this. And it is a nice picture that way, for sure. Whoa. While hearing the baby universe, and we get the harmony part of this coming up that I love. Ba ba ba, the baby universe. Let's see, fine, the witch is in my shot. Ow, and it's bumping into me. Stop it, witch. Alright, hopefully that's enough as far as being able to get the picture for the, edit, maybe. Alright, let's go roll up Hansel and Gretel again. Alright, there's, Gretel. I missed Hansel. Okay, no I didn't. Okay, got him. Alright, it's as big as... Okay, it was strawberry cookie tiles. I think they randomized what the, cookies that are going to be on that are, because when I did this, I got wafers when I was doing my test play. Alright, 197 cookie tiles. Red wafers. Okay, there are some wafers still. Okay, not much as far as variety of what I picked up, but... Yeah, in that case, yeah, look at that. And also, apparently I guess I rolled up the log there, because yeah, look at that, it's not even attached to the Katamari completely. Okay, that's a sight. Yeah, look at the smile on those 5 faces. Oh, the polar bear in the back, he's the team leader. Alright, he's 99%. The other animals trust and follow him. So polar bear will a little envious. Okay, so he's commenting on the picture, okay? I don't think I actually noticed him commenting on the picture. Anyway. It's snacky. Alright, what am I gonna do with this? Give it to the king? Alright. So yeah, you can get more than one Katamari planet built for character you run into. Yeah, in that case we got the caramel satellite. Clear star, not what it's called though. Alright, there you go. So that was the caramel satellite, and then we're gonna do the origami next. Yeah, we did well because we got our cheer going on. And yeah, I will also put the giraffe hat on just because. Yeah, we'll go to you in a second or a little later. Oh, wait, no, I want the giraffe on. Alright, there you go. Edwak, this is for you. And we're not going to listen to Kuru Kuru Rock, not... I think, what have we not heard in a while? We didn't hear an Angel Rain in a while. Let's listen to that. And hey, Chad, if you have requests of what you want to hear when we play stages, tell me we can do it. Alright, so he has a friend. He wants to get better, so he's sending a bunch of origami cranes that way, but they got scared by the wind. Can you help get them? No problem. Alrighty, so... it's still the same day, yeah, so yeah, February 11th. It runs off the system clock on the PS2 for the purpose of running that, by the way. And I guess we'll do that when the remake comes out. Okay, so honey, I want to ask you something. What's hot these days? Paper cranes. Alright, origami. How could you lie to us? Like, hey, what's wrong with you? Like, he's not lying. Or she's not lying. Oh, but yeah. Your Highness, you're so sexy. Alright, so yeah, the, wait a minute. It's that young boy. He has the hots for another girl. What the hell's going on here? Alright. Yes, you're not about biotechnology. It's about origami. Alright. So yeah. A young boy saying, something like that to him is enough to say, like, alright, fine. Roll with style. How you say, well... I can't completely read that. Alright, we're back into school, so we have to pick up, there's the kids, going that way. Get well, friend, for, wish for a friend. Alright, there are 1,000 of these. We gotta pick up as many as we can in 5 minutes. And if you don't get to, 1,000, he will give you shit. But, we'll see how we can do. I tend not to get to 1,000, but, I'll try and see what I can do. I guess, well, I don't know if maybe this is a potential question as far as what this is. I don't know, maybe the origami thing as far as getting well is supposed to be a veiled reference to, the concept of what Peace Day is, if anybody knows what that is. It is the idea that, it is August 5th, it is the anniversary of the dropping of the atom bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. And actually, I remember this because I think there was a thing for Nickelodeon that did this, where they said there was like a school exercise they were doing as far as using that, creating origami cranes as far as a perspective of a piece of it. And this was the 90s when they were doing this, so it was way after World War II had ended, and that was what won World War II for the West specific, as far as how that was. I don't know if that's the context on this, because, hey, this game doesn't get that dark specific. But, I mean, given that this game does have a lot of cultural perspectives about itself, maybe it is. But, as I said, I don't know. But it's something maybe to get its perspective, and like also looking at something deeply like that. I mean, it's also something maybe thinking about 2 anime films that go that way, specifically Grave of the Fireflies by the late Isao Takahata, and a movie that Nikki actually turned me on to. I know the name of it, I don't remember who directed it. It was a movie called In This Corner of the World, which actually is on Netflix. I believe it was released by them. So it's up there now if you've never seen it. It is set in Japan during World War II, and given where it's explicitly set, you think it's giving the plot away to say what it is. I'm not going to say it just for the purpose of going into it, but the movie kind of plays that bluff in the sense of saying that, okay, it's not a giveaway as far as it is, because it's about a lot of different things. She said, like, it is a movie that made me feel insanely depressed as far as the, emotional punch of it. But it's also something like, would you see this? Because it is great still. I saw it, and she's right, it's terrific. It is very sad, but it's also something that feels very authentic. And it's also something that you feel like you're living in an area specific. I mean, I mentioned when we played Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. I mentioned Yasuhiro Ozu. I think that's his name. I always get his name wrong, even though I shouldn't get his name wrong because I know his stuff. It has this very kind of perceptive perspective about Japanese life. His films tend to. And this movie kind of has that element, the idea of very lived in. The kind of thing that you kind of watch that I got so drawn into it. I'm thinking that, hey, I feel like I'm almost in this same area, in this corner of the world, as the title of the movie is, going to what that is. And when things happen in that, it kind of takes you by surprise, even when you're thinking in the back of your head, I should know what's going to go on with this, but it doesn't. And it is very surprising and very earnest in terms of how it reaches some of those things. So I get the idea of it being something very sad, but also something that it's weirdly uplifting because of the idea that it feels so authentic, and I kind of felt this great gift of being able to experience that emotional journey. And in a weird way, you can almost look at something like Katamari Damacy or this game as that, in that it is kind of complete perspective of the look at the relationship of the king and the prince and all that stuff and all the places we're going. But it still does have this kind of permanence to it that even so many years after this franchise has been around, which is going to be 20 years next year. Oh no, 20 years this year. Because Katamari Damacy, the first one, came out in Japan in 2003. It was 2004 for the US. So it's something that I've still thought about this game. I've still thought about a lot of the stuff this game is doing. Well, I want that present, damn it. So give me my present. But the other thing I can do is I can go on to the gymnastics balance beam over there and get it. Actually, I'm not going to be in good case getting this because I am at only 776. That's not even, it's just over 75%. Alright, here's some I missed. Actually, maybe there's a room I missed. Okay, so not this one. Let's go in. That's the bathroom. I can sort of get that there. Actually, there's a cousin. Okay, there's a... Sometimes they come out in bunches. Like, there's one of the cousins. Yeah, Opio. Alright, come on. So, yeah, he is a patient. Oh, actually, that's more in tune with In This Corner of the World than I thought, actually. Honestly, so I guess it was not off topic for me to bring that movie up for this. Alright, come on. See if I can get to 900 at least. He'll still give me trouble with getting to 900, but still, at least I can get pretty damn close. Alright, 940, not bad. He's still gonna complain because it's not 100. Or 1,000, I should say. But it's 94%, so it's not bad. We're done with the craning. Alright, let's do it. Alrighty, so. Here we are. We'll see how this takes. I do love how, yeah, as I'm nodding, look at the giraffe head kind of bouncing along. Alright, so there we go. All the golden right arm, but... So close. Alright, so he's giving me a little more leeway. It's the thought that counts. Thoughts count more than 1,000. His fried would probably get better. But 1,000 would make her a lot better. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some bed rest. Or as I always think of South Park, the idea of what's the cure for SARS. Campbell's chicken noodle soup, Dayquil, and Sprite. Anyway, it's cousin Opeo. Alright, he's sick at the bathroom. Alright, yeah. Yeah, he looks bandaged. Like, yeah, what happened to him? Maybe there's a story behind that. It's actually, I realize looks like with Space Channel 5, the collection, when you go into the characters, there's actually lore for all of them. So much so that I think I want to come back to this game, or I'll come back to the remake. We'll show off what's original with the remake at some point, and I'll go through that pretty extensively, because that's going to be there's so many things. We thought we went deep on Space Channel 5. Yeah, we didn't compared to this. And maybe there's an answer to that as well as far as the cousins. Actually, you know what I'll do is near the end, depending on how time is, I'll look at the collection as far as the cousins. There might be some stuff. Alright, there's the out-of-hospital nebula. So basically the kid said, fine, I got these cranes, but you know what? She's far away. She'll see it from space. So there you go. Alright, so chapter 6, Turning Serpents. Alright, so yeah, the king of all the cosmos was on the top of the world because he met the love of his life and had a wonderful time with her. Yeah, drinking soda. But wait a minute, here comes Dad again. What are you doing? Like, he punches him, I guess, because he was doing it. Like, fine, he's not going to take this anymore, so there you go. Yeah, physical violence against family. There you go. It's a dark case. There you go. He's like, fine, he kind of pulled it out. He's like, I'm not going to take this anymore. And, yeah, his father's basically saying, like, fine, yeah, I'm no longer speaking with you. I love how this is doing this all without words. That's the other thing as well about this. And it is kind of mostly suggested in some degree, but in other cases not completely. Yeah, I'll be with you in just a second as well. Oh, fine, we'll get the, oh, I did the nose. Actually, wait, what do I have? Oh, wait, I can put more than one thing on. Right, you put something on your head, or you can put something on your nose, or, body. Alright, that's Vroom. He wants to go Vroom. We'll go Vroom later. Alright, hello. Pop it around. Oh, the camping! And we get to hear Bluffing Damacy, finally. Alrighty. So, for Bluffing Damacy, this is probably top 3 of my favorite pieces of music in this, and there's a case I'm going to go into specifically. It was performed by this band called Kurinji, that's led by Yasuyuki Horigome, who was the vocalist for this, and did the guitar. And as I mentioned, it was Asuka Sakai, who is the wife of the director of this game, Keita Takahashi, who does the flute on this. And actually hear this, and yeah, she's very good as far as flute skills, or being a flautist. We'll hear that. Alright, so let's Bluffing Damacy it up, because yeah, this is a terrific track. And we're going to the campsite. But here's the deal, we have to build a fire. And this is going to be one of the most annoying ones if you actually fall in the water, because you're running on fire on the Katamari, and it's he's a Frenchman, he's like, yeah, it's Le Fantastique. There you go. Perfect. Alright, so yeah, I don't want to do stuff with the bath now. We're going to go to the fairgrounds, and yeah, he's going to be speaking in kanji characters, which I don't know what that kanji character is. I guess for Japanese or simplified Chinese, perhaps, or maybe both, because sometimes there's overlap when it comes to kanji characters. Alright, here's the deal. We're at the campsite. We have a burning ball here, burning Katamari. You have to roll up stuff to keep it burned, or keep the fire going. If the fire goes out at any time, you fail the mission. If you go in the water at any time, you fail the mission. So you not only have to get yourself going, and you have to, at the end of the time limit, go over to the wood pile and light the fire for the party they're going to have. We're going to have a campfire and do all the stuff we go over at a campsite. And you have 6 minutes. Alright, good luck. You're going to need it. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, so basically roll up everything you can when you can, and be cognizant of what you can roll up at a certain time, and also hope you're lucky with where you get placed down, so you can get a case of saying that, okay, I can roll up certain things. Like the lettuce there, I can't. The roast on the bone, I can't. The boxes, I can't either. Yeah, so basically just pay attention to that, and also pay attention to when you hit 70 centimeters, because that's when you're going to be able to, well, fine, pick up a girly cell phone. I did not notice that. Ancient cell phone, because this is 2004 or 5 specific. Yeah, there's water down there. Don't fall in the water, you fail. Get yourself up enough so that you can have the fire burning enough, because, yeah, if you don't roll up stuff for a while, the fire goes out, and that's a fail. At some point, I have to show off failing anyway, because, yeah, it's almost like a horror game a little bit, actually. As far as Namco is concerned, I can't really think of... Oh, fine, I guess like Splatterhouse almost, except it's not a case where the King of all the Cosmos saying fuck every other word like the remake of Splatterhouse. I mean, can you imagine that? A mix of the Splatterhouse remake with Katamari Damacy. That would be a weird one. Oh, and they randomized the items that are on the shelves here. When I was doing my test play, it was actually bigger items than that. It was like the melons. So here it's not. It's like honey dispensers. Okay, fine. There you go. We're at a meter. By the way, you can't pick up the people. You can't burn the people in that. Although you can hit them and then they'll go off running like, oh my god, I'm on fire. And I gotta be careful around the water. If we fall in that, yeah, it's gonna be bad. And weirdly enough, when I was doing my test play on this today, or yesterday actually, last night, I was falling in the water a lot. We're hearing this wonderful jazzy kind of music. Fine, it's jazzy, but it's also very light and, I guess light and very, actually fitting for a campground. And then the flute, oh my god, the flute is terrific. But when we get to the guitar solo, oh my god. I got a story I want to go into, and something I've thought for years, and now I get to finally, after almost, like 28 years, go into this specific as far as something I've always had in my mind. No one's ever mentioned this that I know of when it comes to this game, and I will bring it up. If that's how you build up anticipation for the purpose of a stream case. Alright, give me the cinder blocks and the firewood. See, can I get the telescopes? No, not yet. Also, be careful going down to the water over there by the seashore. Shit, no! Alright, fine, because I want to get the guitar thing playing right here. Alright, I just want to let that play. The guitar work there. I always associated it this way. If you're familiar with the movie Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown from 1977, which was the Charlie Brown film, the third one, theatrically released anyway. Okay, Dollyfin, you are. Thank you for that. I appreciate that you're knowing all this random shit that's coming out of my mouth as far as this, for that anyway. That was where they went to a camp, camping, and went on this river raft. There's a very specific scene in that movie where Snoopy and Woodstock, they all get lost as far as how that operates, as far as this river race, that they're all able to go on with boats and things. But Snoopy and Woodstock get lost. They're in the mountains. There's a scene where they fall off of the mountain into a tire, and then they're rolling down the train tracks. They're abandoned, basically. And there's guitar work that goes to that. I'll try and see if I can't dig something out for the link list of that scene in the movie. Or, I guess, indication where that movie's available. It's probably on Paramount Plus, I would think. Based on where the licenses are lying, I think. And indicate that guitar work, because it sounds almost exactly like that. And I was like, oh my god, that sounds amazing. Like, I guess it goes to the idea of, like, the music of, like, the Peanuts Enterprise, especially that sound of it. It sounds like a campground, the way they set this up. I don't know, I'm pretty sure they didn't have that on their minds when it came to this game. But it's always something I personally associated with it, and something that it just sounded so cool with that movie, as we're getting, yeah, the burning bushes, or burning weeds, I should say, going on. Let's get ready for our night's fire. Which, yeah, they did, actually, no, they did try, I think they did have to try and make fire. No, they did make fire in the house they found. Yeah, so that's that idea as far as the Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown. I'll probably put a tag in the YouTube video as far as that, and people say, why is this here? There's a reason, trust me. Also, yeah, let's pick up the papers. Alright, bye-bye, people. Out of the way. Whoa! Let's see. In fact, at this point, let's also go up the mountain, because I don't want to run into a case where I'm gonna... Okay, I'm picking the fences. Yeah, before we go into the fire over there, I want to get the fences. I want to get this maximized as much as I can and not fall in the water. Please don't let me fall in the water. Alright, there we go. We are getting good as far as this. Yeah, they got food delivery and everything ready to go. You ready for your nice campfire? There you go. Yeah, my fire is big as 19,446 containers of mayonnaise. Yeah, going back to the third part of Parasite Eve, or our discussions on Rocko's Modern Life with that, with the Wacky Deli episode, or Undercover Brother. And everybody's having a great time. With this great piece of acoustic guitar music you only hear here, by the way. It's also as big as 1,890 Lucky Cats. As well as 37 Garden Plants Medium. And as big as 136 Dandy Guys. I also love the 360 shot they do here as far as showing the idea of the campfires. Like, look at all we've done as far as going around this campground. In this case, we didn't roll up people. We didn't get a case of, you know, doing bad things to people, saying like, oh, we're gonna burn them or anything. We just had that going. I guess the music stopped. So let's get going. But just showing that idea of it, yeah, you talk about creating an atmosphere. And that's what I love about Bluffing Damacy as far as a piece of music, and also just this campground. Because even as it was going, the time of day was changing. So it was a sunset, and then it goes into night. Which I think is the first case of, like, dynamic, like, lighting or weather effects or time of day effects in this franchise. I don't know if the other games do this. Anybody who knows if the other games do this, let me know. Anyway, yeah, you brought the sponge along. Why? The Katamari, yeah. He's on fire! Yeah, it is, for all of you, Tim Kitzrow people. Alright, yeah, it's the Campy Katamari, remember? Okay, that's a small fire, apparently. Passable. Alright, nice calm fire. Well, it's calm. There you go. Much higher fires, but sometimes it's alright. Yeah, you have to get a lot of things to that, and I did get a mushroom there, alright. Okay, you can take it, alright. A bit partitions this, and we'll put it up there. Wee. Alright. Alright, thank you. You can take it. Be careful, it's hot. So fitting for the case of the supernova. So yeah, take a ball of fire and turn it into an actual space ball fire. Moat Mars. Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back for the extra missions. I think there's an extra one here. I think. Right, there we go. We're good that way. Let me also pull out The mushroom. Okay, the mushroom goes in the head. Alright, so he wants to vroom vroom. So we're going to vroom vroom to the tune of Everlasting Love. This is a new one. He is an F1 driver. And Everlasting Love is performed by Elisa Yukiro Durbrow. Or Durbrow, I believe it is. Alright, I played this game the other day. It's fun, that game. You can roll up cars. Yeah, we are, actually, I haven't seen that yet. Try myself to a race, couldn't roll them up. Give me a chance, okay? Alright, we're going racing. So this is also how they're varying up gameplay this way, because when you really think about it, this game is mostly just rolling the ball around, but they changed the rules up so it does have each level feeling unique. Alright. We have no interest in cars, but it's the only way to live, in cars. Come on, man. Alright, Katamari Damacy is too much fun. As soon as he says that, yeah, that changes his turn. Alright, fine, let's go race. Alright, so mop. So I guess, or mopo, I guess. No, it's mopo. Which I don't know what that means in Japanese, but I'll have an edit saying what that is. Okay, we are actually on a racetrack that actually looks like... I'm getting a little bit of a vibe of the first track in Virtual Racing from Sega out of this, or maybe something from... We're talking Namco. Maybe something out of Verge Racer, potentially. Anyway, the Katamari is going to roll on its own. This entire race, and... Why am I in a wheelchair? Wait, no, am I in a wheelchair? No, I'm in a... No, I'm like in a car. Okay, that's what it is. I basically have an accelerator and brake. Actually, I never noticed that as far as the detail of Opeo on the right over there. Okay, so... You have 6 minutes to roll up 5 meters. That's gonna be huge. And, yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. As you get this, rock J-pop song going on, which is terrific. And we do have a countdown, so, gentlemen... Start your engines. 3, 2, 1, go! Wow, what a start. This is just what I wanted to see. Yeah, it's gonna be when we get to Ridge Racer. At some point, we're gonna play Ridge Racer. Alright, you are rolling the whole way, going forward without doing anything. So, hold forward on both the analog sticks to go faster and back brake. And then move one of them left or right to turn left or right. Ow, crashing stuff. Yeah, we're going to be able to get this going up pretty big to start. What you want to do is, since you're at 150, start rolling people up. Pretty much. Yeah. Fine, I'll get the stacking dolls specific. Alright. Okay, I can't get the tires over those. So yeah, all this stuff is racing. We're just going on. I do love this piece of music as well. It is very kind of uplifting and upbeat. It has great guitar work. Alright, yeah, so we're getting some of our opponents. So yeah, they're racing a lot of different things. They're racing cars, motorcycles. I like the hand trucks used on like on railroad tracks. A horse. Oh no, samurai on horseback. Someone riding on a missile. In that case, fine. We're gonna roll up in the audience. Oh, the Katamari rolls around its own. There's a racetrack. So yeah, he's a little late telling me that, but all right. They're basically just gonna do endless laps around this until the 6 minutes elapses. And you can go in the water, so don't worry about that. You're not gonna get penalized. Just bouncing. You're basically bouncing all over the damn place, really, on this one. Whoa. Ugh. Red tire barrier there. Okay, I can't pick that up yet. Yeah, the way to go on this one is basically pay attention to what the biggest thing to pick up is and then just get it. Like the gas tank over there. Ow. Yeah, sometimes the camera will get stuck. Ow. Yeah, that's the other thing. You want to go for the tires when you can go for them because they just give you a lot of mass in your Katamari really quickly. We'll go on the side here. And then also go to the winner's circle. So yeah, welcome to Victory Lane, yeah, from Daytona, USA. But yeah, there's not going to be a Victory Lane after we're done with this. And that's not an exaggeration. We're rolling up this whole damn place. And that includes all of my competition. Actually, there's technically not a winning as far as the race. It's just you're going in endless laps. But in this case, yeah, just roll up everybody. Yeah, get ATV over there, the Formula 1 car, the kite over there, and these, things. Alright, yeah. Oh! Okay, looks like, yeah, there's creatures that are kind of doing, grooming on their own. Alright, so there you go. Okay, I don't have enough to hit the police car yet. Yeah, they can get the, bear car. Alright, okay, there you go. There are our other competitors. The other thing I can do is I can also go backwards. I can say that Oh yeah, I'm gonna reverse course. In fact, you know, let's do that. Alright, I already got to 5 meters. Yeah, you get to 5 meters really quick on this course for that very reason. Already? Yeah, you're gonna probably get a meteor off this level just for that very reason. Because when you start picking stuff up really big, you start picking up many other things, and it goes totally nuts. Including today, like, yeah, you know, there's this whole country club area up here. Just roll along, and there you go, and actually, Odeko, there is the next cousin. And if you run off the stuff on land, go in the water, because you can get to pick up the buoys and stuff over there. Alright, yeah, the totem poles I can't quite get. Yeah, we're at 6 meters. Actually, despite what it looks like, I'm not doing as well on this one as I sometimes have, or I did on the test play. Alright, there we go. So we got the steamroller and all this stuff. So, okay. Actually, no, I think the cars will stay on the track. Alright, so yeah, the cameraman, yeah, like, that's the last thing he sees before they're getting rolled up. We also go in the lotus leaves in the water. And that's kind of what you want to do on this course, really, or this level. If you run out of stuff on land, go to the water. Yeah, like the breaker barriers, the breakwater blocks. Because those things are pretty damn big. And I guess there's a car I missed. Actually, yeah, the police car is going in there now. Whoa. So in some ways, I do like the idea that they're changing this so that it's kind of like a racing game a little bit. Alright, there's hang gliders, which make me think of Pilot 164. Or I guess anything with hang glider. Yeah, at some point we gotta do that Super Nintendo version, because I know Electors wants to see that. And, I can figure out 3DS, I want to show that resort. That game is really interesting, too. Actually, this area looks a little bit like Woo Island from that one. There we go. So, yeah, now I'm getting the trees, and as soon as I get the trees, that's when stuff really starts to get serious. Alright, we only have a minute. Actually, this is not going to be as great a run through this as it might look like it is. At least we can take Victory Lane down. Right, there we go. Got the hang gliders. Oh, there's the water treatment plant as well. There's the parasailers. Yeah, you're coming in with me. Alright, so yeah, there are the, like the electric towers, but I can't get those. You can sometimes get really big here. In fact, this is actually not a great run on this level on my part. Because I've gotten to like 25 meters on this level alone. But still, it is, it's 3 times as big as it was. In fact, there's the present. Let me get the present at least. Okay, so you can see what the present is. I'm pretty sure I got it here, but at one point when I was doing tests, but either way. Alright, that's the end of the race. We're as big as 5,459 spotlights. Alright. So there we go. Okay, yeah. Cars are pretty fast, but we're faster. Alright. What's this camera doing here? Pretty big. Okay, so, not bad. Our F1 driver won't be led astray during roll-up dreams. But actually, I also got the meter, so at least I'll take that. Okay. He's saying it could be bigger. Alright, we got a hobby horse. Alright, Opeo, we can have it. Alright. And there's Odeko. Let's get Odeko going. Alright, feeding race, no idea what you're talking about. I'm done rolling myself, though, so I can work my tail off so I can roll them off that way. Alright, but yeah, so we're gonna take this as well. Okay, so at least we're helping him out. He's getting a sense of, okay, I gotta work more at this. And I want to. As we got the high-octane planet. And has, like, tires on it. Okay, awesome. Actually, I think for the next mission for this, I've actually gotten it pretty big before. To the point where it almost looks like something out of Kirby. But alright, no more monkeying around for Chapter 7. The King of all the Cosmos, yeah, he is a complicated figure. You can make the joke, the idea of, like, what he's doing to his son in the last game and in this one. But he's a complicated figure. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna own up to what I did as far as punching out my father, but at the same time, he also realizes, wait a minute, my father threw out my second place trophy, but he did care. He wanted to hold on to it. It was that case, maybe the idea that he felt he failed him. He's like, I'm sorry. And this is where they're going to make an amends, specifically. If you're familiar with the movie Stewart Saves His Family. But anyway, they do. And so there you go. That is no more of that. And I guess it shows the growth again of the King of all the Cosmos. And the complexity that way is we're going to put another item on here. Let's give him the hobby horse. And yeah, let's go touristing. Oh, no, I can't go touristing because that's a body part. Fine, we'll run the giraffe. Oh, right. In his case, the front of his head is not the top. It is in the front of him that way. Okay, awesome. Let's see what we haven't done yet. Alright, the grandmother. Good day. You're the king. Nice to meet you. Almost 89, still young at heart. Fresh. Respect is still fresh. Let's see. Friend told me this was fun. Is it true? Yes, it is. I'm a friend. I think what's a good track for her? Yeah, let's do Houston. Something light, but also something that, yeah, I'll show you exactly how chill this game can be. Alright, so Deco's going out now. But yeah, your choice of hair. The afro, the mohawk, the pompadour, which is the King of all the Cosmos' deal. Yeah, you had one that was cut off. Yeah, those are the days. Want excitement? Shove this up your stocking. Alright, yeah, your highness is avant-garde. Yeah, he likes fancy words. Alright, let's roll it Vanguard style. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, and also one of the loading screens, it shoots out the face buttons of the PlayStation 2 controller. Which I guess when the remake comes out in June, I guess it'll be different for console. I'm gonna be curious to see how that handles. But alright, we are in town again. Alright, it's hiking time. We have 12 minutes to go 12 meters. This is gonna be another big one. And it's gonna take a while. So yeah, anything you got on discussion, feel free to hit me with it as we go. Yeah, because I'm having a lot of fun with this. And actually, as far as other stuff I get to go into with this franchise, is that my experience with this series started with the first one and kind of ended with this one a little bit. Because the first one kind of came out of nowhere. I heard, like, what is this game? I saw it. I saw it was 20 bucks. I first rented it because, like, what is this? And then I bought it because it was only 20 bucks. It's this insanely compulsive game. You're seeing what this is. The first one's a lot like it, that way. And it is so much fun. It's like, I couldn't stop telling people about this game. Even to the point where one of my cousins, I let him borrow this game of mine. He didn't give it back to me, but I honestly don't care really, because it was a case that he said, oh my god, this game is terrific. And I think I saw him a couple of years ago, and he said, specifically when he said, I never would have found this game without you. And I've since bought the remake, so in that case, it all worked out that way. But just the idea that this seems like it's one of those great discoveries of games. I think that was what I think people were excited about when it came out, and I was as well. The thought that you sometimes play a lot of games in a lot of different styles, or a lot of games of big franchises, because it was 2004 the first one came out. You had games like Halo 2, you had Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, you had, I mentioned the Sega Sports franchise, the NFL 2K5, which is a $20 game as well. As far as it, you had, Shadow Hearts Covenant, the sequel to Shadow Hearts that we're playing right now. There are a lot of big games that are coming out. I mean, fine, Shadow Hearts is a little more of a niche thing as far as franchise, being that it was established, so people knew what it was. But with something like Katamari Damacy, there was really not much of an idea of what is this. So it's kind of the question, if you look at this, you see this weirdness, you look at this and say, like, what is this? Would I necessarily want to play it? And Namco said, fine, we're going to take a, I guess a hit on this as far as prices that say, like, we'll release it at only $20. I was seeing the honey bear, I think I'll grab that. Or the teddy bear, I should say, anyway. Alright, so there's loading screen. But it was something that it kind of was this great surprise, and then they made the sequel the next year because it was one of those things that people attached to. And then I bought the sequel, I really liked it, this game. In fact, this is the same copy I've had since 2005, actually. And there's a cousin, let's take him. Fumin. Who looks like a tuning fork a little bit. Alright, there's the kitty bucket. Alright, yeah, let's get the turtles, and then we'll go on. Whoa! Let's see if I can't get the cats. Actually, I don't think I can get the cats at 59 meters. Or centimeters, I should say. 59 meters is, well, we'll see that later. But yeah, that was my experience as far as, and then after this came out, the next game, well, fine, the next game was on the PSP. That was, me and my Katamari. And I have PSP now, but I haven't played it, and people said, hey, it was kind of not that great because you have to run only one analog stick, because the PSP did not have a second analog stick. I guess if you had a problem with the dual analog control of this game, or the first one, it might be one of those things saying, like, okay, that's better. And the HD version, or the reroll version of the first game, has a single stick option. I guess we have Katamari reroll is going to have that too, I guess. We'll see. It's basically just we're going to have to wait and see what's going on with that. But that was the thing with that PSP game, and then the next full one was on Xbox 360. That was Beautiful Katamari, which they also sold at a budget price about $40, which for 360 standards at the time was not too bad. But it was a game that was trying to go for 60 frames per second. It rarely holds 60 frames per second. I got into kind of a little bit of a fight with somebody when I said that it's unacceptable this game can't even hold a frame rate on the level of the 30 that this is holding for the most part. There are parts where it drops. We're going to see that later. But by saying that this game, or that 360 game, Beautiful Katamari, can't hold that, but we have Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare that came out the same year, actually like right when that game came out. It looks a million times better in terms of the technology of it, and it runs a 60 FPS lock without any frame rate. And she said to me, how dare you? It's all about the style in Katamari Damacy. He was like, I know it's about the style. That's the idea. I'm saying that tech-wise, it's running the tech of the PS2, basically, except they kind of high-def it a little bit the same way as the Katamari Damacy reroll, or even the one of this is coming out, where they say, I mean, it basically is the same graphics as this, except they kind of smooth it a little bit, and they run at 30 FPS as far as those new versions, or that new version, I guess maybe this new one, but we'll see eventually. But I was saying, like, it's not an argument about the graphics. I love the style of Katamari Damacy. This is not an advanced game in terms of what its tech is, but it doesn't matter because of the style of it, the colors, the kind of almost Lego building block ideas of what this game is really looking like. That's very appealing, but I was also saying that, wait a second, we're on next generation hardware, where a game like this should be running at 60 FPS, and Namco's going to go out there and say, we're running 60 FPS, and they marketed the game on that. I said, you damn well better hold it running graphics this way, and it didn't. But the good news is that since I did Katamari Damacy reroll, where it was not, they didn't have Beautiful Katamari as backwards compatible for Xbox One, Series S, and X, the very last backwards compatible update Microsoft did, they added it. So basically that means that when we get to Beautiful Katamari, I'm going to use the Xbox Series X, because that means it'll target the frame rate it was going for on 360. It was going for 60 FPS. It's going to hold 60 FPS, running it on Xbox Series X. So in that case, the main problem with it is fixed. The main issue that I kind of fell off was fixed. So in that case, that's kind of a good case. And then the rest of the franchise was on consoles I didn't own, again, like with PSP. Fine, I have PSP now, but back then I didn't. So I didn't have that. I didn't have Touch My Katamari, which is on the PlayStation Vita, and sounds like a sexual harassment lawsuit waiting to happen. And I didn't have PS3 yet at the time, and I do now. So I didn't play Katamari Forever, which I think was the last original entry in this franchise. And then they did the reroll of the first one, and then now the next one, or this one, they're going to reroll in a couple months. And there were a couple mobile ones as well. So, this franchise got around, but it was also something, even with Beautiful Katamari, I thought to myself, and even other critics at the time were saying that maybe the game was proving Keita Takahashi's point in that they went off without him. He wasn't involved in all those other ones. But maybe the thought that he said, "Yay, with a sequel, what are you going to do?" It's basically this game is this rolling up stuff like this. Did they run out of stuff to do? And I don't know necessarily. I mean, I think Wheel of Katamari shows an idea of what to do as far as that. How do you vary up the idea that you're rolling a ball around? You're saying that it's. I'll tell you what this game is. It's a game like this or a game like Halo that is a perfect example of the concept of the 30-second cycle, which is that you're doing the same thing basically in games over and over again for certain things, but how do you make the concept of doing the same thing over and over again appealing and exciting and something you're never going to be bored with? Halo figured that out because of the way that the AI operated. At some point, we've got to go back to Halo. I'm going to start the first one specific again at some point, and then Surrender Antonio called the third one. But at some point, I know, Nocturne, you love Halo 3. I might split that between the two of you, and I think you'd be fine with that to a certain extent for that. But anyway, that game does it because of how great the AI is, and that every battle, when you're running around shooting stuff with the Covenant, it's never the same battle twice because of how that AI operates, which is truly a thing of beauty, the way that's going. Katamari Damacy and Wheel of Katamari is the same thing in that I'm rolling the ball up, And that's the idea of de-escalation, the build, the idea that, hey, I couldn't pick this up before as far as the logs, now I'm big enough, now I can. I can't pick up those cars. With enough stuff I get in there, I'll be able to pick them up next. So the idea of that build, and the idea of also the rules changing, which is what We Love Katamari added, and it was very smart the way they did that, because then the thought of, yeah, if it's the same thing over and over again, and maybe they're not varying it up, it could be something that maybe people find it boring. Maybe people find it that they say, what's the fuss about? This is a game that has a cult following massively, and it became more than just a cult following, it became a huge hit to necessitate the sequel and make it happen. Make the guy who made this say that I'm making the story of this, taking the fans of this franchise in mind. Maybe he thought that, hey, was this game going to take off? You might look at a case like that at the times like, who knows, but it did, and I think it shows that gratitude he had. And the idea of like the joy he wants to bring people based upon his background, of saying like, hey, he wants to do playground designing, and he was involved in that, Japan specific. So that's the thing about this series. I think the answer really, now I'm thinking about this, like, if Bandai Namco, is going to come back to this franchise outside of the re-releases, because I know that people would want to see that. I know Ed Wack and Nicky would love to see that. I know many other people I've talked to who love this franchise would love to see that. I think that might be the answer. I'm not saying like, no, they don't know the answer what to do with this. But then again, I think maybe, I'll tell you, I've always said this, I'll look into the history of a game or the background into it. And the more I think about looking into what, Keita Takahashi, thank God I have that written down, his name, what he was saying as far as that background, I'm so glad I looked into that. I'm so glad I know the context as far as how he made this game and where his potential struggle with even being involved with this was. Because in some ways, I think it kind of maybe is an answer of what to do with returning a franchise. Not just bring it back to a new audience, which is a great thing in itself. The fact that, because I love both these Katamari games specifically. Katamari Damacy, the first one, and then We Love Katamari here. They're great games. You haven't played them, you should absolutely play them. That remake, I'm so happy that's happening. I'm so happy it coincided with our play of the show. So, yeah, thank you, Nocturne, for helping us live up to the we planned the show, I swear to God, tagline of the program. But also just that, hey, it's bringing it to new people, but in the thought of, then what can you do next? So sometimes we run into cases where you'll have franchises where they've been dormant, what's going on with them? You get a re-release and people's like, wait, I want something new. Yeah, but then again, the question of, can they rationalize that with money? And I guess Katamari Damacy re-rolled it well enough that they were able to rationalize the remake of this. It's been a while, admittingly, it took longer than I would have liked, but they're doing it. And like, I'll be one of the people who's first in line to pick that up, no question. Show Namco, Bandai, yeah, I'd love to see another one of these, and I think there's things they can do. I mean, imagine something like this running on the PlayStation 5 Series X as far as, I mean, we're getting a big world as far as this already, even on the PlayStation 2, for late in its system's life. This is 2005. This was right before the Xbox 360 came out. But then the thought of what can they do with next-gen hardware going full with this, I think that might be an exciting thing to see. And that's also, I guess, why I'm so excited about what happened as far as the Nintendo Direct, because, I mean, I never thought that Sega would say we're bringing back not Super Monkey Ball. They did bring back Super Monkey Ball specific, but also Samani Migo. As we're rolling up to town, yeah, we can pick up the buildings. That tiny town we're in, now we're just big, and we got all these buildings, the farmhouse, all this stuff, mushrooms, all the cars. Yeah, there goes the neighborhood indeed as far as what we've got, because, yeah, it's going to the Katamari Ball. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the idea. I'm happy that some of this stuff comes back and gives another shot, because look, not everything is necessarily going to be a super massive seller, but also the kind of thing of getting games that are kind of off the beaten path, stuff that have this audience that people, companies are realizing that, hey, they can rationalize this with money, saying that going back to stuff. A lot of the Mega Man spin-off franchises is all about, you know, initially re-releasing the old, or the classic games, but then getting the other ones. I mean, without those other, legacy collections coming out of like the classic games and all those other ones and people buying them, we wouldn't have gotten or wouldn't be getting the Mega Man Battle Network collections coming out. So the idea like showing where the money is that way. Or even the idea of one other thing, which is, and we don't know much about this yet, this is another announcement that did not come out of the Nintendo Direct, one thing I want to kick around, and that is, apparently Sega's going to be doing another version of Sonic Origins, which I showed for the Donkey Kong Country play as an extra. I bought on the Switch, but they released it on other systems. It was a download-only compilation of Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Sonic & Knuckles. It had a lot of problems at the beginning of its release. You got the sense that Sega of Japan, their xenophobia towards Sega of America, or I guess American developers, is still in full force in the current year, specifically, because they really screwed over Simon Tomlin with that, even to the point where it's like, we didn't turn in those bugs, and we said we want to fix this, they wouldn't let us. Well, they're apparently doing another version. They're doing Sonic Origins Plus. It got outed as far as a rating for South Korea. So we don't know what it is. It might be the physical version that I was saying it should have been in the first place. The same way Sonic Mania was, or eventually became. But we don't know. So, I mean, might be that, or maybe it's adding something else. And I guess also maybe fixing the elements that it had as far as how it was when it released, which I took the bullet on. It's also the kind of thing that I want to revise the record on this one. I gave that game way more leeway than I should have. Especially given that came out last year against the Capcom Fighting Collection, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection, as we're getting the Ecosystem Jupiter, and especially Atari 50. Yeah, $40 for that game with 4 games against Atari 50 with 100 games for the price that they were asking, the same price, with all those extras. Like, yeah, it's hard to defend Sega on that one with it. So I was like, yeah, I kind of was, yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more upset that game's made me. Like, yeah, Edwack even said to me, like, he did the same thing I'm doing with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm saying that I'm not buying that until other people show me that it's a functioning game. He did the same thing, or he asked the same thing with Sonic Origins, and at the end of it, like, now I'm thinking about it, I was like, yeah, no, you were right not to buy that. I took the bullet because I was asked for it, and also because I love Sonic, but also the kind of thing that, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of regret buying that. And depending on how that release goes, I don't know if I would buy it again, or if I do buy it again, I might not buy it on the Switch. I might buy it on the system just because. But, yeah, either way. We'll see what's gonna go on to that, because we don't know much yet. They just announced it, or... Alright, it hasn't been announced. It got revealed, because sometimes that happens. You have games where there'll be a rating that gets established by a ratings board in a country, whether it's the US or anywhere else, and then they'll say, oh, later they'll announce it. Actually, the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, or the Castlevania Advanced Collection specifically was like that. There was stuff that was coming out for a while that way, and then we didn't hear it. Actually, okay, this is interesting hearing with, we're seeing with, Fumin here. Yeah, because he's the tuning fork. He has 2 of the giraffes on top of his head. I did not notice that. Yeah, so in that case, that's what's going on. Alright, Red Pandas. Yeah, yeah, from the opening cinematic, so he's, this game is definitely busting the 4th wall down this way. And he wants to eat the pandas, but the guy was saying save the pandas, so he's like, I guess he belongs to, I guess, an animal activist group of some sort, or maybe, I don't know, world peace group like UNICEF or something. Okay, point is, like, he wants to raise money. It's like, how are we gonna save the pandas? Let's raise some money. So that's what we're gonna do. This mission is about getting money. So we gotta roll up every item we see and get the stuff that's worth the most money, so we have enough money at the end of the time what they're gonna give us. And he'll tell us as far as how this is. Okay, so Red Pandas. I have 4 minutes to make as much money as I want to make, but I also want to get myself ready. By the way, you can do the move around, and the timer will not start until either his dialogue stops, or I run into something that I can pick up. So actually, yeah, I'm rolling down the street, not hitting anything, so... Ready, go! Yeah, let's get the cup of noodles, which is worth $22, as far as how those all are. Oh no... Or the Okonomiyaki. Oh, actually, okay, that's interesting, because actually when we did, the second part of Parasite Eve, that was something that, Edwack and Nikki were making as far as, the party was concerned, and, of course, Medix, who was, Master Chef, as we indicated a couple weeks ago, with, the impromptu cooking element that went on as far as before the Parasite Eve, part 4. Anyway. Yeah, so what you do in this mission is pick up all the items you can that are gonna get you the most money. Honestly... Yeah, it's only worth $6, and remember, this is also running at, 2005 prices. It'd be interesting to see if some of these things increase for the remake, given, I guess, inflational elements as far as that recently. That being said, you do want to pick up stuff, and just because it's sized large does not necessarily mean it's going to cost more money. Because there is something in, town It actually is very small, but it's worth a ton of money. In fact, I want to kind of beeline it to go over there and get it. Because I think my Katamari is going to be big enough to get it. You also want to look for stuff that would have money in it, like the briefcase. The Lucky Cats are worth a decent amount, 60 bucks. And I'll tell you how much each thing's worth when you pick them up. Yeah, there's a ninja, like, walking on the side of the wall. Yeah, the soba is worth a decent amount when you get it in a group of it. Yeah, the cash registers. You want the cash registers because those are worth $200 a piece. And the thing I'm looking for is a wedding ring, which I know where that is, but when you get that, that's worth tons of money. Although, in all honesty, I've always run into cases... And, yeah, the people are not worth prices. Because you can't put a price on human life, apparently. Or even the cousins. They're not worth money either. Or the animals. Yeah, so those are not worth the price either. Okay, so yeah, there that is. Yeah, look at that. The ruby. That's worth $5,000. So in that case, you want to make sure you can pick that up. And just get everything else. But it is not a wrong concept to get yourself big enough, or the Katamari big enough, to pick up other stuff. Because some of the other stuff will be a lot of money. I mean, hey, picking up the town and getting, like, cars and buildings and things like that, that's going to be worth a lot anyway. Or fixtures, like the bamboo fence. And also the trophies there, because they're made of solid gold. Okay, and also we can go to the, I guess the flea market. Or the swap meet, or whatever it is. Okay, there's Odeon. Alright, so yeah, this is our next cousin. It looks a lot like the prince a little. Although it seems like he has the antenna on his head by default. Yeah, and you can run into multiple cousins. Yeah, Ichigo is on this level, as is Can. So, if you're in cases where you miss some of the cousins, you can find them on other levels. And also, it's the other case. Okay, yeah, the crown is worth, like, damn, it was almost $10,000 on that alone. Alright, so I do want to go back into town, I think, so I can get some stuff. Maybe the box is worth some money. Alright, 12 bucks. Yo, what kind of toy chest is that? It's only worth 12 bucks. Alright, so maybe picking up the people, fine. I can't put a price on human life, but I'm gonna try, goddammit. So, like, alright, fine, there's the trophy. Yeah, the trophies are worth a decent amount. Ow. Yeah, if I can get the planks there, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get those as far as the fences. I don't know if I'm big enough, honestly. Yeah, and I usually run a case where I can't necessarily pick up as much stuff as I'd like to. Alright, fine, I'll get the wooden wall. That's 10 bucks? That's all that's worth? Shit, okay. Yeah, what kind of, place is this? Alright, fine, there's a big-ass, okay, oh, I knocked it away. Actually, there's the, drawing thing, like, we go to, the lottery, I think. Okay, it's only worth $7.77. Oh, wait, no, I want the, I want that. Actually, this is not gonna be very good as far as how this... If I can get the... Yeah, give me that. Alright, so yeah, I got just under $30,000. That was not so hot. I've never been able to roll up a lot of it, so yeah, I'm not very good at saving the pandas, I guess, as far as how it is. But if nothing else, it's almost $30,000 you didn't have, so... They'll deal. Anyway, okay, finally it's ready. It can sort of help. Yeah, well, how many strawberries to buy with our Earth money, we're not aware of it. But yeah, like, we say, $28,804.32, like, we're actually surprised, but no, is this a lot? Okay, so they don't know. We did get Odeon, specific. Yeah, we got mostly fruit, so yeah, actually, yeah, that was... Yeah, fruit costs a lot now, but back in 2005, I guess it didn't, so like, alright, fine. Thought the counts... Oh, but yeah, okay, fine. He's a fraudulent organization, because he's taking, $250 of that, and he's giving the rest to us. Like, wait a minute. Why don't you take all the money we gave you? Yeah, how many pandas is that actually gonna help? That's gonna help less than what I got. So, fine, yeah, we got the Lumpy Venus. This is a golden apple. I was like, yeah, I don't trust that guy. I was like, yeah, you should take the $30,000 I gave you. But I don't know, maybe that's the, after tax. Like, we took the rest. Yeah, I feel guilty now. I was like, fine, let's, take Odeon out. Alright, excuse me. Alright, before we do that, let's see what we got on items. Not much. Alright, this is, okay, that's gonna take a while. We'll do this one to start. And since we're back at the, campground for this one, we're doing Bluffing Damacy. I feel like when you go to the campground, you have to play Bluffing Damacy. Alright, say so much to cut off the power. I was like, yeah, because you couldn't pay your bills, I guess. Although, fine. He's just a poor boy. It's alright, fine. I know them to study so I don't earn any money. Alright, so yeah, said every college student ever. That's why I didn't even notice. When I study, it's dark outside. Alright, so he's gonna go outside to study, because, yeah, his electricity got cut off. So we're gonna do the natural way. Alright, and so you're so vain, you think this song is about you, but we want something brighter. Yeah, so much larger than life. Alright, there you go. Yeah, too dark is no good. Let's go to the campground. Let's get ourselves going. Alright. And we'll do the readouts of the planets. Wait, Pluto plane? So wait a second. Okay, that was the planet thing. Okay, so here's how this works. It's dark. That guy's saying, it's dark, make it light. So, what you do is you roll up the fireflies. Oh, wait a minute. Odeon, actually, he has a thing on his head. That's where his face is. Oh, jeez, okay. So you gotta roll him up after you get it bright enough. So roll up a bunch of fireflies and come back. So it's like the fire pit over there. So you don't have to worry about not going in the water. You have 5 minutes. It starts at very dark to get going. And the fireflies will respawn, by the way. So what you want to do is you want to find swaths of where they are. Do the dash pretty much constantly, but actually I will show this. Eventually he'll do, when you do dashing a lot, he'll do that huff, huff, huff. And when that happens, you can't do dashing for a while, so he gets tired. And it's with any of the cousins or with Prince of all the Cosmos himself. That always happens that way. If you just wait and then do it again. And usually it only happens if you keep doing the up and down movements. But you do want to do that so you can basically get as many of the fireflies you want, because you want to get to very bright if you can. And there's certain parts of the map where they will pop up, and when you get it to the next level, it'll show that. So it was very dark, it's just dark now. And you need a lot of these. And also they close off some of the areas, so the map is the same as far as the campground. Where you're going is not the same. Alright. They usually will appear as far as the fireflies. Whoops, we go back there. Oh, that's a juggling clown, so yeah, no. I don't want to see him. The place you tend to want to go is actually in the water, where I was going underneath by the waterfall, the tiny waterfall. And by these campers specific. Okay, so now it's dim. And I believe oh yeah, and there is the next cousin, actually, one of my favorites as far as the look. That's Dip. Yeah, he's very rainbow-like as far as how his stars are looking. Yeah, slightly dim. Alright, actually, this is a good place to get all the, fireflies. Alright. Alright, so yeah, Dip is there, he's fine. Unfortunately, they do not count as fireflies to make things brighter, although Dammy certainly does look bright. Alright, slightly bright. Alright, we're actually at a good pace. This is actually going pretty well. Alright, so, and yeah, this is kind of how you want to run this specific. Pretty much just kind of go to areas, and yeah, they will, as I said, they are respawning, and the way they're respawning is, I believe the game is doing a dynamic load each time you're away from an area, but then it will have them come back when they're there. Alright, when it's bright enough, roll up the fan. And same deal as before, you basically want to wait till the last minute to roll them up. Stop! Yeah, if you can do the break and the quick turn and the dash, well, you can be in good shape on this one. Alright, so it's kind of bright. Alright, actually, I'm going really well on this. This is actually going way better than even the test play. Now, I can roll them up now if I want to, but I don't want to. I want to max it out while I hear the wonderful Race for Your Life Charlie Brown guitar again. That's just what it's going to be for me. I'm sorry that way, but as I said, that's how I associate it. That's, I guess, me telling the story this way as far as this game and elements of this music. Alright, so the brightness so-so. So it's kind of in so-so is a bit different. Alright, so there we go. That's that. Actually, yeah, come on. Also, actually, this remind me, I forgot this. One thing that the Katamari, I keep saying Katamari Damacy reroll. No, it's We Love Katamari reroll plus Royal Reverie. The remake of this is coming out in a few months. One thing they're going to add is they're going to add Infinite Mode, which I'm like, thank you. I'm very happy to see that. So you have missions. I think you'll be able to play some of these things with no time limit. They just get everything. And If this runs the way that Katamari Damacy Reroll did, where you have an achievement of getting everything in the game rolled up, yeah, I'll be very happy to see that. So I'll make that feasibly joke. Although they're probably separated based on mission, because I think there's certain things you can't get on every mission. Alright, so that's bright. Okay, so maybe it's different the way they're spawning these, because it seems like I'm not seeing as many down here as I did before, but alright, fine. I'm at my 1 minute warning. Alright, come on. I'm pretty close to getting it to very bright, or, there we go, very bright, awesome. I don't know if I can get it further than very bright, but I'll give it a shot. Going one more pass here, and then we can go get this. Okay. I could go up the mountain again, I don't want to take the risk. Because, yeah, that's the other thing, I am taking a risk by waiting until the end. Because if I don't do this right away and I miss him, I fail the mission, I have to start over, which thankfully I haven't had happen. Fine, you'll deal with very bright, it's good, you can do it. Got him. Alright. Bright enough? I think so. Alright, so there are 461 fireflies I got. Doesn't look it, but we're happy, alright. That was really good, so actually that's not bad at all. Alrighty, so next. Let's see how this was. I think it's gonna be really good this way. Alright, new pose. No, it's the same pose. All the fireflies worked really hard. Such tiny bodies, it's so bright. Okay, so I guess there's one other level to this, so very bright though, I'll take that. And we got dip. There's a new kind of Katamari. All is about bright and dark, not about size, huh? Yeah, but moonlight is enough as the big help, so he's satisfied. So it could have been brighter, but hey, it's gentle on his eyes, so we can also get his studying done. So alright. Alright, we'll take it. Thank you very much. Alright, there's a glittering Sirius. I'll be a star 2, the star student. Can I do it? I think he's got the element of it. He'll probably run the place eventually, as far as how it is, but I think we got another story running. Alright, the animal's Pian, or Pian, I think. So, alright, Dad, this is the girl I want to marry. As I'm driving a not Lamborghini. So we're having a nice day out with I guess like a hovering car, going out there, going into the mountains, so it's like the Heidi perspective. Here's how you make rainbows, my son. Going up the red panda balloon with the ducks who were in the cutscene from the first game, or the opening cutscene of the first game. Taking a ride on the horses and on the zebra that way. So there we go. What a lovely day. So we did patch things up that way. So that perspective, I guess anybody can change and how that is. But yeah, he's fallen. So yeah, something happened to him. And what's gonna happen to him, we'll find out later. Alright, she's jumping up for joy, so alright, we gotta do this. We're gonna build a snowman. And we're in Baby Universe for this one. Okay. So do you want to build a snowman? Yeah, in this case you do, and this is basically taking the perspective of Katamari Damacy has been called to its literal extension, or its logical conclusion. This has been considered a snowball simulator, and now it really is. This also doesn't have a time limit. This is actually one of the few missions that doesn't have one, and even came with the cops was saying that, yeah, this is a rip-off of a snowman concept. Which is what people sometimes say. It's like, no, it's not. We respect the snowman. And she's saying, like, thank you for respecting the snowman. Alright. So let's go on to a winter... Let's go off to the Winter Wonderland. Alright, so we are going to be going and building the snowman. As you're getting the now loading. Yeah, but Dip is not used to this weather. And also, yeah, I'm sorry also about the brightness of the screen. You can barely read that text. Maybe they'll fix that in the new version, or add the brightness up too high. But anyway, let's get started on Snowman. How do we do this? So that's the body right over there. See the body? Dip is going to roll up ahead and then roll it onto the body. It's simple. Yes, 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 yes. It's all it takes to make a snowman. Wow, he's amazing. Katamari Damacy is so amazing. So let's get back to basics and enjoy ourselves. Okay. Joy to the Katamari. The Lord has come. But anyway, here's how it operates. You have to roll around in the snow for a while. So you can pick up stuff and get the head big enough. So you have the little indicator on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there. And what happens is, as you pick up stuff, it will make the head bigger. And I believe you do sort of have to pick up objects. You do, I think, get a little bit of a build by just running in the snow, as there's a Lemore. We take a Lemore out. Like, yeah, Lemore's trying to do this, but yeah, you know you're not. Oh, actually, oh no, I'm not big enough to get Lemore. Alright, so what I want to do is eventually I'll pick up the cones over there, but I can't pick them up yet. Okay, fine. As you go along, you do sort of build mass just by going on the snow. A little bit. Because those are good for winter. But yeah, pick out the gloves that are over here. Yeah, they are gloves. I don't know why they're stuck in the snow that way. Also, you do not have a size indicator on this mission. This is, I think, the only mission in the game that doesn't have that. And we get the head big enough, but not too big. You want to go and put it onto the body, but we'll do that later. As I guess we're seeing, I don't know, the Eskimo children who... I want to stop and look at this briefly. Okay. Alright, first I was saying, like... Okay, that's their hair. First I thought, like, wait a minute, it's like the Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, because if it was that case, they would have a rape fetish. And we're going to have to get in that when we play Silent Hill 2. And I can show that game, specifically. But yeah, it's definitely dark that way. It's like, no, that's not that. They're just their hair. This is an E-rated game. There's nothing to that specific. Well, ironically enough, I think they're going to rate it higher for the remake. Because like, it's probably going to be E10, the way that the Katamari Damacy reroll was. Alright. Ow! Yeah, the snowmobile. Yeah, fuck you. I've got to pick him up. Fine, Lemore, fine. You'll come with me for the time being. There we go. Cones. There we go. Perfect. If nothing else, like, fine. We can get the cones running on this. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Alright, you're supposed to have the snowman head big enough to go on the top without it, you know, being too tiny. But... yeah, the body's way smaller for this. I don't know why that is. Usually it's the idea that... I thought you were usually getting up to 10 meters, or fine, it's usually 12 meters for the body, and then 10 for the head. It's 12 for the body, 10 for the head. It looks like it's smaller this way. Okay, so fine, let's build the sleeping bags, and the guys in the sleeping bags. Alright, and the snowboarders. Actually, you know what? Fine. Wait a minute. This might be too big if I don't do it now. Hang on. Alright. Okay, I'm doing this way earlier than I thought. Is the size of the snowman random? Wait a minute. Hold on. I mean, there is another version of this mission. We'll do the other version of the mission next. So I guess they do a small snowman and a big one. But I did this the other day from a fresh file, and it was not this small. It took a lot longer. Alright, so yeah, that's the weirdest damn snowman ever. With a snowboard at the top. Okay. We just can't win. It's 200% more fun than a Katamari. Okay, so yeah, I guess it randomized it? Alright, fine. I wanted the body not to be smaller than the head. Which is the case. Alright, fine, we got it. Alright, that was fun. Alright. I don't know much about games, as long as fun, who cares? Maybe a copycat, but still fun. Alright. Okay, that was weird. You know, we'll do that again. Alright, fine. There's the Snowman Planet. I'm surprised it was that tiny. I still kind of taken aback by that. Fine, let's do this again. Yeah, you know, fine. And we'll not do with that. Let's do, fine, we're going on holiday up in the mountains. Let's go on Katamari holiday. Alright, fine. We know this is the same dialogue. Let's skip it. Alright, is Katamari Damacy really that fun? Also, one thing I tend to try to do when you get the case of moving his head on the loading screen, try and line it up in the area where he's gonna stop. Okay, so fine. Yeah, the thing with... Okay, there we go. Yeah, look at that. The body's bigger. So same deal as before, gonna do the roll-up. And I started a different position. Oh. Okay, so, alright, fine. It's either one of two things, which is either they give you the small one, you have to do the big one next, or they randomize the size. We're gonna find out. Actually, fitting, I guess, we have the giraffe head going on the horsey there as well. But I do need to find what I can pick up. And there's Lamore again. I think there's another cousin here. Yeah, what else can I roll up? Oh, wait, here's another one of the princes. Or, I keep saying the prince, but yeah, he's another cousin. I'll get him. Eventually. I just had to remember that, oh yeah, he's over there. And there is an indicator, I'll show this when we go out to the next, when we finish this, that shows you how many of the cousins you picked up. Yeah, and this is the one that takes longer because of the size of the head. Well, fine, I'll figure that out, because actually I never really kind of put it together, saying what's the difference between that. Okay, so we got the short and green. I don't know what that is. I guess it's something to do with skiing. Alright, there's the daughter, as far as that family from the first game. Can I pick up the cones? No, not yet. Okay, I think I can pick up the, I think I pick you up. Ow, no! Yeah, that came off. Ow! Okay, fine. La la la. So I get to take off on Kirby a little bit, or Adventures of Lola, which is where La 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 from that franchise came from. The same people made that, HAL Laboratories who developed. So... no, let's keep going. Ow. Okay, it seems like it's harder to pick stuff up now. I was like, hey, I don't even know if I have as much. Alright, but there's some firewood. I guess here's the other thing. We're kind of being loose with the language as far as what we're picking up as far as the snowman stuff for the head. Like, usually with the snowman head, the idea is that you have to pick up... no! I was like, am I going to slide into that thing? You're supposed to, you know, get the coal for the eyes or something, or some way for the eyes, a nose of some sort. Like, yeah, we're just taking a... throw everything at the Katamari and seeing how to... okay, no, yeah, I was like, there you go. That's the proof that, yeah, when you roll up in the snow, you do gain mass, but actually, weird enough, it's slower to do that than when you just roll stuff up normally. Alright, so I'm having a baseball throwing fight in the snow. When you have a snowball fight, I guess. Oh, fine, I'm doing what you usually shouldn't do with this franchise, which is question it. I'm not trying to question it that much, I'm just saying that, wait... you have the snow there, and you also will never run out of ammo. Okay, so I can pick up the cones. So yeah, let's go and get the cones. And the cones will keep coming back. They are, right there. After you pick them up, the cones will respawn. Actually, yeah, even then, yeah, it's, I'm not getting picked up quick enough. Or getting, up to speed. Oh, wait, people. Way to go, way to go. Yeah, where do you think you're going? Like, yeah, she was about to run away. Like, yeah, no, you're not running away. Alright, perfect. Yeah, the people will be easier for this, because, yeah, they will get the mass quickly. Okay. Yeah, we're going skiing. It was like, yeah, this is not exactly the holiday they had planned. Oh, you can go on the ice and get the speed skaters. It's not always easy to do this because, yeah, you are on ice physics here. Yeah, if you roll into that specifically, you'll be in trouble and you'll end the mission before you want to. And you also get the nice attention to detail. You hear the skidding on the ice when you're doing turns. So I said they really were paying attention to try and get a sense of what can we do to make this as fresh each time as we go along, and I think they succeeded, specifically for this one. Somebody's like, hey, it's not much different than the other one, which, to some degree, yeah, it's not. But the idea of kind of giving it a little more of a variation, I think in that way, the way it operates the story, and also saying that, hey, here's some new things for it, they kind of found the way. And I guess, as I mentioned, go back to what I said earlier, I would love to see what they can do with the new entry at this, with this perspective about it. And saying that, alright, this mentality, okay, the Snow Child, that's what they are, okay. They have almost like a Inuit perspective to them as well. They're getting kerosene stove. And there's Bigfoot, by the way. Yeah, he's not a legend, he's in this game. And we picked him up. That's the other fun. I just love the idea that in some ways, there's something about this franchise that's so knowing and kind of weirdly cheeky in some ways. Like, yeah, King Kong is real, and Bigfoot is real, and God is real as far as we rolled God up way back at the beginning of the game. Alright. So there's not exactly giant sandals. Alright, there are the cones. Yeah, it's not going to help me much now, because I have bigger things I can roll up. In fact, Santa Claus. In fact, Santa Claus does have your present, so go to him and get it. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, there is Santa Claus. Santa Claus is going to be part of this, so there you go. I mean, in this case, alright, fine. Go back to the thing with Christmas Nights, and with Donkey Kong Country 3, and with something else. Where's their Christmas in gaming? Yeah, there is Christmas in gaming in this one. Specifically, like, yeah, it's Santa Claus. We rolled him up. And he's totally going to roll with it. Alright, so yeah, we're getting a good case. And yeah, now that we're getting bigger as well, they do change the silhouette when you have the camera blocking you to a snowflake here. And also, since we're big enough, yeah, there's the chairlifts. We can get people off them. So yeah, we had that with Donkey Kong Country 3 last week, saying Benny's chairlift's riding that, and Bjorn's being broken. It's like, yeah, they're going to be up there, like, we're going to put them in the Katamari. Alright. There's some dry snow and more snow blocks. Yeah. Let's see. And you can stay here to make it big, but hey, if it's too big, it'll, I think, crush the head, I think. Alright, there's shaved ice they're selling in the snow. I don't know how well it's doing in business, but either way. And there's the blue tent. I guess there are people in that tent because they're screaming. Like, okay. Yeah, the snowman, which is on the edge of the screen, or the edge of the wall, which is not easy to pick up. It's just as hard to pick those up when you get big in this game as it was in the last one. There's the sweet couple, so it's not Honey and Darling from Shadow Hearts, but also from The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and though they weren't named this way, they're the same characters, Ocarina of Time. Like, yeah, the Crusader 64, I don't know if he's actually played this game, I'll have to ask him. But, no, he hasn't played this game, he played the first one. So I think he was curious about this re-release, or the re-release that's coming out, I should say. So in this case, like, yeah, if he knows, like, he can roll up Honey and Darling, it's like, great, I'm glad I can, you know, do that to them. For all the trouble they gave me. Actually, I think I can... Alright, as we get it big and long. Sounds like a candy. But there's the elf, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get it big enough to grab that, or that's actually a good idea to do that. There's also stuff up there that I don't think you can actually get up there. And you have to be here quite a while in order to do that. And without a meter telling you how big your Katamari or Snowball is, it's not going to be an easy thing to do. You have to be here for like half an hour as far as how that is. Or, okay, fine. Okay, I've never done this before. I'm rolling up on top of it. Okay, you know what? I want to see how far I can take this. Because I was thinking that was an invisible wall, but I was like, wait a minute. There's, like, polar bears and penguins over there. Alright, fine. This is unique. This is me figuring this out. Oh my god, I can get up here. In all the years I've been playing this game, I've never done that. Wow, okay. Can I keep going? Also, okay, that's sort of invisible wall. Alright, come on. I don't know. I can't get up there. I'm trying to push up as far as that. You know, let me look at this. No. Okay, so oh yeah, and I'm losing stuff just by trying to climb up that. So, okay, fine. I guess I can't get up there. Alright, fine. I think we've exhausted that. But alright, I'm glad I got to do that. Alright, so there you go. There is the snowman. Oh, okay, actually, one thing I forgot to mention. If you come here with the camera is actually not for show. If you're wearing the camera as far as your accessory when you come here and finish the level. You can take a picture of the snowman at the end of it. In fact, what I might do at some point later is I might show that. But I think I want to see about how far we're... because we're almost at the end. This is not super long. We do this in one run, I think. Okay, so yeah, I guess it is a smaller body size, so maybe it varies it up. Okay, so I got a decent amount for it. I found the present, which is the head of his father. Yeah, Dip, please take this away, and then la la la. And you're retaining the snow, why? Okay, this replaces the other one. Alright, because here's another thing I'll go into. When you do a mission again, and do the same mission, you have a choice of getting rid of what you had, because it's bigger, and that's what I'm going to do in this case. By selecting planet, it gets rid of that snowman planet and replaces it with this one. Or you can turn into Stardust, where we destroy this, we become Stardust that you can use to roll up later. We're doing planet method. It uses the light. Oh, by the way, flashing light when he does that. I should mention that. So there we got a bigger snowman planet. It's actually going to be helpful for what we got to do. But okay, fine. This is not an extra mission, so I sort of just kept going on that one. But alright, let's go to the next one. Okay, let's get this one out of the way, because I hate this mission. Actually, you know what? First thing I'm going to do is... yeah, find a disaster before it's a disaster. Let's get you out. So, la la la. Actually, let me put the camera back on. And then... I can't have the camera and the mask. Okay, fine, we'll have that. And then... the antenna. Let's get this one over with. I hate these missions. And I didn't like them in the last one either, but they're a little better in this one. The cow mission, the bear mission. They only give you one of them in this game, thank God. You have to catch one bear or cow. And you, as soon as you roll it up, the mission ends. One thing they do that's better than Katamari Damacy on this one is they give you an option to restart the level if you didn't pick up what you wanted. In the original game, you pick up one of them by accident or, fine, by accident usually is how it's going to operate. You will have this going. In fact, I will show this. It looks like looking for cows and bears. You have 10 minutes to catch one. Here's the deal, though. It's not just finding animals this way. In fact, I'll show this. See these pylons here? That have the cow stripes on them, the cow prints? That counts as a cow. You can do that accidentally, and it's insanely tiny, and you get berated for it. Thank God they give you the option to play again. We're playing again. And we'll change where you're operating. So, why this level is annoying is that, yeah, that's a bear, that tiny thing over there. You often will roll into stuff by accident. Even there, like, they surround you with bears, so you have to watch your surroundings. And even the way the camera's operated, you don't always get a sense of being able to see it. So oftentimes you'll pick up the things you don't... Wait a minute. The bear jumped out? Like, okay, like that. Quoterat demonstratum. Absolutely. So yeah, fuck this. We're starting this over. Okay. Because see, I'm thinking I was like, hey, get this thing as big as I can. But I can't, so sometimes you have to kind of get out of the way. It's like, where is something that's not a bear? You can just pick it up accidentally. Or a cow. I mean, you saw, like, the cones. Because they have that on there, that means that, oh, as soon as you get that, that's lost the mission. Or a completion of the mission. And it's so tiny that the King of all the Cosmos is saying, like, what is this? You did a horrible job. And you usually can't avoid it. So, like, alright, fine. What you want to do for this is, you need to be really careful about what you're picking up. And be careful on what you're seeing. And also, don't be in the way of stuff where the camera can block you. Yeah, so relax, teacher, coming in as are you. So, what you'll want to do, really, is get the Katamari up as big as you can without hitting any of those things. Yeah, right there, the pylons for the cow are blending in with the sidewalk marking over there. So what you want to do is you want to be very specific, pick up stuff that's not that, and then find the biggest bear or cow you can. And then take that. And that's why I don't like these missions. Thank God they only give you one of them in this game. They're a real pain, and I usually never do these well. Also, in this case, yeah, the pigs are going, yeah, thankfully he doesn't care about that. Alright, so basically just keep an eye out, and so it's not easy for that reason. Here's the other thing. See those cowmen? That also counts as a cow. So, I don't want to have that happening. And there's the sheep on the scooter and the racing girls. Okay. It's kind of hard to see where they are, honestly. Or even like a statue. That's a lion statue, I think. Or it's a dog statue. There's a cow there. It's pretty big, so that's not bad. Yeah, there's the pylons again. They keep putting those in areas where it's hard to avoid them. Here's a coffin. Ugh! There's a topiary that's not of a cow, it's a deer, thank God. Yeah, so you're kind of moving very slight on this. And make sure you don't accidentally hit something that's too small. Yeah, I don't think this is that fun, especially because you can do it accidentally. And with all due respect, Nocturne, I'm kind of glad the show turned out the way it did, only because if you were going to be doing this mission, I would think you'd be potentially raging at this. Yeah, I'll just indicate that way. Okay, so that's a scooter. It fell in the water. Actually, I think that umbrella counts as a cow, too. Oh, no! Even the good music can't, you know, make me like these missions. Alright. At least we got an Ammonite. Or Ammonite, I should say. Ammonite is Pokemon. Also, yeah, that's the other thing. There's a bear in a box over there. So I don't want to hit that. Okay, there's sheep. Okay, there's a big cow. That's a strawberry cow. That's not bad. Okay, so actually, this might be the recording, reverse recording curse. It was like, wait, I can get stuff on this and be okay. Alright, actually, I've never seen this before. Cannons. And rickshaw men. Okay, I've actually never seen this before. Alright, there's Pegasus as well. Okay, so, alright, actually, this is not too bad. Actually, I kind of want to see if I... Oh, there... Oh, wait, there's... Oh, yeah, the cousin that has the cow prince does not count as a cow. Let's point that out. Thankfully. I think that does, so I don't want to touch it. Well, well, actually... I don't know, is an ox part of that? If it is, that would be actually really good to have. Alright, so stop a little bit, let them catch up. Oh no, those are cows, so I don't want to touch those. Yeah, if I can... Okay, there's a lion. That's gonna be fine. Oh shit! It's a bear ride, so no, it's not. Well, we'll see. You know, I'll take it. I don't care. It's better than some of the other stuff, but I think this is not gonna be good. Thankfully, there's only one of these, so yeah, we don't have to do this again. I don't know if the other games of the franchise do it, but if they do, fuck them. Alrighty, so you caught away on the phone. Yeah, for real, yeah, you're gonna see this most of the time. Not like any bear or cow would do. It's like, yeah, I know that. Find his medium, I'll take that. Well, if fancy doesn't think about what you're gonna catch. Yeah, you don't think I did that? Didn't do that? And then I have any of the ranch. So yeah, the rancher's on my side, thank you. Yeah, there's not gonna be a next time. You're getting this, and this is gonna be the only one. There are probably people who are better at this than I am, but, yeah, more power to you. Personally, I can't stand this. What if he ranches on that star? I don't know, but yeah, we're not coming back. Alright, so the lion never falls. So chapter 9. Last time the, grandfather of all the cosmos, had some kind of health case. Yeah, they're reading up, books about medicine. He's bedridden. So, alright, how about giving the, he passed the mantle off, I'm officially the king. And he's dead. So yeah, oh, actually no he's not, he's breathing still. Okay, so never mind. He's not dead. I thought he was dead when I was looking at that. Alright, fine. Highness. Actually, I want to see one thing. Okay, that's the if you have friends. Okay, that's the baby. I have to do that with the baby. There is, okay, that's rolling up the clouds. Alright, Babu. Alright, let's do this. We'll do the Angel Rain. Alright, so, yeah, apparently, there's, like, reverse sonograms on this baby. He was able to see out of her mother's, or his mother's, body when he's growing up seeing Katamari Damacy. Talk about getting them started young. I always say that as far as the purpose of retro gaming. But I was like, okay, this is, taking that to another extreme. Alright. Okay, this is, I think this is a mission in the first one as well. You have to get it as big as possible by only collecting 50 items on your Katamari. This is a little better than the mission with the bears and the cows. But it's also something you have to be equally careful about what you're going to do. So, alright, let's give it a shot. And basically what you want to do is, yes, he's saying we are the best. Yeah, we rule, we rock, we are the best. We are the champions of the world. Okay, so what you want to do here is... they'll tell me. Roll up 50 items or 50 things and get the Katamari as big as you can on just those 50 things you pick up. This is also, this is a little better, as I said, because in some ways it's that, okay, then you have to pay attention to, like, get the biggest thing you can. Like the bear. And the, yeah, the lion dance. It's like, yeah, that's that idea. Yeah, since we're in the zoo, you basically want to get the biggest stuff you can get at the zoo for the purpose of that. Usually. Okay, so that's the grand opening sign. Ow. Yeah, the bear is not going to be big enough, so, alright, fine. In that case, I don't care about getting the cow here. Actually, yeah, it'll be better that way. The giraffe is too big. There's the zebras. Actually, oh, fine. There's tall grass. That's not going to be helpful. Actually, this might. Yeah, the bear ride. Okay, now I don't care about getting it. They're the Native Americans. I don't think I want to take them. And I'm still not big enough for that bear, I don't think. These are pretty big, though. So let's take these. Alright. So yeah, in that case, just be a little more careful when you're picking up. Like I said, I'll take this over the cow thing. Or the cow-bear thing. It's like, yeah. There's the ballerinas. I don't want them. Dance away. There's a monkey. Okay, there's the cavemen. So, like, yeah, alright, it's fine. We have Native Americans and cavemen here. Oh. Yeah, let me get the rhino. I don't think the hippo is big enough. Oh, yeah, right. You sometimes get the jugglers that'll jump on your Katamari. They'll do that, and I think you either speed them off, or they might just fall onto you anyway. But yeah, in that case, yeah, the clown. So you might be stuck with him. Okay, so I can't take the ox. The ox would be better, and the girl. Yeah, in this case, you don't want to pick up the people. Ow. Yeah, the oxen are fighting back. The oxen are fighting back. I was like, can I get the... Yeah, because you can get the sign. All right, there's the present. I don't know if the present counts for something. Let's see. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, now I can get the rocks. Perfect. All right, so that went pretty well. I think I got the present off of that, so we're good. Alrighty. Yeah, so as far as the game goes, as far as 2 Kanemaris and 3 Damasys. Alright, so on this. Okay, yeah, there you go. That's a weird one. You managed to put in an effort. May deliver 35 Kanemaris and 42 Damasys worth of fun. Alrighty. Okay, the baby's impressed. So, yeah, thank you. You can take him. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, the baby's good on our case, so yeah, there you go. And I think then we only have the roll-up of the clouds, and then I think... Yeah, just the extra missions, and then the, well, the finale. Okay, that's the training mode again. Yeah, hi, let's go rolling. We'll roll with Baby Universe. This is the element. Alright, so, day of a field trip, but it's gonna rain. So we're doing the Elite Beat Agents thing of changing the weather. So yeah, we can't show it in that game because of the licensed track of September by Earth, Wind & Fire, and the fact I don't have DS ready to run. But we'll do it in this game. I want to be like the king when I grow up, okay? No problem. Also, yeah, okay, there's a website for http katamari.com. Probably not in service, and it's not even HTTPS, so it's not secure if it is. Or probably is out of service. It's like the Sega Rally website. I also have an edit down here saying it is. Okay, so this one you're in the sky. You're huge already. You're at almost 100 meters. And you're only rolling in the clouds. You have nothing else going on here. You don't go down there. It's weird as far as how the perspective is on this, though, because you also don't have... Okay, you sort of dashing, I should say. You gotta pick up the storm clouds that are gonna be able to be picked up by you. It's not easy to tell right away which ones they are. Either look for the tiniest ones and take them to start, and then you'll go for everything else. It looks like, yeah, we got aliens here, so yeah, what a sight. This is weird as far as how the perspective is, but I do like the atmosphere of what this is. And yeah, look at how it's contrasting with the cousin I'm running. Jesus. And also, there are the Thunder Gods specific. We'll take care of them eventually. Yeah, there are the clouds as far as things. Yeah, it looks like a trumpet. And also stuff like fruit. And there's the Not Goodyear blimp. I don't know, can I get the Not Goodyear blimp? I guess not. Look, I'm going for clouds, not that. Like, I should be able to get that, because, like, it's smaller than the clouds are. Basically roll up as many clouds as you can in that, as well as the heart clouds. And you pretty much want to try and build up enough so you can get the rain clouds out of the way, so that, yeah, it won't rain anymore. And I think you are judged based on how bright of a day it is when you pick it up. But as I said, it's not easy to tell what clouds you can pick up. You just roll towards them to see that does it take it or not. Until eventually later, and like, oh fine, just go for every one. Yeah, I get to enjoy more of the Baby Universe, because I do love that track. And yeah, when you get it bigger, it does pull it out, so you're looking upwards a little bit instead of up at an angle. Alright, so apparently there's cars up here, car clouds. Alright, that's an interesting sight. Alright, sheep clouds. Alright, perfect. There we go. And yeah, when you do get it up big enough, yeah, it'll go way faster. Yeah, look at that. And there you go. The sun is coming out. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. The thing with this mission is it usually is a little bit of a slow build. This is the case of, yeah, what can you pick up with what you got? But eventually then you can pick up basically everything. So at that point, yeah, you're getting every cloud. Pretty much. And there is there's the cousin. Let's grab him. Oh, that's June. Yeah, there you go. The frame rate does go down on this level. So yeah, note to Namco, it's one to focus on for the remake. And also especially on the Switch. Because honestly, going back to the Nintendo Direct thing, there was not a dud of anything they showed, and honestly, the worst thing they showed, ironically, was the remake of this, only because I saw that frame rate question. I was like, uh-oh, is that a case where it's going to be a problem? So I was like, alright, fine, whatever. But hopefully they'll fix that. They got time, it's not out for 4 months, so good on them that way. Okay, alright, there's the present. Actually, I didn't know where the present was. I don't know if I got the present in test play. Also, since there's nothing to crash into, you're in the sky, as long as you find the present, you're never going to lose it. There's the God of Wind. Alright, so fine. In that case, all the clouds are gone. Basically, pretty much. At least around town, yeah, look at that. There's like nothing left as far as the cloud. Oh, yeah, and you can get the rainbows. Yeah, they don't count as clouds, but they make it big and they just look nice. There we go. Okay, yeah, look at that. Look at that insanity. Alright, let's take this back. We did pretty well on this, so we should be good. Alrighty, so next, I think we're almost at the last mission. Alright, the sky's nice, space is nice, the sky's delightful too. Okay. Oh, fine, the last mission before we had to do the final game stuff. Alright. Kinda yummy, huh? Up to us, you can make it even tastier looking. I don't know, it was pretty damn good in my case. And we got the present, which is a trumpet. And then we also got Jim. Jim was jumping rope in the sky, and we did see that, so that's fine. Alright, must take away bananas, make a great snack for the field trip, which we can go on now. So, take this and do with what you like. Alright, Fluffy Planet, alright. We'll go to the next field trip, alright. I don't know if they ever said where they're going. Oh, no, I think they might have said where they're going on field trip for this one. But alright, we did pretty good. And, Chapter 10, Long Live the Cosmos. So, yeah, with the grandfather out of commission, I guess he's not dead, but anyway, yeah, the king of all the cosmos grown up. He's gotten a little buff that way. Yeah, it's, you have a son. So there is the prince of all the cosmos right there. So yeah, that's how he was born. And I guess maybe the thought is that, hey, the king of all the cosmos is going to make the same mistakes. I guess he didn't, though, unfortunately. So that's that idea of, like, the family tree elements. So there's Katamari Damacy. Yeah, the last game, as it is. But there you go. Alright, so yeah, they will keep doing the yells, by the way, for the extra missions they have. Actually, okay, let me change, this. Put the trumpet on, it goes in the front. Basically, you hold it in your mouth, and I do love that touch. Where is June? Let's take June out. Come on, June, let's go. Yeah, June's just walking around with the trumpet in her mouth? I think her. Alright, this is the last one, but that being said, okay, isn't there anything else? Fine, you know what, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show you one of these. Yeah, we'll do the other mission, because we have as big as possible, and then we have, as fast as possible. So, alright, this is the same thing with the hair, with the grandmother. Where it's like, good night, having, some Z's. Or catching some Z's. Or fine, shooting out some Z's, and, they're going off screen. Let's show this. Okay, so yeah, let's see what this is about. Yeah, this is basically get to 20 meters as fast as you can. I'm at 10 already, so it's like, okay, fine, they start you halfway. So honestly, this is going to be actually pretty quick because of the fact that, yeah, they start you off that high. You got big stuff as far as what you're picking up. Yeah, look at that already. That's like 3 meters specifically for that. Alright, so there's the light truck and the boat. Okay. Actually, I think in this case, yeah, I could probably just pick up the buildings in town and basically call it a day for this one. Yeah, because I think they do set these off specific as far as running this so that, yeah, you just do them really quick. You're like under a minute. Because they start you off at half what you need. I would say, yeah, could I get it before the vocals started kicking in, but not exactly. But alright, 109.90. Not bad. As big as 154 karaoke boxes. Actually, I'll go back into this one more time because I do want to show one last thing as far as I have the selection. In that case, I think based on, for time, so this is basically going to be the same for certain missions where you're doing, clean, or you're doing a, as big as possible, as fast as possible. Fiercely fast, alright. So yeah, he's happy about it. Alright, feels like it's, plants. Alright, we'll take that. And that is a separate, planet, so you can get feasibly 2 on most of us with the Bud satellite. Oh, the weed meteor. Okay, there's something to take out of context. I didn't remember you got meteors off of the as fast as possible missions. I guess so, because it said they would go really fast. So, okay. Does also mean that I can do the roll-up for the final thing. Actually, you know what? With everything I've done, I think we should reset this. Let's go. Okay, so. For the last run of this, let's do... If I was finishing Katamari in the swing, we'll find sort of the end, because there's, 3 sort of at the end, but this is the last one. Alright. Jones makes the ring Saturn, so let's do that. Let's make a new one. This is the big one. Before we get to the credits, and before we get to, the other things we gotta do. Actually, that means there's one mission I'm not gonna be able to show, which is the Million Roses, which takes forever, by the way. So I'll show that when we look at the remake, eventually. Yeah, your Highness's tights are such a perfect fit. Alright. Okay, so yeah, because this one's gonna be a while. This is gonna be, like, almost half an hour. So at that point, I think that'll take us to about a nice 5 hours. I think... Wait, no, is this not right? Hold on. Oh, no. I'm thinking ahead. You have to do a, Just Right mission. So what the Just Right mission is that you have to get it to a big enough size, but you're not told what size it is. So they're turning it off. So 20 centimeters is this big. The way to do well on this is if you know the size of items you're picking up, you'll be fine. But the thing is having to know what they are, and because they have the camera pulled out all the way for this, all the time, you're not going to know necessarily. So I remember the batteries are, there's something you pick up at 10. And also you won't get the flourish when you get to certain areas. Okay, oh, I didn't know the president was over here. Can I get it with just this? Let me get it. Maybe not. Okay, so fine. Alright, I'll have to come back for this. Alright, so I want to pick up the stuff that I can get up to 20. Now I'm thinking ahead, because like then there's another mission that's about half an hour. And at that point, we'll have the rest of the stuff, and I think in that case, I think we can shut the show down. But instead, what I'll do is we'll have a return to this game, because I think it's probably worth that. And hey, I don't know, Nocturne, at some point you want to be involved in return this so we can get you on the show for this game somehow. Or it's like Dolly Finn when you and I did, when we were going to be doing House of the Dead. Oh, the House of the Dead remake, we couldn't do it. But I do still think at some point I want to show the Saturn version off. So if I can, we can make that go as well. Alright. Alright, I think that might be enough. But I do want to see about the... Fine, there's the frog, the poisonous frog, and the hook. Alright, the canned sweets. I want to get the present. It was a present, so... Fine, keep it rolled up, we're gonna stop here. And you hit the square button anytime to beat it. I think that should be 20. House of the Dead is a great game. Yeah, and as I said, since it was this case actually, like, with Nocturne for this one, that we had cases where we were planning it, but we couldn't do it, but she was in the chat, and you were as well. Psychedelic for sure on this one, too, and I guess House of the Dead. But at some point, it's like, yeah, I think we should adhere to that eventually, so I'll import the Saturn version as far as that, and we can do it for a future show, on top of the stuff I know you want doing. Oh, not bad! Inches. Alright, I'll take that. That's actually pretty close. I love the colors. Yeah, the colors of this game are incredible, I'll say that for sure. Still has a nice feel to it, came together nice and compact. And then you tried for Saturn. Alright, so actually that went way better than I thought it was going to. Oh, we have Scarf. Okay. But June taking the Scarf. It was close, it was like, yeah, it was only 2 millimeters off. So I wasn't in a bad case, at least. I'll take that. Alright, that's a Biscuit Saturn. Yeah, and you're right. The color on this is incredible. No question about it. I think that goes to the idea of what they were really going for a lot of the games in this series. Okay, so... That's another thing for that. That's a snowball. That's, that one. Alright, wait a minute. Also, I think since we're at the end of this, I want to pull the prince out. Yeah, he has not gotten a whole lot of play. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm trying to find out where the last person is. Hold on. Oh, wait, maybe they don't let you until, Oh, wait, did I not? No, that's the underwater. I don't want to... Oh, I said I was going to do the underwater, but... Fine, let's do this. Alright, fine. We didn't know it was as large as possible. Let's do it as another one. Actually, I think... Okay, now I remember, because I don't think they give you the last mission unless you have enough planets that are big enough to do the final roll-up. Because, yeah, we have to do the final level, we have to do the roll-up of the sun, and then we have something else. I think that's where we'll probably stop for this. Alright, so 50 centimeters in as fast as we can get it, which is no problem. Yeah, if I can get this really quick, that'll be good that way, and then I can try and see if I can't find that last mission. Because, yeah, they do give you that, and that's the big one. Because you're basically rolling up the entire world. We rolled up a lot for this game, for sure. In certain areas, and even in big areas. Actually, maybe I'm thinking about this, which is that I didn't do the roll-up massively on the racing mission, as I did in the test. But since I did it, like, almost double in the test play what I did here, maybe that's what happened. Okay, so that's good. Let's get that ready to go. Yeah, the bottles are actually pretty big, so if I can get in there and get the rest of them, or just go in the garden, that probably should be fine. Or get the VHS tapes. Yeah, as I said, VHS never dies in Super Bowl Game Saturday, even though there's nothing game-wise that's going to it. But yeah, those will be a decent thing for that. Alright. I don't know if the dog's gonna be big enough. No, I don't think that... I don't think... Yeah, you can't pick up the dog until, like, 60 centimeters. Alright, yeah, the parrots pick up. Yeah, the birdies are going, and not the Dilophosaurs from Jurassic Park. That's why I think they're like specific. Oh, right. I don't know if this is going to be that great because it's taking me almost 2 minutes to do this. Alright, fine. That was not bad. It's fine. It's as big as 357 sandwiches as, yeah. The prince is loving his trumpet case. I just love though they hold it in their mouth, just as far as like, hey, it's nothing. Alright, pretty fat. Oh! Okay, a little better. Fair enough. That was, better than I thought it was gonna be. Alright, so you're giving it... So pop it up. Alright, so there's a Swallow satellite, which looks more of a like a disco ball. Talking about the colors there. Damn, look at that. Okay, so let me see something. That's the girl. Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the grooming again with the car. Because that one will be big enough as far as the get it quickly that we should be able to get to the final mission. Because I'm looking for... I'm trying to remember who I'm looking for specific... Oh, no, well... No, well, fine. I'm doing this one shot. Oh, fine. Let's do Houston again. Let's run this. I'm going to run this one more time, and this should maybe be enough. No, no, no. It's like, yeah, Katamari Damacy. No, 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 no. Oh, it's the theme song. It's nah. Let's na 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 Katamari Damacy. All right, fine. We'll do the same deal as size. Get it to 5 meters in this. And yeah, this is the wrong kind of music for racing. But yeah, you're going in reverse now. Yeah, as long as I get the tires to start, this actually will go pretty fast. Ow! Unless the camera goes off, and like, wait, where'd it go? Yeah, I think with enough stuff for this, we should be good. Alright. Yeah, so I guess in one way it goes to one thing, which is do you have to necessarily grind for end, which is a little. But the game is fun enough that you're not going to necessarily mind it. Because also the other thing is that even though you are doing the same thing as far as a race, you can kind of take a different path as far as what you want to do, as far as you may want to route the level a little differently, as far as making sure you get up to that quota quicker. In fact, yeah, what I probably should be doing is going in reverse. I'm trying to get the cannons over there. In this case, I'm basically just holding down down on the right analog, or no, holding up on the right analog stick that way with my palm of my hand this way. Fine, we're doing what I should do, which is go in reverse. Actually, yeah, I should go get the car. Got him, alright, so not bad. A minute and a half. And I think that should be enough. If not, as I said, I might actually just do the biggest mission on this again, and then we'll do it. At that point, that'll take us to 5 hours. It's about how long this game operates, but there's going to be more value for other stuff. And I said I'll use the reroll version when that releases for that at some point. We'll do that down the road. In fact, I think what I might do is at some point is that for the stuff I have returns to, I might dedicate for 2024 one of those return shows a month and balance them in with the stuff. Alright, yeah, and we got the wheel there that looks like the Kirby wheel. Oh, perfect. Look at that. This is the bird. I love Katamari Damacy. Yeah, being big, I want to have it going. So we'll run Katamari in the swing with the prince. Because, yeah, this is the last main mission. What are we going to do? What are we going to do when we grow up? I mean, what am I going to do when I grow up, anyway? Panda Giraffe wants more us. But a bird wants to be bigger. Why is he going to do it? Yeah, he's a tweedly wonderful. Alright, fine. Footloose and Fancy Free are making a big one. This is the final main mission until we do the roll-up with the sun. And one other thing, which I'll keep a little secret. Alright. You start with 1 meter. You have 17 minutes to make 500. Off we go. This is the end of it. So yeah, unlike Katamari Damacy 1, I'm finishing this in one show. I guess nothing else is showing maybe the stamina I've had as far as doing shows like this. 4 or 5 hours straight, specifically. I mean, as I said, I was still in that mentality, I think, at the time of never again after almost 6 hours of Halo. I was like, fine, I broke that rule. I did 6 hours last week with Donkey Kong Country 3, and I loved every minute of it. Just like I've been loving every minute of this game and everything else we do. And, yeah. I said, Nocturne, sorry we couldn't do this specifically together as far as it. As I said, definitely we'll make this work. And I said, I really am thinking at some point, with the re-roll version, when it comes to the revisit of this, yeah, I think in that case we can kind of write that potential as far as the fact that, hey, it couldn't be in this version. I can use that to show off the extra stuff. 'Cause at that point, I'll just do it on my own time as far as fun. In that case, I can also show off the Million Roses, which I don't even think I did in the PS2 version, or this version, I should say, as far as getting that. You have to go through that mission constantly in order to get that happening, and I think you do have to do all of the as big as possible and as fast as possible missions. I don't think you miss one. Is that the only reason I'm skipping on this is because I think that's the only thing, and it kind of gives the same point, enough point. And since I technically can't do multi-part for this game now, kind of like with Donkey Kong Country 3, that's how I'll rationalize it. This is a fun game. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it. They said it's something that, and the other thing that goes to what you said with a couple of the shows that I know you've been on. Well, yeah, we're taking the gang down, knocking them down like bowling pins. Yeah, so the leader of the gang is like, yeah, why not, oh, here's the thing. Here's the life lesson as far as children. Why do you not join a gang? Because otherwise you'll be rolled up into Katamari and sent to the sun. But anyway, yeah, the Baxter and the Matador, what are they guarding? Well, we'll find out in just a second. Yeah, to go what you're saying, it kind of made me think of one thing you're saying, which is the idea of, you sometimes said, or you said this with Tetris Attack specifically, the idea that, hey, that's a game that is something that's kind of easy to understand, so it's something you can come to specifically. In fact, if you're liking what you're looking at, I think you would like this game. That being said, I will go into one thing. As I said, I mentioned earlier, the idea of when we played the first one, Alekverse was going into this, saying that for him personally, he has adjustments he has to go with when it comes to dual analog controls for certain things, but not necessarily for others. Games like Robotron and Geometry Wars and things like that, easy to kind of manage. And this game asks you to do a lot with those 2 analog sticks, but it is something that... It's something that I think, and I said this to him specific that way, I said, it's something that with this game, because he said also I hadn't played this game, or at the time he hadn't played this game, just the thought that it's something that it is something that you play it more, and it's... I'm not gonna lie, when I first played this game, like, I kind of had to figure out how am I playing this, how am I controlling this. So it took some time to click, but it's one of those easy enough to learn games, specific, as far as understanding how the mechanics are operating, and then the idea of, like, trying to master it for that completion of you could keep coming back to this game, like, 20 years from now, and still find new stuff, and still play it, and still try to go for higher scores, and maybe have higher scores. Which I've been doing when it's come to the test play of this, specifically, is we're at the Peacock gas station. Yeah, let's roll up the gas station. Thankfully, we will not explode. We'll get the hang bell. So I think, yeah, in that case, it kind of fits to that perspective, too. For, like, a game like this, and saying that it's something that can be easy to approach to some degree. That is assuming you can kind of get down with the wavelength of how the controls are, which is not... That's bad controlling game. It's a very good controlling game. It's just that, especially for when this game came out, there were not a lot of games that controlled this way exactly. I mean, this is kind of the era when you're running into games that were running dual analog control for a lot of stuff. And I mentioned this with Electronic Arts. They love their dual analog controls for stuff. And same also, even now with Metroid Prime's remaster, where there is dual analog to that game, as far as it now, for the purpose of how that game operates, or how it's option to control. So in that way, there was something about this game that I guess was kind of at the forefront of running dual analog controls at a time that they're trying to figure how do we handle this. And it was something that sometimes games like that may not age well for it, but I don't think this one's a game that does that. Also, I don't think I'm big enough to get the, what are those? The Ferris wheel stuff. Also, the other thing I need to do is I need to go back to the main town, because otherwise I can get some buildings. Okay, now I can't get the jungle gym yet, so like, alright, fine, I gotta go back. I do have a lot of time to get this, so it's fine. It seems like it's a lot, but as I said, it is the final challenge. Fine, the main challenge before endgame, which is not gonna be that long. Yeah. Okay, at least that I'm bigger, I can kind of make a little more of a run out. Alright, perfect. Alright, so fine. Roll up the town, or we can roll up the town now at 10 meters. Not everything specifically, but at least we'll get some things, and that will let us go bigger as we go. As I said, the instrumental version also Katamari on the swing, so you hear the great piano and all the music that's to that. Okay, 12 centimeters, so yeah, that's another load screen, because it opens up another area, and he'll point where it is. Yeah, it's a touch of boredom has something to do with it. I like that they're self-effacing on the load screens that way. Yeah, so we can get through here because it's 12 meters, but we'll go there later. Okay, so I'm just maximizing my size out here. Like, fine, the town's gone that way, but I can get all the stuff in here. Okay, there we go, so yeah. I don't know if I can get to the Shinto temple. I don't think I'm big enough to get it anyway. Alright, I'm big enough to get the boat. I had to go what you're saying as far as, like, what the fun is of this. I think it's just that idea, like, we started so small, and at this point, we're rolling up the entire world. Nothing is, escaping this. So it's that build. It's a terrific build, as far as how it is, and that's where it gets really satisfying. You've gone through a lot with it, and I guess understood how the game is operating, too. Seeing the flying whale that way. And it's like, okay, let's grab this. Alright, perfect. So yeah, the runaway Ferris wheel that way. And we're going into the city. Let's see if I can sort of pick there as well as the large elephants. Yeah, the elephant just running out in the streets. Alright, there's the cruise ships, or fine, the military ships that way. Alright, so yeah, let's go down the 12 meter. So yeah, I'm way past this as far as the barrier. As I said, that's kind of how I tend to run this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're picking up the gas station now. The Peacock gas station was just... I'm getting the gas canisters this way. But yeah, now we're going into... Actually, this one explicitly indicates the fact that we're in other countries specifically. Because, yeah, we're in Paris now. So there's the Arc de Triomphe. We're rolling it through. Going right through town. Just taking everything up. Yeah, we're going to pick that up. That's not going to stay. So yeah, we're specifically in Europe this way. We're seeing, you know, the nice boulevard trees, the Castellas. I guess, yeah, there's the Parthenon, so Greece is next door. There is the Eiffel Tower. We'll get it eventually. I do love that idea, just hearing that sound. It is just nuts. There's the castle, which we can't get to yet, but, yeah, it's coming. Oh, there's Stonehenge! So yeah, we picked up Stonehenge. Also, yeah, I guess they have the, like, weird sound. I don't know if they had the This is Spinal Tap thing as far as picking up Stonehenge that way. But either way, it's getting picked up. There is the Eiffel Tower. We'll get it soon. And same with the Parthenon. Yeah, we are in Europe this way. I guess it's London, too. Actually, no, there is London. London is, right here. Okay, there is London Bridge. There is Big Ben and the House of Commons and all that. Yeah, we're going on a worldwide adventure. So that's the other thing as well. It's kind of a surprise of, like, what are you going to see when you go through this? So that's what makes it so surprising and compulsive. The idea that, hey, also you see everything, like, I want this all. So in this case, I guess we're... Actually, no, I'll tell you where we are. We're probably in Munich. Or, and I probably put an edit for this, the idea of... I always indicated playing Where in Europe is Carmen Sandiego on the PC. And with PC getting figured in a few months, or a month and a half, yeah, that can be open that way. As well as we're going, I guess, out to the United Arab Emirates or something, where the oil fields. I know, at the Taj Mahal. No, so we're in India. So there is, I guess, Easter Island, or I guess the Hawaiian Islands, I think. No, that's not it. So Maui, I believe, as far as that. No, it's not Maui. It's Maui. That's what it is. Okay. Jurassic Tree. There we go. Okay, so I think we can pick up stuff back in Paris. Let's go back to Paris. Fine, in London start. There's the chimneys there that way too. And come on, Big Ben. Alright, so we got the auto factory over there. Alright, I gotta see where else we should be going. Yeah, I'm only at 50. And you know, fine, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're going up to, actually, no, there is the Parthenon right there. That was the Colosseum. And there's the Trojan horses. Yeah, I can't pick the Parthenon up yet. So back to town. There we go. Okay. I can finally talk. So yeah, that's probably the sign of our next gate, which is over there. So that's going to New York. Alright, so there's the school, there's everything. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, we couldn't get that Ferris wheel over there, but we're also getting the islands. You do want to go up the islands when you get big enough to do this, because they're going to give you massive size. Or any of the islands that you can get, as well as there is the Great Wall of China. Let's try and go across it. Whoa. Whoa, look at that. That's the other thing, just the idea of, like, all the hang time you can get. So there's the Diet building, the big fire kanji, as well as, yeah, there's Buddha. Alright, so there's the Chinese gate and bell tower. So yeah, there you go. We're, talking about rolling up the world, you know? There's Angkor Wat. Actually, no, we're talking about that when we did Tetris Plus. So it's like, okay, Angkor Wat is in this game as well. Okay, awesome. Yeah. I think with this, we should be able to get Big Ben now, or get close to Big Ben and Arc de Triomphe and all that. Alright, so there's the Arc de Triomphe. I don't know if I can get the, okay, I can't get the Eiffel Tower yet, unfortunately. Actually, yeah, I'm a little nervous about this, because I'm thinking, like, I don't know if I'm getting enough right now. But alright, fine, we're going to New York. Yeah, we're rolling through New York and picking up everything in town this way. Alright. Alright, so there's the Statue of Liberty. Alright, awesome. There we go. Now if I can get the ships. Okay, we're getting close to the ships. There's Monroe Mansion. Okay, here is also, yeah, there is, Mount Rushmore. So yeah, it's like Pilot Wings a little bit. It's like, except in Pilot Wings, we're not, you know, rolling the place up. I guess I got Big Ben already. Alright. Okay, yeah, it's like, okay, fine. I shouldn't be too nervous, because when I get big enough, I can basically pick up all the islands. But I don't want to fail this, because I've run on this so long. Alright, so there's the cactus. Alright, where next? Somewhere there's stuff going on big. Alright, here we go. There we go, some of the islands. Yeah, there we go. Roll up the Great Wall of China. I guess there are people inside that wall. I did not know that. Alright. Oh, there we go. Netting and, yeah, there we go. So, alright, over here in Japan, I guess there's, not Godzilla. Alright. Alright, so yeah, there we go. There are all the pirate ships. So, like, yeah, we're, picking up the pirates. Yeah, we talked about, One Piece on the show. Like, yeah, no. I don't know, I find the different ending, not the actual ending of, One Piece. The idea of Luffy's not finding the One Piece. Like, yeah, because, yeah. He's not going to be king of the pirates. We're going to take the pirate down. Okay, perfect. At this point now, we're also getting the islands up on. Or I should be, getting that quick enough. Basically, as soon as you start picking up the ground, it's going to go a lot faster, so. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Alright, so one more loading screen. Let's see. Can't speak. Yeah, we're almost there. Keep making it bigger. Actually, you know, let's go back to where we were, because then I can start picking up the ground. And I think I can start picking up the ground. Yeah, just look at this. Yeah, we pulled out so much. Alright, fine, let's go. I find the islands. Just follow the islands. Oh, well, there's more. Alright, fantastic. We'll just go over here. Alright, there's a couple of cousins, but I think they're cousins I've gotten. Yeah, they are. And he'll announce if there's the ones you haven't gotten yet. Alright, so we're going to hit this target. It's not going to go as fast as I thought it would. So there's the Marine Jumbo Man. So it's like Ultraman a little bit. Right, so there you go. There are the islands. Come on, come on. Alright, actually, I'm cutting it closer than I'd like to, but yeah, we're gonna get it. There we go. Perfect. It's not already. It actually took way longer than I would have liked. But alright, there we go. Look at that. The islands are coming up, and that's gonna be it. So yeah, we'll at least get to this specific. Alright. Yeah, so yeah, all that element. We started so small at 1 meter, now here we are, and there's no island left. Actually, wait, there's a dragon. Let me grab that. I've never seen that. I don't remember seeing that. There you go. So yeah, the dragon's coming up there. I was like, yeah, bye-bye, dragon. Alright, so there's another one. There's the Thunder God. Also, this is like, there's a couple missions in the first game to do this. This is the only one in this game that does it. When it hits the 30 seconds, it's going to, start fading out to white. Almost there. Like, yeah, and it is getting a bit heavier as far as the movement. There's Nick again. So yeah, we're getting some cousins. Yeah, it is going to fade into white. So yeah, we're not eventually not see much. And there is the King of all the Cosmos. Patronus Twin Tower. All right, we got that too. Yeah, his royal rainbow's blocking me. All right, but yeah, we did get up to a pretty good amount as we're at the end. Got it. Whew, what a workout. So, there it is. But smaller than I thought. That's true. He's not wrong. I've gotten bigger than that. Yeah, Queen might like it as far as it. Smallest big, who knows? Yeah, fine. So he's not satisfied. Like, yeah, fine, whatever. It should be fine. Alright, that's the Big Bang. Alright, the Horizon Big Bang. And when you do that mission, that actually takes us to the credits. But we do have 2 more things to do, and I think we can do the roll-up. Here we go. Okay, so actually, no, we have to do this, and then we do that. Alright, so let's try this with this. Let's run Blue Orb. This should be enough. I said, if you have Katamari Damacy in the PS2 and you load in the file you have, it's a little easier. Okay, so earlier we rolled with the doggy and we couldn't get the sun going. With everything we got, I think we should be good now, because that's the idea. You gotta build up the plants enough so you can do this. And this is infinite time. Basically roll up every celestial body. Because you got the No Way Planet. Okay, so there we go. Basically, roll up everything you got, and don't stop till you get to about 150 bodies. And if you run out of bodies, just keep going to pick that way, because you can pick up Stardust. And some of them you might not be able to pick up on your first pass, so you have to go around and just pick up everything. So yeah, all the plants we made, all that's going to be in line. Now, so stuff is going to be shooting off of, fine, there's the weed meteor. But stuff is going to be shooting off of the sun, you can't necessarily pick those up. And that's our goal, we gotta roll up the sun. There's Yokozuna again. Magic Beanstalk Pluto, alrighty. So yeah, just keep going. This is a nice wave, yeah, we're at the end of this, as far as that. There is our Horizon Big Bang. That's the big one. Also, you can't do dashes or quick turns when you're in space like this, by the way. Make sure you roll up everything as far as the planets are concerned, otherwise the roll-up of the sun will not work. So nothing else, yeah, you'll be able to kind of have the relaxing element of space. Kind of a nice closeout to our show this week, or getting close to the closeout anyway. And it will circle itself around, so if you don't see it soon enough, just keep going. In this case, I'm also picking up as much stars. It's kind of hard to tell, honestly, but if you go where stars are, you should be fine. Yeah, I said you're hearing Blue Orb, as I mentioned, which was done by Kahimi Karie, which kind of has a little bit of a Kate Bush vibe to it, honestly, now I'm listening to it. Kind of this, like, new wave-ish kind of thing, as far as, like, even, like, the way the voice is going. Okay, I think I picked up everything as far as, like, I'm gonna go a little more of the celestial bodies, because I said there's stuff I didn't do as well for our play of this as I did in the tests. Not that I'm dissatisfied with how the play has gone, I'm far from it. I'm very happy with how this game has gone. The way the chat's gone, the way the discussion's gone, the way the experience of Wheel of Katamari has gone. And also, as I mentioned, Nocturne was the first thing I said to you when it came to coming on the show, being ready to improvise. You were absolutely ready to improvise, saying that, okay, we couldn't do this the way we want to for the reasons that we indicated earlier, but we made it work. Like, that's what we do. We make things work. When we can't have 100%, we'll do what we can to make it as close as we can and still make a really good show out of it. And as I said, with the fact they made the remake, or the remake is on the way of this, that's going to rationalize the deal. I'm going to go to 200 of these just to be sure, so I can actually roll this up. You just keep finding where stars are, and you'll find Stardust. Alright, a little more. Fine, that's 200. I'm gonna go a little more for a good measure. Fine, let's go that... Actually, yeah, let's stop at... Yeah, I'm not seeing much more, I guess... I'll stop at 210, just because, just to make sure, because I don't want this to fail. Alright, so I think that's good. So hit the square button. Gotta do the roll-up. Let's see how this goes. Can we roll up the sun? Get the stars on the way. Yes, we can. Alright, there we go. All rolled up. We got it. You rolled the world into one, you know. Be a good or bad thing, but it's powerful global news. Earth must be going nuts. Well, Earth is in here, right? I wonder if fans are right. Probably not. But some of these are surviving, I think, because we see them later. Feeling the presence of each and every fan, this is going to, as I mentioned, the idea that what was the design of this game? It's talking about the fans specifically of the first one, which is unique, and I do like that perspective. Yeah, they're fine. So, yeah, they are fine. All right, never mind. There's the answer. This game is a mission to roll Katamari to grant fans their wishes. But there are other fans on Earth. They didn't grant all their wishes yet. Would you go into the idea of the as fast as possible missions? But rolling up the sun is such a happy thing. We're going to the ending. Okay. Okay, so and then there's one more mission afterwards I'll show, and that will be the end of the show for tonight. So we are going to have the credits, and it's going to be a little bit of a game here. If you've ever played the Super Smash Brothers games, you do have a little bit of a bonus here going on. You're seeing that number. As we are hearing, by the way, a song for the King of Kings by Tomu Miyazaki. So there's everything we rolled up, maximum diameter of everything we got. We love Katamari. Alright, so yeah, that is We Love Katamari, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be running around, by the way, with the prince here to roll up all the other cousins that we picked up. And I don't think I missed a couple. In fact, I probably missed Cousin Joe, assuming there is a Cousin Joe in this game. I will put a picture of that. I am sorry without a heroin Bob for that. I was like, yeah, we'll have him there as far as the edit that way. And in that case, also, when I come back to the re-roll edition of this, I will have all the cousins set that way, because that's probably going to be an achievement for that. So you bet your ass I'm going to go for that. Alright, so, as we go along, I'm moving the prince with the left analog stick around, seeing the credits, and the number's going to be... I'm going to have to run away from that, actually. Perfect indication. The cousins are going to be here. I got to let them be rolled up. I don't want myself rolled up. But alright, so I'll go final thoughts on this. Nocturne, you're still out there, specific. Feel free to let me know your thoughts on this game, what you're seeing, or also of Katamari Damacy, because I guess you were using that for the purpose of practice. Yeah, you also got to roll up all the people we saw. So there's Lazy Bones and everybody. Yeah, but my take of this game is definitely a worthy follow-up to Katamari Damacy. It did show that the first game was not a flash in the pan. It was a question later, and maybe proving this director's point as far as, you know, what else did they have after this? Was this a game that eventually became a victim of its own success, or maybe the thought that Namco, they did with this what Capcom did with Beautiful Joe, is they knew that they had something big a little later than maybe they should have, and then overcompensated and resulted in being a little dead and buried. Although this, unlike Beautiful Joe, is not dead and buried because of the fact that, hey, we got the remake coming out, the new remake of this one coming out as well. But as far as this game is concerned, I think it's extremely fun, has terrific music. It's just as much fun as Katamari Damacy was. And for the experience that you have with it, just that feel that it gives you, and the fun of the Katamari control and all that stuff for it, this is definitely a worthy follow-up, and is a game that I have a lot of fondness for, and I do highly recommend. Also, be careful here, as we're getting the vocals kick in. When he does the pullback there, wait, yeah, it is the King of all the Cosmos doing this. He'll do a dash forward, and you have to kind of get him off in that way. He moves with you, specifically, so you gotta make sure you're not gonna be hitting into his direction. Ugh. Oh, that was close. Shit. Alright. Okay, fine. I'm behind him, so it's like, yeah, he's not gonna run me over. And you're wondering why avoid this. Not too much of a reason, sort of, but I think there is a... I think there's something you unlock in the gallery. Whoa! It's not easy. I remember the first time I did it, like, first off, wait, why am I controlling this? And I realized, wait a second, something's coming. Alright, so actually there goes back with the, Ikebana feature that way, as far as how it is. Yeah, this is a very fun game. You never played it. Yeah, in 4 months, it's getting re-released on all the modern systems. That might be the easiest way to get it, just for that very reason. But if you have a PlayStation 2, it is only $30. It's going to cost $30 only when it comes out on June 2nd, which is on the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, Switch, and PC. But if you can't wait until then. Yeah, it's worth going for now. But as I said, if you haven't played this game before, I'd say probably wait for that. At that point, yeah, you'll definitely have a fun time. And, yeah, it's definitely is quite a thing. And, yeah, there is actually the girl, yeah, Michiru Hoshino, who we saw in the first game. And that's going to kind of come to play a little bit, as there's Dr. Katamari, the doggy. Alright, so we got through and got 42 roll-ups. And perfect timing for the end of the song. Yeah, but it didn't ultimately matter because you still got rolled up. So yeah, you can't avoid that, but you do want to keep it going just for the purpose of what that is. So, okay. One last thing. I mentioned the Hoshino family that was in the first game. Also the final element of the story for the birth of the Prince of all the Cosmos. And this part is in Japanese, which is weird because the opening story thing was in English. But that is but that voice there, by the way, that was still Tomo Miyazaki doing it. I'm a little disappointed. What do you think you're doing if you're using your roll up these poor people? It's so boring to just have the credits. So it says the Queen of all the Cosmos, but yeah, she's not been present much in this one. Maybe she's present in the other ones, but I don't know. Alright, so last thing we're going to show is... Yeah, keep doing that. Well, fine. Okay, when you complete all of the missions for as fast as possible, this flower opens up. It says 1,000,000 roses. And you go in here and you can roll 1,000,000 roses. And you get some extra stuff in the gallery when you do that, but it takes forever. So I'll show that when we do the remake. But, alright, called off. So, okay. I'm also going to put on Song of the King of Kings as the track here. Okay. This is Tomio Hoshino. In the first game, he's the father of the children who discover who the King of all the Cosmos and the Prince of all the Cosmos are. They believed it before the adults did. He's their father. He's an astronaut, and we met him at the end of the last game, and they know who they are and what he does as far as his space journey stuff, but Earth is in danger. So yeah, we're talking about Earth being safe, but not exactly. We gotta do something about it. So alright, we got one last challenge. Okay, so last thing we gotta do is we gotta save Earth. It's actually not dissimilar to the ending, or the ending credits of the first game. We have to roll up all the countries. Same deal here. It says it's a mission, and it's actually not dissimilar to stuff we saw in Blast Corps when we played that. We had to keep everything safe at the end of the game. Alright, here we go. So, danger to Earth. I'm having a trumpet in my mouth to try and alert people, but it's not gonna be much good. Yeah, you gotta hurry up and roll the Katamari up so that we can take that meteor. Oh shit, it has a spike on it. I didn't see that happen when I was doing my test, so I guess it randomizes the look of it. So, here's what you do. Roll up all the countries. So we're going North Korea, Korea, Marshall Islands, Finland, Sweden, everything. It's also tough to tell where you can pick up the countries or which ones you're picking up. But yeah, we're going all the countries. Also, I picked the song I picked because basically as soon as the vocals kick in, which is after one run of the music here, as you're in the credits, that's when there's a spot on the Earth where there's a shadow. That's where the meteor's gonna be. At that point, you let it run into you, and then you can pick it up. But you gotta pick up a bunch of countries to make that happen. It's kind of hard to tell, as I mentioned, which ones you're able to pick up and in what order. You kind of want to look for the ones that are off on the side like that, or not connected to anything, or that they're deep blue, or kind of, yeah, deep blue more than light blue. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna get going on this. Yeah, it is a good track to have this running for the purpose of, yeah, let's save the world. Here, save the pandas with the money that was mostly pocketed by us. Which was not my plan. I was like, I wanted to give it off to the group of that, but like, fine, we're gonna earn our keep this way. Going to Greenland, Grenada, all of these places. Oh, fine, we're picking all these places up. I don't know if there's gonna be enough, because like, that's the other thing I noticed, that sometimes like, hey, I'm not picking enough countries up. So hopefully I can get the stuff going. Alright, there we go. So we're in, I guess, part of Asia. Libya, Mali, Brazil, Argentina. Also, where the hell is the meteor? Okay, there's the meteor. There's the US. I think this should be enough. I hope this is enough. Alright, we got Mexico. And Canada. Alright, yes, yeah, pierce my Katamari, please. Yes, okay, we saved him. Alright, perfect. We did it. And we're as big as 3,552 Qatars. Or 21 Chinas. Or, okay, I've never seen that before. It's overlapping the dialogue. It's as big as 5,842 of these and the Grenadas. Okay, I can barely read that. Okay, I'm glad to see that happening. And 5,843 of Sao Tome and Principe. And 1,240 Dominican Republics. And lastly, oh shit, I still hit the England thing. I'll look on the edit what England was. And then from Berlin down to Belize, yeah, we have 4,059 Belize's. And 338 Philippines. I'll have the edit of what happened with England. Sorry for skipping that one. And 1,148 Hungaries. Alright, we're done. Okay, so yeah, we saved the world. Thank God. Yeah, we managed to save the planet after all, but everyone all alright? Yeah, it was only entire countries, but I only got 69%. Very striking resemblance to the rock we threw earlier. Okay, so he caused it. Alright, fine. All countries and then space. Some asteroid. They're gigantic like a Katamari, but yeah, you know what, fine, take this. Alright, fine, we're taking all those countries and we're putting them into a Katamari, but they're gonna survive somehow. I'm not questioning it either, so... We got the World Cup planet. There we go. It used to be Earth, but like, fine, there's some parts missing, but you can always go back and get more if you are saying like, hey, you're not satisfied, but alright. Alright, so I think that's gonna be it. The one thing I'm gonna do last is... Hold on, wait a second. Oh, that's the same guy for that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the collection. And what happens is when you beat the game, you go to the select meadow, there's a crown that's going to appear. In fact, I will end on that. And this will be a bit of a preview to when I come back for this, for Wheel of Katamari Reroll plus Reverie, Royal Reverie. And yeah, you do unlock all the cutscenes specifically. Also, you can unlock the cutscenes from the first game. We showed them all off in the first game we played it a couple years ago. And if you do more, you can unlock extra bonus video for that as well. And then listen to the music. In fact, I will pick... trying to think of the good one to end on, you know? Let's end on Bluffing Damacy. As I mentioned, when I was growing up, as far as this, I just put this on and just listened to music, because the music is awesome in this game. Okay, as I said, we'll come back to some of the extra stuff for this, because there's definitely other things I think are worth coming out to. And it also means that we can take a look at the remake, because there's extra stuff that remake's adding, and I think it would justify a return to this. But as I said, that'll be a ways down the road, because that remake's not coming out for 4 months, and the way our schedule's stacked, we wouldn't be coming back to this in 4 months anyway. As I said, it's more going to be a case of adding to a list of games that we've played before that I think there's extra stuff to rationalize another show for, specifically of the games I know off the top of my head for that. Donkey Kong Country 3, which we did last week, we played the Game Boy Advance version and all the Game Boy versions of the other Donkey Kong countries, at least. Sonic Heroes, which we'll do next January. Shadow the Hedgehog, which those two are for their super hard modes. Sonic Mania for the Encore mode, which we weren't able to show when Nocturne was on the show for that game specific, as well as Proterova. This, I think that's it. But either way, as I said, we'll make sure to, I'll put that in with other stuff, so it won't be just like, hey, we're returning to a game for this case. But like, yeah, there's other stuff to show off, and I think it's worth doing it. As I said, if it was a case where schedules is going to be able to manage it, like, within an extra month, we could do that, although in this case, it's also on the basis of a remake that's not out for a few months. So, that's either way, but yeah, that is, we have Katamari for PlayStation 2. I had a great time doing this. I had a great time with, Nocturne in the chat, and also with Dolly Finn, and, Heroin Bob, specifically, thank you for all showing up for this. Thank you, Nocturne. I'm sorry we couldn't do this the way that we were expecting, but I'll tell you, when we do the return to this for that other thing, I won't do this without you. You'll be able to play this some way, as far as, and yeah, if you haven't played Wheel of Katamari, yeah, it's worth getting on the PS2 for $30 now, because it's about how much it costs, even for a new copy, or wait 4 months till June 2nd to get the remake. Katamari Damacy Re-Roll is the new one, or the old one, or the first one remade. It's Wheel of Katamari plus Royal Reverie for all the systems, and yeah, it is good stuff, and I had a fun time playing this, and hear the wonderful music, for sure. Alright, so with that, I'm gonna bid you good night before I do. I'm gonna go into schedule, because we got a little bit of a different case for next week's program. We're doing 2 shows, although, let me explain this. You're wondering, what is this? We're going to be having a show next Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's not going to actually be an official program. It's going to be us going live for the purpose of doing a test play or a practice run for Game Dev Tycoon, which Proterova and I are going to be doing with Blood Spiced Moon in March. And we'll go on that in a little bit, but since he's a big one on that game, he's going to be involved as far as a little bit of a preview of that game. I'm going to do some practice on screen, streaming that way. He's going to be, I think the thought of this is he's going to be in the chat specific for this, or I'll do another thing, which is that I'll have Skype up on my phone, or Discord up on my phone, one of those two, for the purpose of having him voice that way, although he'll be running on a 3-second delay because of that, because I can't be in contact with him either, as far as how scheduling of stuff is going to work between the two of us. But like, he wanted to be seeing that specific. I do think he understands this is a test play, and I think he knows what I'm talking about on that one specific. But the idea is like, we'll be live, I'm going to have the mic on, we'll go into certain things. It's going to be a little bit of a preview before we do our full show for that game, which is going to be on March 25th. At 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Saturday that way. Like I said, that's going to be our first show. That's next Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be kind of even more of a loosey-goosey thing than this show tends to be already. But that's what we're going to do as far as our first Super Roll Game Saturday, I guess, test play live, I guess. We'll come up with a name. And I probably will do something with that with Contra Hardcore as we get closer to that, because I think I probably should do that. Not that I'm not practicing the game, I am, but I think it's probably worth just having a show that way. Just practice run, so it's getting us ready for the full episode. I think what I'll also do is I'll figure what I'm going to do with that as far as holding those test plays for the YouTube site, depending on how that goes. Maybe as an extra, as far as something, or I'll figure what I'm going to do with that. Maybe as like a compilation part, or saying like the best things we had going on with that. Maybe I'll think about it. But that's the next time we'll be on for next Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The next show we're going to have fully is next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Crusader 64 is coming back. We'll be playing Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2 again. We're part 5. He's been leading us through for that one. We're getting closer to our final destinations, which is going to be ending the game in April, most likely. If not, it'll be March, but we'll figure that specific. But that's going to be next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the day after our test play for Game Dev Tycoon. The week after that is going to be Friday program. That's going to be February 24th. It's going to be for the finale of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for the Nintendo 64. We're a little over halfway through the game. I've started watching that Legend of the Mystical Ninja anime. I'm liking it quite a bit, but I do want to have that finished specifically before we get to that. And because of scheduling reasons, that's going to have to be a Friday night program. But we will finish the rest of the game, get rid of the rest of the Silver Fortune dolls, and get to where we need to get to stop Spring Breeze Dance and his plan to turn Japan into a stage. Another weird one like Wheel of Katamari, but another one that I love just like Wheel of Katamari in the sense that it's so assured and so much fun and so clever as far as what it's doing. And yeah, in that case, we'll finish that game on that Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then we have March, where the 4th is going to be Part 6 of Shadow Hearts. Maybe it's finale, but most likely not. With the Crusader 64 again. March 11th is going to be the Medics Pack for Part 5, the finale of Parasite Eve. I promise it's going to be the finale, because we're almost done with the Chrysler Building. We have only 27 floors left. And we will then fight the final boss, and that will be the end of that game. I had a great time dealing with him, as is he. And then St. Patrick's Day, that's going to be a Friday show, specifically again. Nikki and Edwack come back. Nikki's going to be playing for us Freddy Fish, Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds, and Freddy Fish, Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse for the PC. She's going to be controlling that one specifically. That's one that she has a lot of love and admiration and personal memories of that neither Edwack nor myself have those memories on. So that is going to be her leading us. And I'm glad that she's going to be leading us on that. Now she's looking forward to it as well. As it also, when we come back to this franchise with another game that's not We Love Katamari's remake, will be with Beautiful Katamari on Xbox 360 running with the Xbox Series X. So frame rate problems will be a thing of the past. Thank God. Then March 25th, as I mentioned, Game Dev Tycoon for Switch. Proterova and Blood Spice Moon are going to be on that. Blood Spice Moon will not be for the test play. We're doing that next week, just to indicate that. They'll be on the show specific for Saturday, March 25th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because that's the only way the scheduling is going to work that way. But that's how we're going to operate it. And then April 1st is going to be April Fool's Day. The patch-free showcase blind run of the first couple of hours of Pokemon Violet version. As I said, I had kind words to say about Nintendo regarding the Nintendo Direct that they had this past week. I will not have many kind words to be saying to them about Pokemon Violet, because it's kind of a little bit of an obscenity. I'm not going to lie to you. And we're going to see how that's doing, because I'm not applying any of the patches. We're going to see how this game is operating. Maybe it'll work fine. Maybe it'll be better. But, like, I've seen this game running when it first came out. I know that's not happening, but I think it's something that we have to deal with, and then I can actually start playing that, and by that time, the patch that's going to hopefully fix stuff is going to be out. I think it's out in 2 weeks, from what I understand. We'll see that that's going to be a reckoning case, specifically, as I said, showing equal opportunity. Look, I gave Sega my knocks as far as saying I regret buying Sonic Origins, specifically, but then also a case where I'm showing, like, the love of Sega. Same with Nintendo, and same with really any company, as it is. When they let us down and do things that are completely against their standards that they've set for themselves. In Nintendo's case, this is something that I don't think anybody has, hit them hard enough on. I'm going to hit them hard for sure, because they deserve it. And at that point, it's like, never again. While also celebrating again what they did with the Nintendo Direct. Nintendo Direct good, Pokemon Violet bad in terms of what they did with it being broken. That's the main thing. I said, yeah, this game sold 20 million units by people who, yeah, were duped as far as how it was. They didn't deserve a broken game. They also are going to be on the hook when Generation 10 comes out if that ends up as broken as this, and I feel horrible for those people, and they shouldn't have to be in that position. But, yeah, so we're going to deal with that. And the week after that is Nocturne's return to the program. That's going to be for Mega Man Legends 2 on the PlayStation. We're going to start that. I'm looking forward to that for sure. As this is also, of course, barring any cases where it might be something thrown into the works for this. If we do, we'll adjust it We'll figure how that is, though. And March 15th, or April 15th, I should say, is part 7, if we need it, for Shadow Hearts, the finale with the Crusader 64. April 22nd, I think that's going to be a 3 p.m. show as well for the start of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation that Proterova is going to be crawling. And then at the end of the month is going to be the 25th anniversary show of Tekken 3 on the PlayStation. I'm definitely looking forward to playing Mega Man Legends 2. I am too. Nocturne, thank you so much for coming in on this one tonight. I said, also, I'm calling dibs for you on remake of Katamari, We Love Katamari. I keep saying Katamari Damacy. It is Katamari Damacy for the first one, but we have Katamari's remake you're all in for, so you can replicate it that way. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Mega Man Legends 2. I haven't gotten a lot of time to play it, honestly, for the purpose of what it is. Because I have it on the PS3 downloaded. You have it actually physically on it. Ha, okay. Well, sure, of course. I mean, because, like, look, we're gonna do what we have to do for the purpose of the show. It's like, hey, we couldn't make this happen as far as you being here on the show. But you were in the chat. Thank you for joining us for the purpose of the chat. I thank you for that for sure, and all the contributions you've made on the program. Everybody here, actually. We've all made a lot of great contributions to the show to make it what's become. So at that point, I mean, hey, we'll make it work that way. And for Mega Man Legends 2, I played a very little bit of it on PS3. She has it physically speaking. We're going to be running it that way through the PS2, because then we can run it actually the way we ran this, which is going to be with the component cables, where it looks really, really nice. And so that's going to be, as I mentioned, April 8th for that. April 22nd is Lunar with Proterova. He's starting that for us. Tekken 3 on April 29th for its 25th anniversary. And then in May, schedule's still up in the air. We'll figure this Nocturne for you as far as when we're going to be doing the next parts of Mega Man Legends 2, and also for Lunar for Proterova. If I can figure this, I kind of want to have both of your shows split out by about a week, if I can manage that. So basically, my thought is that if the first weekend of May will work for you, and then the third weekend for him, or vice versa, I'd like to have that happen if I can make it happen. And then the other week in the middle, it's going to be Chasm22 coming on the show. He's going to be playing Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. He's going to be joining up for that one, and it does have co-ops. We're going to be running it both ways. He has on Saturn. We're going to be playing that. I'm going to be practicing the 360 version, because that's the one I have. And I got to figure out with him, because he's like, hey, my Saturn might not be working, so we'll figure that way. That should work. Okay, awesome. I just want to indicate that way for the purpose of schedule, because actually we're going to run into a case, I think, where we're going to have 3 long-form games running at the same time. It's going to be an interesting case, although I'm not playing 2 of them. So, because you're playing Mega Man Legends 2, Proterova's playing Lunar, and some point I'll be playing Super Mario Sunshine. I'm thinking we might start that in June. I got to talk to the Crusader 64 and Surrender Antonio for that one. I'll have updates to that over the next couple of weeks. And then the other show, as far as May is concerned, which is set in stone, that's going to be the Memorial Day weekend compilation program. That's going to be for Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for the Xbox 360. Yeah, another Namco joint as far as like with Katamari Damacy. Going to look at all of the games out of which there's about 40 or so. So it's going to be like we always do for those, going through everything. Chat said they want to see Namco Night. They love Namco. We're going to be doing our Namco case. Take a break from Midway this year as far as that. We'll do the Midway Controllers 3 eventually for the purpose of that. But yeah, that's how it's going to go for that. Some Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, Metro Cross. I said it right this time. I said Moto Cross last week. That was wrong. The Tower Jiraga. We'll finally deal with the Tower Jiraga. I've told the stories about that. Maybe people have played. It's like, what is this? I mean, Ed, Wack, and Nicky, they know the stories. Shaner 64 knows the story. I mean, now Surrender Antonio knows the story, and I think Nocturne, you might know the story that way. Then you might even know what I'm talking about with that one specifically. And we'll get to that eventually. By the way, once Mega Legends 2 is done, I think the next long game we'll be running is Nier Automata. Yeah, that is all yours for sure. For that, I guess here's another question. I mean, I mentioned Snowboard Kids 2. That one's all yours as far as a short form game or short. Oh, fine. Maybe actually that. Let me think about that one. That might be more than one part, honestly, for that one. But yeah, I don't know if there's other stuff you want to do in between. Feel free to let me know. We can make it happen for that for sure, and we can figure out how the schedule's going to work, because that's really what's going on. And then June, as I said, that's going to be up in the air a little bit, but I think we might start Super Mario Sunshine, I think. But we'll figure that. That's definitely a lot of stuff we got coming up on Super Bowl Game Saturday, and that's the idea. We're in this show for the long haul. We've always said that. as far as how it is. We're not stopping. And we'll get to the games you want to see. It's like, yeah, I always keep the list of everything that you want to see, the master list. I'm pulling stuff off of that as far as the viewer requests. And technically, this is sort of the viewer requests for this month. Well, fine. Donkey Kong Country 3 was a little bit, sort of, I would say. Good night, everyone. So it's Dollyfin, and it was fun. Thank you. No problem for that. And Nocturne's also saying, might make more sense to do Short Game in 2 or 2 in between, like Sober Kids 2, for example. And I don't know, do you want to be involved in the first one? That's your choice. I mean, I guess we can do them in either order. Decide how you want to handle the first one, if you want to be involved in that one. Because I don't think anybody's called that one yet as well, but 2 is all yours, I know that for sure. And we'll figure the scheduling of all that and all the other stuff as we go down the road, for sure. So, I think with that, yeah, we've had quite a night on Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you so much for coming in to the show this week, and every week you've come in, and for everything that, you've been doing for the program. And it will make this show work the way we work as we do, and I love that for sure. And as I said, that's why I'm as dedicated, saying, like, yeah, we're playing stuff out until next year. Crochet Nerd 64 said specifically, hey, you're booked up for, like, the next 6 years. He's not wrong, technically. But yeah, keep the requests coming, or anything you want to see on the show coming. We will get to them, I promise you that. And I will keep going as much as I can for the purpose of everything you want to see. As thanks for you jumping into this and going deep in the stuff with me. And I can't thank you enough, as I always do each week. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday this week for Wheel of Katamari. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next week, Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the practice of Game Dev Tycoon with Proterova, and next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the Crochet Nerd 64 for Part 5 of Shadow Hearts. Till both of those times, keep being awesome. Thank you so much for everything. Have a wonderful night, and take care.